Deadline. 1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. Seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Hello, 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 and welcome everyone to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's coverage of the DBNI, the DBN Invitational, the culmination of the 2022 and the 2023 diplomacy seasons. Players from all kinds of events, face-to-face, virtual, extended deadline, have come together, and the best of the best are going to be playing today. And before we jump into that coverage, what we're going to do is we're going to say hello to a couple of people coming to help me out today. First, I'm going to bring to stream a diplomacy player who I've known for the exact entirety of my diplomacy playing hobby, Adam Siegel, coming to us, I believe, still from New York. Hello, Adam.
Hey, everyone. It's good to be here.
Good to have you back. We've also got... He was here all last weekend giving us wonderful coverage. He gave some really great insights to everything. Welcome back to stream, Michalis.
Hi, everyone. Pleasure to be here again.
And last but not least, you know him. You know his news segments. He's been on stream analyst and host many, many times. David Hood, welcome.
Hello, Siobhan and Adam and Michalis. I'm so happy to be here tonight for this coverage, and I'm really looking forward to this game.
Yeah. We all saw what happened last weekend, an amazing series of games, an amazing bracket of 7 players made it through to the top board. And I know I've spoken to a couple of them in the last couple of days. Nerves are running high, and I'm excited to see what happens. So let's jump into a couple of things that we want to talk about. Before we get into some recap from last weekend, I would like to talk about the 2022-23 season that got us here. This is one of the biggest events in diplomacy ever, as far as we know. This season saw 401 total players, 320 total games, players from 27 different countries. You can see here 70% of them from North America, but 23% from Europe, and the remaining from the Asia Pacific. So this really is an amazing cast of players from all over the world who have the chance to play together. I mean, it's really been amazing. And first up, I think we have a bit of a video from Marcus Zylstra put together. So let's take a look.
The DBNI semi-finals last weekend saw the top 28 diplomacy players worldwide battle it out in 7 intense, winner-take-all games. Only 7 were able to earn their spots in the grand final. Let's see how it played out. Game 1 began with all eyes on Jason Massbaum, the reigning champion of the DBNI, who had insta-locked the strong nation of France. He and Casey Gray in England formed a solid alliance and dominated the West, but the resulting pressure that came on Russia and Italy gave former world champion Chris Brand, who had slowly been building power as Austria, a brief opportunity. He worked this masterfully to take control of his side of the board. He made a late game attempt at a board top by stabbing her French ally, but in the end it wasn't enough to catch the runaway Austria, with Chris Brand topping on 11 centres in 1910. Board 2 also contained both a former DBNI champion, Peter McNamara, and a world champion, Nicolas Sahugay. As Russia and Italy respectively, alongside Pharangine's Turkey, they dismantled Austria and fought for domination of the East, with Nicolas Sahugay gaining the upper hand. In the West, an early England-Germany alliance was broken by an English down, but Noam Brown's Germany managed to recover and bring the English player back on side. Combined with great timing on taking the Russian dots, this put Germany in the lead, and after a marathon of a game, Noam was the player to take victory. The third game of the night saw Ed Sullivan's France competing with Robert Schuper's Germany for the West, with a huge number of units locked down on their border and neither power really able to advance. The East was extremely back and forth, with Turkey and Austria both surviving early attacks against them, and while Greg Matthews' Russia eventually seemed to get the upper hand, a costly mistake of letting the last Austrian unit slip into Warsaw pinned him down. What followed was a remarkable recovery from Turkey, but it wasn't enough to overtake either Western power, and Robert Schuper just about overtook his French opponent to take the win. 2022 Virtual World Champion Riaz Varani made Game 4 look like a cakewalk in the way only he can. After his France dismantled the English mainland, he took on his German ally and just kept rolling the West. Despite Ruben Sanchez's Turkey making a strong push in the late game, there was really no opposition that matched the speed and strength of Varani, and he finished the game in style, waltzing to 18 centres and taking the solo victory. The next day, the second chance games began, giving the players who failed to qualify one last attempt to reach that final. In the first of these, the East saw Casey Gray once again alongside Jason Massbaum, this time as Turkey and Russia, but this time Casey aligned with Austria instead. Italy and Russia managed to contain the Turkish threat, but over the other side of the board a much greater threat had arisen, with Peter McNamara's France defeating a Russian-German coalition to take control, and eventually take the win as well. The next second chance game started off looking much worse for France, with Brandon Fogel pushed back into the corner by an England-Germany alliance. However, a solid alliance with Nicolas Sahugay's Italy gave him the space to defend and push back once a stab occurred. With an Italy-Turkey alliance dominating the East, France, Germany and Russia eventually united to hold them back, with an uneasy stalemate occurring as a result. Eventually, Russia started throwing centres of France, and despite a strong stab by Loic Borja's Turkey to try to keep up, nobody was able to catch Fogel, and he took the victory in 1915. The final game's start had viewers saying that France might win all three of the second chance games, with Ed Sullivan emerging as the strongest power in the West, despite not managing to push into the British mainland. Meanwhile, Ruben Sanchez's Russia was jumping from bad situation to bad situation, first losing the south to an Austria-Turkey, then losing the north to England, but just about managing to stay competitive by grabbing Austrian dots. With Italy and Turkey both very strong in the south, Ruben flipped back and forth between them, finally forming a solid alliance with Ben Kelman when he replaced the Turkish player in 1907. From here, his recovery was slow but immaculate, pushing across the board with the Juggernaut and just about managing to pip his Turkish ally and his French opponent at the post for the victory. Unfortunately, Robert Schuper is not able to participate in the final, which means the non-qualifying player who scored the highest getting the most number of supply centers across both rounds, has been brought in as a replacement. That would be former world champion Nicolas Sahuguet, who was just a few dots short as Italy in both games. So, 7 stories, 7 players, 1 final championship. I'm confident in saying that this final is the strongest lineup I've seen in any diplomacy game.
What an amazing recap, Marcus. Thank you so much. Marcus, by the way, just a quick shout out, puts in so much work behind the scenes that viewers, I don't know that you recognize or see fully, but we could not do these DBN broadcasts without him. And moments like that, videos like that. And I did see a comment, is Marcus and his voice the Morgan Freeman of the diplomacy hobby? I think we can confidently name him as such. So that was a wonderful recap of last weekend. Michalis, you were there, I think, for pretty much every game as an analyst. Can you tell us a bit about what are the storylines we should keep our eyes on? How did these 7 players get here today, and what should we watch out for?
So there were pretty much 2 ways people qualified for this top board. There was the easy way, and there was the people who had to fight for every single centre. And you can distill that down even further, in that there was the people who played France and qualified, and the people who didn't, because Riaz obviously perfected it with the solo, absolutely masterful, but Brandon and Peter also qualified for the top board, following pretty much the same exact blueprint. Is they played France, they never went into the med, they just dominated the north and waltzed their way to the top, and nothing got in their way. And the French meta, where that was the way to qualify for the top, was really, really strong last week, and it will be interesting to see if there's any blowback against that, as yeah, that was definitely the path to go on. For the other players, they had to work a lot harder to get there. I mean, Robert obviously isn't playing, and Noam as well. They both topped as Germany, a country which has not performed well this season at all. It was nice to see people who took a late country and in the Paris method getting to the top, and hopefully the signs of a bit of a German comeback, because it's been a while since we've seen some solid German performances. And of course, Chris Brand, who got, I believe, the first Austrian top in the entire DBN history in a top board. So that was nice to see. And he, again, was someone who came in very low on the Paris method and maybe didn't have the choice of country he wanted, but made it work regardless. But all 7 of them played exceptionally well. And Nicolas, he narrowly missed out on the board top in 2 games. So he just as much deserves his place here as the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to say, I think the stats are, we have 2 former world champions, some virtual champions, the numbers 1, 2, and 3 seeds coming into this top board. It's such a fantastic lineup. And, you know, we got the recap with Marcus's video, but I just want to give the visual here on how the players got here. So you can see the semifinal boards 1, 2, 3, and 4 on both the left and the right side, and then the second chance boards that got us Peter McNamara and Brandon Fogel into this top 7. Nicolas Sahuguet is the first alternate, barely beating out Katie Gray. We're talking just 7 points, I think it was, a matter of a couple of centers, something like that. This is one of those moments where when we here on DBN say to fight for every center, we really mean it. Sometimes it matters, especially in a moment like this. Before we move on to a couple of other things, there's a little fun thing that we like to do behind the scenes at DBNI. We have a little bracket challenge that we ask everyone to vote in for. And we're going to take a look right now. Some of the analysts from DBN, Brian Pravel winning the bracket challenge as of this moment, his predictions for who would get into the top 7, how they would get there, and who might win. I don't know who we voted for. I'm coming close behind. I know that myself, Brian, and Marcus, and I believe Zach Moore or Adam Siegel still have a chance to win the whole thing, depending on who comes out on top on this top board. So we shall see. But what I found most interesting in the bracket challenge is for these 7 players, and this has not been adjusted to include Nicolas Sahuguet, but it does include Robert Schupa, who initially qualified. What I found most interesting here is exactly 0 people thought Ruben Sanchez would, 1, make it to the top board, or 2, win the whole thing. And this is an interesting dynamic that leads me into the next question. Top boards are a different form of diplomacy from anything else we play. They're different from tournament play. They're different from house games. I haven't played many high-stakes top boards, but Adam Siegel, you've played 1 or 2 in your time, and I just named Ruben Sanchez. You were on a top board with him at a Worlds not too long ago. What are top boards like? What's the feeling going into them? How are they different for you?
You know, I think everybody has a lot of nerves going into top boards. You know, unlike most diplomacy games where you can come out and be like, I did well without winning. You know, in a top board situation, you feel like it's all on the line. And especially in a game with like a DBNI or a world championship where you really feel the pressure, you really want to win that. You know, it's a lot of nerves going in. And I think that today's top board is really interesting because there are a lot of people who are more used to playing in a C-Diplo or top board type situation than you normally find even on top boards. And there are a lot of folks on this board who don't like to play super aggressively, don't like to get out really far ahead, and like to play balance of power so that they have an opportunity to stab for the win towards the end. So I expect there to be a lot of really neat action. I think that I expect there today to be a lot of fluid alliances as people just really try and claw the leader back all day long. Should be really good.
Yeah, and one of the things that I find most interesting about top boards is you spoke about fluid alliances, which happens, but with the emotions as high as they are, there are some really good friends on this board. How does that feeling translate to friendship off the board, to the emotion and the tension of a top board like this?
I think that the closer you are to somebody in the hobby, you know, you have years and years of experience with them, you get it when they stab you, right? People that you're really close friends with doesn't mean that you work together very well on a board, to be quite honest. You know, oftentimes the closer you are to someone, the worse you work together on a board. So it's not, I don't expect that many previous relationships are really going to be playing in today's game. I think that people really will be playing for their best position and best result at all times. You know, maybe it'll shave a couple seconds off those early negotiations, which can be critical, but I don't think anyone's going to be like, oh, you're my buddy, let's go work together to get, you know, to get 8 centers each, because you both can't win. It's not going to work that way.
Yep. No, that's absolutely true. And I really do hope we'll see some good cutthroat play today. And this is a stellar cast of 7 players. And speaking of those 7, someone who knows probably all 7 of these players better than anyone, we've got everyone's favorite segment returning for another year. It's time for Hood's Hints. So we'll talk about this top 7, and we will start with the last to qualify for this top board and first alternate coming in, Nicolas Sahuguet. David Hood, I give it over to you.
All right. Well, let me first say that what I'm doing here is a little bit like Shazam. If you know anything about Captain Marvel, the character from DC, you know that Shazam is an acronym. He has the wisdom of Solomon, the strength of Hercules, the stamina of Atlas, the power of Zeus, the courage of Achilles, and the speed of Mercury, hence Shazam. What I've done for each of the 7 of our Super 7 here, of our superheroes here, is to talk about an aspect of their game that I think is important for us to keep in mind as we watch this particular match. With Nicolas Sahuguet, who we all know is a past world champion in 2 different ways, a virtual and face-to-face world champion, and largely got into this tournament on the strength of winning the French language league and his 5th place finish at the World DibCon, the DibCon in Whipping last season. Nicolas has the patience of Job. He has a spectacular sense of timing and confidence that he will eventually prevail in a match. And he does not get rushed. He does not get off his game. He does not get easily rattled. And he can also wait a long time before making a move. I had a game-long alliance with him at the Whipping tournament. Part of what got him to his 5th place finish, he never decided to stab in that one. So he's not a one-trick pony. He knows what he's doing, and that's because he has patience. So there we go. Our person that got in as an alternate, and all the other sections like, wait, We had to get not Sahuge as our alternate player. It comes into this game. They're not happy about that, I guarantee you.
Absolutely. Nicolas Sahuge is a person that you always love to see around, but never on a board with you. So that is not happy news for anyone here. Next up on our list, the one nobody saw coming, but is one of the best players in the world, I will say, Ruben Sanchez.
If you had attended Carnage this past year, the World DipCon back in November in Vermont, you would not have underestimated Ruben Sanchez if you were paying attention, because Ruben was in I've forgotten exactly how many hour game it was, but I think it was about 16-hour game, because those games were non-timed until the last round, with Peter Jurgen and some others really focused on stalemate line fights and so forth. It was quite a slog. Ruben Sanchez has the determination of Prometheus. He is, if you would think about perseverance, he perseveres through adversity. In that game, if you were watching the second chance game that he came out on top as Russia, I don't think anybody would have predicted him early in that game to have come out on top either. And just like people didn't predict him to win this game. And I'm telling you right now, that is a mistake, because he is a determined player. He got here primarily by winning the French version of the Virtual Diplomacy Championship during the 2022 season. Had a difficult path, was a 22 seed, I think, coming into the field. But if you've underestimated Ruben, it means that you have not been paying attention. And I doubt that any of these players will do that, but if they do, they will do it at their peril.
Absolutely. Next up is someone we all know on DBN very, very well by this point, Peter McNamara.
Yes, as we all know, he was the first champion of this invitational tournament from the 2020 season that was played in February 2021. He got to this event this season primarily because of winning the PoppyCon face-to-face tournament in Australia, but also good results elsewhere. We all know that Peter is a mathematician, and so I have described his attribute as the precision of Ptolemy, because he really does have a very analytical approach to the game. And I'm not just talking about moves. This is not a gunboat player who just wins because he can really analyze the moves correctly, although he's really good at tactics. Peter is very good at analyzing his opponents. And I remember there was a quote one time with playing with Peter. He says a whole lot without telling you anything and gets you to tell him everything in return. He's one of those guys that is very analytical in what words he uses even. That's why he's so precise. So I would argue that Peter is a dangerous player in any event, but a particularly dangerous player here, where he, because of his style, can actually feel like or sound like he's keeping a lower profile. What he's really doing is soaking up information that he's going to use against you. So Peter McNamara, everybody, definitely a favorite in many people's eyes.
Absolutely. And he's a favorite for good reason. I've known Peter for many years, and again, not someone I want to see on a top board. Next up, we do have DBN founder, DBN's own, someone I love to see on stream but never on a board, Brandon Fogel.
Indeed, Brandon Fogel, who has really had a great season, won the Virtual Diplomacy League. He won the DixieCon face-to-face tournament back last May. So he got into this as the number one seed because of those victories and other finishes. And so certainly not somebody that could be described as a shrinking violet. But instead of having the target on his back and not being able to deal with it, he is very cunning, the cunning of Odysseus, I would argue, because he can figure out his way. He can figure his way out of many difficult situations. He knows how to respond to different circumstances. He has a toolbox with a bunch of different tools in it, and he has the cunning to realize which of those tools he needs to bring out in which situation. If he ends up on this board being an early target, I will be surprised if he doesn't turn that right around, because that's what Brandon is good at. Everybody knows that Brandon's really good, and yet they still work with him and still leave themselves open sometimes for him to seize an opportunity against them. So again, Brandon Fogel, the cunning of Odysseus.
Absolutely. And next up, we have another former world champion that nobody saw coming when he won his world championship. Probably one of the nicest guys in the hobby. We have Chris Brandt.
I will certainly agree. One of the nicest guys in the hobby, and easy to underestimate. Even as a former world champion from 2016 to World DipCon in Chicago, Chris has the calmness of Tranquilitus. Now, if you don't know who Tranquilitus was, he is the god of, wait for it, tranquility. It's where we get the name from. And he is somebody that you can do anything you want to Chris, and he will still smile. He will still sort of giggle, his little Chris Brand giggle, and he will maintain good relationships with you, even if you had just attacked him. This happened to me last season at a game. I can't remember if it was World DipCon or DipCon. I was playing with him. And even though we were mostly enemies, we had a great relationship. He can get through a lot of things just because he will not overreact. He will not make mistakes from emotional response to being attacked. He is someone who is always in the mix. If he is in the mix at the end of the game, he is somebody that others will not mind if they win. And that is a key attribute to winning a top board, among other ways to win.
Absolutely. All right. Our penultimate player that we have up on the list, someone newer, at least in knowledge to us in the hobby. Is he human? Is he AI? He worked on the Facebook Meta project. We have Noam Brown.
Again, a player that somebody might underestimate. I forgot to mention when Chris Brand's name was up there, he was the 28th seed in this tournament. He was the lowest seed and was able to sort of devastatingly win his first game on the semifinal round. Noam is another person that you can underestimate, but you do that, again, at your peril. He just started playing in the wider diplomacy hobby during the pandemic. I'm sure he played before that, and went to the 2019 World DipCon. But people really didn't know him much until the pandemic, when he started playing a lot of virtual. And he is a very creative player. He is not bound by prevailing meta. Anybody get the pun there? Thank you very much. Thank you. But he's not bound by it. He understands that he is able to make additional plans that maybe nobody's ever thought of. He is the creativity of Vulcan. Not only can he make plans, he has the ability to be creative when things are going awry. That game that he won as Germany, again, one of those things, not sure you would have predicted halfway through that game that he was going to come out on top. He stuck to his guns. He kept his head down, kept moving, and was able to create an opportunity for himself at the end. So an efficient player, somebody who didn't have to play very many events to get into the DBNI because he had a plan. He executed it well. He's here. He was the 21 seed, not a high seed, but he is here, I would argue, as one of the favorites to win this game.
Yep, I'll absolutely agree with that. And last but not least, we have a good friend of mine and someone who is so happy that I did not come to his tournament in Vancouver at Cascadia this year, because I finally got out of his way and he was able to win. Riaz Virani.
Riaz Virani, it's frankly hard to overemphasize how well he has played lately. The graphic in here that says coming in hot is, again, almost an understatement. Having won the Cascadia face-to-face event, which is actually in the 2023 season, but we just can't help but mention that, in addition to winning the Virtual Diplomacy Championship back in December. Riaz is one of the best players I've ever played with, and I've been saying this for years. He is a spectacular tactician and therefore was a gunboat specialist, or is a gunboat specialist. But I would argue that if you think that's where his game ends, you have totally missed the boat on Riaz. He has the sight of Heimdall. He has his ability to read a board quickly and make decisions based upon that board is almost unmatched, in my opinion. And he has a vision for himself and a way to see into the vision of others to predict what they're going to do. It's one of his strengths, in addition to, I would argue, a strength that all of our top seven, all of our Super Seven have, which is the grace of Charis. Charis was a Greek goddess associated with the concepts of grace and charm. It's where we get the word charisma, to describe someone who easily forms relationships with others and who provides strength and leadership in those relationships. These seven are diplomacy players who have mastered the ability to be charismatic and likable. Not all good diplomacy players, frankly, are that way. Some of them are a little more divisive, let's say. And that is not true for any of these folks. Any of these folks can win this game at the end of this by being charismatic with the players who are not in contention. Some of them, honestly, more than others. I would argue that Riaz is really, really good at that, but all of these players are good at that. This is going to be a match for the ages, in my opinion. The 2023 Super 7.
Yeah, there you have it, folks. This is our top 7, our Super 7, the folks who made it through all of the tough games of the 2022 and 2023 season. So real quick before we move on to talk about how they're going to get selected for their powers today, we've heard David's opinions. McCullis, any quick thoughts about the 7 that we see today?
I think Riaz has obviously won the 2 most recent tournaments. He soloed as France and he's top seed. If he takes France again, he really won't care how big the target on his back is. He is just laying down a marker and saying, come at me. If he doesn't want to do that, if he takes a lower country, is he going to try and hide behind that? There's nobody on this board that you can say shouldn't be a target. So he's already got the perfect excuse for why people shouldn't target him lined up in his pocket, and it'll be really interesting to see how he does.
Absolutely. And Adam, you know a lot of these players very well. Who do you want to see do well? Who do you not want to see do well? Who would you hate to play with?
First of all, I want to see all these players do well, right? Because I'm about to watch this game. I don't know what's going to happen. The back and forth is what makes it exciting for all of us who are viewing it. I think David's point is really good. It's about how the other players towards the end want you to do, because ultimately there are going to be people who are not in contention who are going to have a big say in who's going to win the game. And it's unfortunate that we don't have full visibility into how those relationships form and develop, and how people are feeling after a stab, or how people are made to feel during negotiations that can be really important to those ultimate determinations. I think that it'll be really interesting to see when we see a shift of people's play from, I have 2 or 3 centers and I don't think I'm going to win anymore, but I'm going to start really using my position to advocate for somebody else. And that's one of the things that I'm really going to be watching out for today, which is, did you give up on your win? And if you did give up on your win, who are you trying to support? That'll be really what I'm looking out for. In terms of who I wouldn't want to sit next to, the people I really wouldn't want to sit next to are probably Peter McNamara, who I think is the most aggressive player on this board. He's the one who really wants to come out swinging really hard, more than anyone else on this board. Or maybe Ruben, I think. Ruben is really great at having small tactical goals for the near future, but you really can't make a deal with Ruben that's going to be like 3 years in the future or 4 years in the future, maybe the way you might be able to with like Chris Brand or Riaz or a few of the other players on the board. I think those would be the 2 that would make me the most nervous sitting down next to them, and not because they're bad, but because they're good.
Yeah. No, I love playing with each and every one of the players that I see on this board, in the way that I learn something every time I'm on a board with them. But it's also a tough lesson sometimes. And I love to see it. And so, speaking of, we don't have power assignments yet, but before we get to that, we do need to talk about, this is the biggest virtual event in diplomacy. We've got a couple of big events coming up this year. David Hood, I believe you're hosting one of those. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. I'll talk about that. The North American DipCon, which is the North American Championship, I think it's the 52nd year of the North American Championship. I'm going to be hosting it in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, May 26th through 28th at DixieCon. And I've frankly forgotten which DixieCon it is. I think it's 37. But a long-running tournament. And we're looking forward to hosting everybody there. It's the last weekend in May, Memorial Day weekend. We're back in the location we have been for the last 20 years or so, in a dorm that's right on the campus there. And we've also got some hotels nearby with some room blocks. I'm really looking forward to hosting the DipCon again. It's been a long time since I've hosted it, and I'm hoping everyone will come out. And if you want to get information about that, it's www.dixiecon.com, or you can email me at davidhood@dixiecon.com. There is another big event happening in August, which is the World DipCon in Bangkok, Thailand, August 17th through 20th. This is obviously a unique situation that we're having a World DipCon in a country for the first time. but there's already a lot of people lined up to go. The Australian hobby is very supportive. The hobby there in Southeast Asia is supportive. Can't wait to see how that goes. I think it's spectacular. And another little enticement for people that may be wanting to make that trip is that there's going to be another event the following weekend in Cambodia, which will be the first time that a tournament's ever been hosted there. So if you want to come for an extended time, there'll be 2 events you can go to. It's going to be quite an experience, and I think we're all looking forward to seeing how that goes.
And I think just to add there, I think Andrew would tell you that in between those events, there's a lot of opportunities to travel, and he's doing some organizing as well. I unfortunately can't go because I have family responsibilities with a young child, but I'm really jealous of everyone who can, and people should check it out if they're able to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Both events, DixieCon I have been to. It's amazing. I presume you're doing the barbecue at
Yes.
DixieCon again,
Yeah.
which is worth it alone. The diplomacy and the other board gaming is great, but the barbecue is well worth it. And I will make it back out to North Carolina one of these days. But like Adam, I have young children at home and can't make it this year. So I want all of you to go for me, and I can live vicariously through all of your play, and I can talk about it here on DBN.
Siobhan, can I say one other quick historical
Yeah.
note that last weekend's Second Chance games were named after 3 famous hobbyists from the past, and we neglected to introduce them during that broadcast. Let me just very briefly say who they were.
Yes.
It was Russell Sipe, Brendan White, and Kathy Ozog. Russell Sipe was the first diplomacy hobbyist who ran diplomacy through electronic mail. In 1983, he started a zine called The Armchair Diplomat. And Russell, along with a couple of other guys, helped shepherd the diplomacy hobby's growth from postal play to electronic and web-based play. So obviously an important hobby historical figure. Brendan White is by far the most famous hobbyist of diplomacy who lives in New Zealand. And Brendan has been publishing a diplomacy zine in New Zealand since the 1980s. He's still publishing it online called Damn the Consequences. So really a bastion of the Anzac hobby, Brendan White. And finally, Kathy Ozog, who was a female, obviously a female player, really good, and not very many publishers in the 80s who were female. She was one, and I played in her zine. She was one of the people that sort of mentored me into the hobby. I paid her back by stabbing her husband, Eric, to win the 1987 DipCon, which I'm proud of. But my point is, Kathy was somebody who really added a lot to the hobby. And those are the kind of people that I just wanted to shout out to when we were picking the game names for last weekend.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm so glad that you mentioned those. We always want to shout out. We name the games after people, events. Usually events have themes. DBNI likes to do hobby luminaries of some kind, people who have contributed to the hobby in some major way. And so we definitely want to give that history lesson. And David Hood, you are a hobby historian. And I also did want to say that, yes, it is the 37th year of DixieCon. And I know that because I'm going to be 37 this year. And DixieCon and I are the same age.
Doug Kent is right to point out in the chat that I misspoke. Damn the Consequences is one of the postal zines who has not turned into a web-based zine. You still get it in the mail. That is absolutely true.
Yeah. And speaking of game names, today's game's name is Calhammer. It is Alan Calhammer, who we all know the DBNI Cup, Calhammer Cup is named after him. So we'll speak to that and his importance to the hobby for those who don't know in a little bit. But we're going to start now by talking about how these players, these 7 players that we've hyped up so much, get to the power selection. If you've watched DBN videos recently, you are fairly familiar with Paris selection by now. I'm going to toss to McCallis just for a little bit if you want to speak to Paris selection real quick, how it goes, and then we'll talk a little about what we think they're going to do.
Yes, so Paris method, you have two sets of selections. Basically, the person who is seeded last will choose whether they pick first or last, and then so on and so forth. They get to choose whether they go before or after the people before them in that. And once you have an order of who's picking when, they then pick the countries. And of course, the reason why you don't necessarily always want to pick first is that the tie break, very importantly, is whoever is lower in the selection process. So there is a downside to picking first. We'll see whether anyone decides to drop down. I know Brandon Fogel in particular often drops down, possibly with that in mind. In this game, I believe he's 4th seed, so perhaps he won't. We saw last week a lot of people were changing places in the first 4 positions, and then 5th, 6th, and 7th were not really changing. And that is quite possibly because there was a clear meta or choice last week that England, France, Russia, and Italy would go as the first 4. Almost every game. There was a couple of exceptions late on when Germany went a bit earlier, but there was a very clear and marked difference as in terms of favorability, and people wanted to play those 4 countries, and the other 3 were a little bit battered out, and okay, I've got to play one of them. But Germany got 2 board tops from it, so we'll see whether that's changed that equation.
Yep. And Adam, I know you've done a few Paris selection methods in your time. Do you like to just pick first and pick your favorite country, or do you like to drop a little further down? What's your preference?
I prefer to pick in the middle. When I'm playing on a top board, there are a few countries that I don't like to play. So if I'm 4th or higher in the pick order, I'm happiest. But the reality is that if you're picking your placement early on, you might end up much higher than you wanted or much lower than you wanted because you don't really know exactly where the people behind you are going to pick. So if I'm later on in the selection order, I'm usually going to go 3rd or 4th. If I'm in the middle of the selection order, I'm going to try and go as early as possible because I do want to avoid my personal dud countries. I think that different players here are going to have different approaches, right? If you're looking on, the World Diplomacy database and you see that you have relatively even results across all the countries in your tournament games, maybe you don't care. Maybe you're happy being lower down. But if you're one of those players that is really spiky, that you've got a couple of countries that you're going to be really successful on, and a couple of countries where your average score is like 3 or 4 centers, you really want to make sure that you're not going to get stuck. So it'll be really interesting to see how each of them approaches the Paris method today.
Yep. And David, before we go to a couple of videos that we have on what the players have actually done, how about you? Do you like to pick your favorite country, or do you like to play the other players on the board?
Yeah, I'm one of those guys that's totally comfortable picking a piece out of the box and playing whatever the heck country I get. Because although I understand why there is a dividing on there, I think that is a failure of vision. Because any of the powers can win. I think that was actually proven last weekend. And the reason that, for example, France is so strong on top boards is that people have failed to understand how to respond to that. The way you respond to that is by making a strong alliance against them in the beginning. And people are so hesitant to do that in a top board because strong alliance, I can't do that. I'm supposed to be completely non-committal for several years. Sure, you can do that if you want to make sure France always does well, then play that way. But if you want to do something about France, you commit against them, destroy them, and then you don't have to worry about France. And it's interesting to me how everybody decides to play top boards the same way when actually there are other ways to play top boards that could be successful. I don't know if that's going to happen tonight, but we'll see.
I was going to say, David, I think that's really interesting because there is a prevailing meta to treat Turkey that way, but there's not a prevailing meta to treat France that way, even though it is very similar in a top board situation. So it's a really great point.
That's very true.
Yeah. All right. So we've heard about how it works. We've heard about how a few of you like to play it when we do. Let's see how this top 7 dealt with it. I believe we have a couple of videos telling us what happened.
All right, it's Paris Method, the 2023 Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational top board. We have Riaz Virani, Noam Brown, Chris Brand, Nicolas Sahuguet, Ruben Sanchez, Peter McNamara, and Brandon Fogel. Coming onto the screen is the Paris Method selection module. We're going to go backwards in place of seed to pick the order that we'll be picking powers, and then we're going to pick powers. So, Nicolas Sahuguet, where would you like to pick?
Last.
Sounds right. Ruben?
I would like to pick up just before Nicolas, please.
Peter?
I pick first.
First, Brandon.
I will pick ahead of Peter.
Chris?
I think it's important to pick ahead of Brandon.
No.
I'll pick ahead of Chris.
And Riaz.
I'll pick first.
Go ahead then. Pick first.
I will take France.
No.
I'll take England.
Chris Brand.
This isn't so easy when you've got more than 2 choices. Russia.
Brandon.
I will take Italy.
And Peter.
I take Germany.
Ruben.
I will take Turkey.
And Sahuge, you can say it out loud if you want.
Take Austria.
Austria for Nicolas. All right, we will get to the game then. No more messing around. Sending it back to the studio right now.
I will say that the big surprise for me in that moment was that the order didn't change at all. Everyone just chose to pick ahead of everyone, which usually you see a couple of people moving up or down, a couple of cutting comments. The diplomacy starts early with Paris selection. Always good to pick ahead of Brandon Fogel, comments like that. So David Hood, I'll go to you first. Any surprises on power selection that you saw?
Actually, the fact that nobody moved doesn't surprise me, because the only person I was expecting to maybe move would be Brandon, and he at fourth he didn't want to move, and I don't blame him. The surprise that I think we saw, actually there were 2 surprises, but one that I think is particularly surprising is Chris not taking Italy when he had the chance. That surprised me. Now he may think, because people assume he's an Italian expert, that would make him too much of a target, so he picked Russia, to make sure that nobody. Oh, Chris Brand is Italy. We can't have that. So that would be now Ruben taking Turkey instead of Austria is the other minor surprise. It doesn't surprise me very much, because Ruben is a good turkey, plays a good turkey, and knows how to survive the initial onslaught and all that. To be honest, though, I think Nicolas is very happy to play Austria, which definitely plays to his strengths.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I also noticed Chris Brand's minor comment of, oh, this is hard when you have more than 2 choices, as though he's always so low in the rankings, and why would anyone ever think I'm a threat? It's very Chris Brand, very, well, not for the pun, but on brand. Michalis, anything stick out to you in that?
Building on from what David said about Chris and not picking Italy, is that I'm not putting myself on Chris Brand's level, but I have a strong reputation in the virtual hobby as an Italy that plays a very aggressive style and likes ITs. And I played the VDL top board last month, and that was the exact reason why I did not take Italy. I did not want that reputation around me going into it, in case people don't trust you for the moves that you are known to support people making. Beyond that, I liked Brandon Fogel's hesitation, the silence there, as if he wasn't choosing to play Italy all along. I spoke to him a couple of days ago. I know full well Italy or Russia was going to be his pick, and Italy or Russia was his pick. Italy was the one that was available. So, yeah, I think, and one more thing is that Turkey last week, we didn't see a lot of that AIR meta of killing Turkey early. There were a lot of strong turkeys. They didn't quite top the board, but a lot of times they go out of the box. So I don't think Ruben will be too disappointed, and I think that's why he picked it over Austria.
Yep. And last but not least, Adam Siegel, who do you like? Whose pick do you like the most out of all of this?
Probably Riaz's. I think coming out of last week, where the meta was strong France, and he particularly had a good game. I think it's, not that any of these players need a confidence boost, because they all know what they're doing. But, the first thing coming out of the gate, you have a game plan, executing it, step one. Give him a comfort pick. From my perspective, the picks were interesting because it seemed like a lot of the players would rather have first choice on country rather than first choice of who they wanted to sit next to. And I'm surprised that none of these people came into this game saying, I would rather play a country I'm less comfortable with, or a country that I perform more poorly with, but to sit next to a player, to have control to sit next to a player who I work better with. It's possible that all these players just think that everybody's equal and they don't care who they sit next to. But if I were on this board, I absolutely would not have felt that way. And I would have been happier picking lower with the subpar country just to have some more control over who. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I usually use the Paris method when I have agency of choice to pick my neighbors more than the country I'm playing. Because, like David, I can play any of these powers. Some I prefer more than others, but I'd rather have some choice to choose people I work well with next to me rather than the opposite. Real quick, before we see what the players have to say about their choices, we got a little bit of statistics on top board wins by power, at least so far as the DBN has stats on it. So previous top boards in red, Austria has never won. Russia far and above, 5 wins for top boards for Russia. And then in the 2023 DBNI, which is this and last weekend's events, Austria finally got a result, and France does very well so far. It'll be interesting to see if this trend continues. Diplomacy and the hobby in general does tend to move in trends. McCall was saying earlier, we're hoping to see Germany come out stronger, maybe as a result of previous metas that are waning. We shall see. But before we get to the game itself, let's see what the players have to say about their choices. So I think we have some interviews there.
Riaz, congratulations. Coming in as the #1 seed on this board, choosing first and choosing France. How did you feel about making that choice? Was it a tough one?
No, it wasn't a tough one. I did go back and forth a couple times, on whether I wanted to drop down, and if I stayed at 1, it would have had to be France. Once I saw where everybody was picking, #1 seemed to be the right spot.
We've got 2 world-class players in your theater. What is going to be the key to success for you in this game? How are you avoiding that big giant target on your back?
Patience, and doing exactly what I say I'm going to do, and being honest with people. That's what's gonna win things over for me.
Well, Riaz, it's been a pleasure watching you play all tournament long. Really appreciate everything that you've done. You've put on quite a show for us. I'm really looking forward to watching you in this championship. Good luck.
Thank you, Brian.
Have a good one.
You too.
Very cool. I guess, just to start with, when you were going about selecting your power, were you thinking more toward, I guess, how important was your neighbor selection relative to your actual seed order?
I've played with Riaz before. I feel like I've worked with him before. He's like a great ally to have, and so that partly factored into my decision process. But really, I was looking for something a power that wasn't in the center, that would be able to hopefully, be able to buy their time and swoop in at the end. So I felt like England would be a good country to choose. I was also really happy to see that Peter chose Germany, because I feel like I've also would work really well with Peter. And so all my neighbors I'm really excited about. Obviously they're all super strong, so it's pretty terrifying. But if I had to pick 2 neighbors, I would pick Riaz and Peter.
Yeah, that's a solid. Being in the West there with those 2, it's going to be interesting. Is there anyone you're leaning more towards potentially wanting to work with?
Not really. I think it really depends on how the board evolves. I think there's going to be a lot of factors at play. Yeah,
for sure. And I guess in terms of is this your first top board, or I can't remember? Sorry, my memory's terrible.
I think I played the VDC top board last year.
Yeah,
it didn't go too well for me, so we'll see how this one goes. It didn't go too well for me, so we'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, no, I think you're doing great. This is I'm loving this setup. I think this is gonna be fun in the West, and like you said, strong players across the board, so it should be fun. Yeah. Well, I wish you the best of luck, and I'm excited to watch you guys play.
All right, thanks.
We'll see you later.
I'm just gonna go 3, 2, 1. Chris Brand, welcome to the DBNI top board. I think this is the earliest I've seen you pick, and I've never seen you pick in the West. So why Russia, and why didn't you go for Germany?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever picked sixth before, so that was a little more difficult, more choices. I did look at the numbers going in, and it was interesting that like 5 out of the 7 of us won with Western powers rather than Eastern powers, which maybe says that there's a benefit to being in the West. I'm generally more comfortable in the East, though, so it wasn't an easy decision. Yeah, I'm not sure that I particularly like the Paris method. I like just give me a random country and I'll play it, you know. So.
Why have you brought a cat to a dogfight?
Oh, this is my diplomacy cat. This is Phil Collins. I acquired him at a diplomacy tournament, so he's my good luck charm and advisor. He plays better than I do.
All right. So, are you a fake nice guy or a real nice guy?
No, I'm a real nice guy. Honestly, one of the things I decided many years ago was that my game would actually be better if I was less nice. I tend to pass up stab opportunities and things like that. And I like nothing better than a nice alliance that goes a long way, that I'm slightly ahead of my ally, you know. So one of the things I consciously try to do is to like hold back my niceness and look for those opportunities to get the advantage and things like that. But also
against me,
against everyone. No, you're nothing special.
Look, we need look. The viewers want to know. Put us in your head about how you want this game to go. So as we watch the map, what should we be looking for? What are you thinking? I know it doesn't always go according to Hoyle, but what would you like?
I would like. I think I would probably like Riaz to be kept in check is the main thing from the start, because I mean we saw what he did with France, and that game was just insane. I think that's one of the main things. If he gets off to an early start, then I can race with him to top the board, but that would be not my favorite way to play. So I guess from that point of view, that probably means I want a strong Italy, and I want to play more of a southern game. Yeah, something along those lines, I think.
Are you going to go north or south, or don't know, don't care, see what the players do?
When I'm playing, I mean, one of the advantages of Russia is you're on both sides of the stalemate line to start with. I will play it either way, but I'm not one of those people who treats Russia as an eastern southern power and just leaves that fleet up there by itself until eventually it gets disbanded. The north is really important. The Scandinavia is really important to Russia. So it does depend on what everyone else wants to do in the negotiations. But I'm at this point, I'm 50-50 on sending Moscow north.
Okay. Chris Brand, wish you the best of luck. Cat lovers around the world are rooting for you. As is your legion of fans. You are a former world champion. Best of luck. You're the biggest threat on the board. Can't wait to see what happens.
I'm going to try and live up to it anyway. I'm going to try and be the biggest threat on the board. That's the main thing.
Good luck, Chris.
Thanks, Ed.
Mr. Italy.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thanks.
How are you feeling today? You excited?
Yeah, there were lots of scenarios for that power selection, and the most straightforward one is the one that happened. I was kind of thinking that Chris Brand would do something nutty, but he didn't. So
that's always a plus. I guess in terms of between the two theaters, are you leaning more towards the West or the East? Or I mean, all strong players across the board.
Yeah, no, the East. Like this is 100%. I mean, as Italy, I would never open West. The East, You're an Eastern power. You need to focus on the East first. This board, it's one with lots of really sort of strong players everywhere, and I think balance of power is going to be an extremely important concept here, which means, unfortunately, I think an AIR is what I'm going to target out of the gate. Those are the other two powers that can help do things on the other side, react quickly to whatever's happening on the other side of the board, and Turkey cannot. Turkey is a thorn in the side of quick reacting to the other side of the board. So unfortunately, I don't, AIR, it's a little bit boring sometimes, although it hasn't really happened that much recently, but it feels like the right call out of the gate here.
Makes sense. So see ya, Ruben, basically.
Sorry, someone's got to be first out. But look, I say that it's going to be me now, right? Because I'm, so confident in this balance of power argument.
I think you'll be good. I think you're a very good diplomatic player. You'll be able to handle it, I think. I guess what do you think will be your key to success in this game, or like in terms of navigating?
Honestly, it's long-term patience. I think I'm a pretty resilient and patient player, but I sometimes reach a limit. And with these long games, it can happen in like 1910, 1911, and it happened in my first game. When I got stabbed for like the fourth time, I just I stopped thinking that I could win. And my chances were low, but they were not zero. And it was mostly because I had just reached my limit. And so for me, I think this game is going to go a long time. It's about maintaining composure, even when I'm exhausted. And that's what I'm going to focus on.
That's awesome. Well, I'm really excited to see you guys play, and I wish you the best of luck, and I'm sure you'll do well.
Thanks, Tommy.
Peter, congratulations again on your qualification to the Super 7. So you chose Germany as your power in the Paris method. What do you feel like the key to success in your theater is going to be?
Get more centers than anyone else. Maybe more seriously, I guess plan A is to try and find an ally and get into either Paris or Edinburgh. It doesn't really matter which one. I should be able to work either way.
Do you have a feeling that one is more likely than the other?
Not really. It's going to be hard to tell what's going to happen at this point. Just sort of see what happens from the early negotiations.
And how are you handling the pressure of playing in a championship game? You've been here before. Is this one more or less emotional than the last one?
Maybe there's less pressure because I've already won one. I don't have any sort of weight on my shoulders.
Well, wishing you best of luck. Thank you so much for putting on a show for us already. Look forward to watching this one.
All right, thank you.
Ruben, congratulations on making it to the top board.
Thank you.
That was a very fascinating game that you played and managed to go through. And so ahead of the top board, I have a few questions for you. And in particular, how did you feel this Paris method went? Did it meet your expectations, or were there any surprises?
Well, I think, I was picking 6. So I knew that there was a high chance for me to pick Turkey, because everyone is just choosing to pick up ahead of the previous person. So as I was expecting to pick 6, I was expecting to pick Turkey. The only point where there was a little surprise for me was Noam picking up England. I should have expected him to pick up Russia. So, and I saw that Peter hesitated between Germany and maybe Turkey, Austria, I don't know. I would have loved to play Germany, but my seed was too low. So I'm happy with this result, which is conform of my expectations.
Okay, nice. And what do you think are the keys for you to win the East, basically, in your theater? What are going to be the keys of the game for you?
The keys of the game for me, playing Turkey on a 1916 game, is to succeed, not dying at the beginning, and to have just a fair game, and just hope with diplomacy I can come back on the game. I'm not expecting to do a fast start, as a Turkish could be dangerous. but just try to survive, defend, see if I have a good ally around me. I think it will be enough to start. And then everybody does have his chances. We'll see. But for me, the key is really to succeed in the very first part of the first years of this game.
Okay, perfect. Thanks a lot, Ruben. Then good luck, and we cross the fingers for you.
Thank you, Nicholas, and hoping to see you around in the future. Thank you.
Same here. Bye. Congrats on being here, on having made it to the top board at DBNI this year. It's a pleasure interviewing you. And I have a few questions for you ahead of the game. The first question being, how did the Paris method go for you? Were there any surprises? Were you expecting to pick where you picked? And yeah.
I was the 7th seed because I was lucky enough to be the alternate player. I was not supposed to be here today, so I knew I would have more or less no choice to make, and I didn't. And I ended up picking 7th, and I ended up with Austria. So that was kind of what I was expecting. It was between Turkey and Austria. I was not sure. I got Austria. So.
And on that, what do you think are going to be the keys of the game on your side of the board, playing Austria?
I mean, I don't know what will be the keys of the game. For me, it will be survive 1903, 1904 with 3 or 4 centers and still be in the game. If that happens, then I think with Austria, the game opens up, while if you're already dead, the game is over. So I will try to be careful and try to see if I can make a couple of friends and then take it from there. I mean, Austria is a kind of you can die quickly, and there is not much you can do if your neighbors decide to attack you. So I'll try to weather the storm, and then we'll see.
Okay, perfect. Then let's hope your diplomacy is enough to guarantee that you're still alive in 04 and can win by 16, right? Rooting for you and hoping that you're going to...
I mean, if the good thing is I have the tie break, so I would take an 8-8-8 and a draw vote, or I don't need 16 centers. I just need to share a top with someone and win on tie break. That's my strategy, I think.
Okay, then let's hope this pays off, and I wish you all the best, and hope to see you after the game.
All right, so I just want to give a quick shout out before we get to the game, which we're doing very, very soon, to our sideline reporters. So today we've got Marcus Zylstra, Nicolas Taillet, Tommy Anderson, and I believe Ed Sullivan working behind the scenes to give us information from behind the scenes from what's going on in negotiations as much as possible, so we can know a little bit more about some of those background things that are happening, things that maybe these players don't want us to know. But you've all been waiting. We love to talk about this game. You've been sitting with us for an hour. If you're watching on YouTube, give the stream a like. Please subscribe to the channel. It helps us reach more people so that we can keep doing these broadcasts. But for now, let's see what we got.
I want to win the DBNI really badly.
Yeah, I want to win this because I just want to show everyone that I've still got it. That 2016 was a few years ago now, but I'm still in there. I'm still capable of winning these things.
I really want to win this DBNI final.
I want to win the DBNI top four.
I will win.
I want to win DBNI Championship of the Year.
I want to be DBN's Diplomat of the Year.
All right, everyone. It is spring 1901. This game has actually been underway for a couple of hours. We heard reference to in a couple of the interviews. This game will end in 1916 if the players cannot manage to agree upon a draw before then. So does it go all the way? Do we see a draw earlier? Does Nicolas Sahuguet get his 888 draw board and then win on a tiebreaker, as can happen with Paris selection method? We shall see. We're going to start. David Hood, I'm going to reveal these orders and tell us what you see.
Well, the thing that jumps out at me is Riaz doing an opening I like a lot, which is only sending one unit towards Iberia and sending two up towards the line where they belong, where your enemy is. And so it's interesting that he's done that that move. It could, in his case, be a little bit on the defensive to make sure that he would still have play on Belgium and prevent any goofiness with the Germans getting into Burgundy. Other than that, do we see anything majorly surprising? We see no one putting the army in Edinburgh, which is a little surprising.
All right. Adam Siegel, what's your feel? Is this everyone playing it cautious? What's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing super exciting, honestly, on this board. I don't like the move that David likes out of Riaz. I think it's very pro-England because that fleet is going to be down there for 2 years picking up dots, which is fine if you want to work with England. But no, I mean, this is very standard Italy setting up for Lepanto or Austria to attack, get Tunis, convoy or not, either way. It's the most common set of moves for Austria, Turkey, and Russia. So and Germany as well. So we're in a very set of this is very much a set of conservative moves from players who are just looking to feel each other out in 1901.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll ask you, Michalis, we heard from Brandon Fogel in his interview that he views Italy as an Eastern power, and we see that Venice holds. We've seen a lot of Venice going to Tyrolia, Venice dropping straight into Trieste occasionally in the spring. What do you read from that and Brandon's comments in the interview?
I think Brandon, if he's looking for an AIR, this is sort of the start you'd expect. And if they're going to be aggressive about it, you could see that Trieste loan and Ionian go straight to the Aegean Sea here. I think Rubens left himself the option of defending from that by not putting Smyrna into Constantinople. So he's got the ability to bring the fleet out if he can cut a deal with Chris Brand, and that could be quite useful here.
All right. Well, it is only spring of 01, so let's see where we go from there. Adam, I'll let you read out the moves.
Wow. I got to say, there's a lot more interesting things going on here than I would have thought. First of all, that bounce in Munich, got to ask yourself, is that arranged? Is it not arranged? I mean, that's pretty intense. North Sea to Skagerrak, another pretty aggressive decision. That could be either part of an EG or part of a Western Triple discussion. But, maybe it's an EF conversation that's happening, with France sticking that fleet in Portugal. You've got the convoy by Brandon Fogel, which goes in conjunction with the move to Trieste. So that's not going to make anyone too happy, except for maybe Chris Brand. Because that could be two fleet builds, and maybe Nicolas not so mad. It could be fleet army and Nicolas mad, but okay, there's still some opportunity to work together. It'll be really interesting there. Also, Ruben takes the Black Sea, which you have to imagine is not a particularly happy position for Chris Brand to be in. I mean, there's just a lot going on this board. Eddie to Norway, I didn't even touch on that. Brown with the Northern Convoy as well. Man, that's a really intense and interesting set of moves. I think that the big losers here are probably Chris Brand and Nicolas Sahuguet in Russia and Austria. I think Russia's feeling pressure now in the north and the south with the army in Norway and the fleet in Black Sea. And Austria, obviously, with the loss of Trieste, that's not good for him. With also, Warsaw to Galicia bounce again. Oof. It's not good.
Yeah. No, our two former world champions definitely feeling some heat and some targets on their back. We're seeing some unique 1901 openings. Michalis, what what's your favorite? What surprises you the most here?
The Austria lending Trieste to Italy meta is something we've seen quite a lot in virtual. When you're cutting that deal, you're doing it so Italy moves to the Aegean Sea. So the fact that Italy has walked into Trieste and there is not a fleet going to the Aegean Sea, which would have been really powerful with Turkey going to the Black Sea, that surprises me a lot. I'm going to be interested to see how Brandon squares that with Nicola, because yeah, that's a hard one to argue is good for an AI of any kind. You're just dotting Austria and saying, I need the extra units now that you could have just had with Venice staying back where it was. Gnomes is very aggressive. You often see the army that opens to Edinburgh is an anti-Russian opening. It's usually seen that way because this is exactly what it can do. It can convoy the army straight up to Norway, and this is an even more aggressive variant where he moves to Skagerrak as well. It takes a lot of trust to leave North Sea open in 1901, and he obviously had the faith that there wasn't going to be a sea lion and that Peter wasn't going to slip into North behind him. It does look quite Western Tripoli to me. I hope that's not what we see. I'm not a fan of Western Triples, so we'll see what Peter does. I think he's got some decisions to make here. If he lets Chris Brand die very quickly to an England that attacks the north, it's very easy to see that England turning around and coming for Peter next, because your units after you take the north of Russia and Scandinavia are just closer to Germany. So from my perspective, if I'm Peter, I'm looking for an alliance with Chris Brand, and I think it's good that he didn't bounce Sweden.
A very couple of quick comments. The Munich thing, I guarantee you, is arranged. I guarantee you that Riaz did not poke into Munich, because he's not a poker. I am a poker. He is not a poker. He has he is not an aggressive guy in 1901. That is an arranged deal with Germany. Noam is about to get hit with an FG. I don't believe any Western Triple comment here for a minute, because in a Western Triple, France does not get Belgium like this, and they go ahead and take both Iberians so they can go into the Med quickly. So I think this is setting up for an FG against an England who has gotten himself very committed in Skagerrak.
Yeah, and I'm seeing in some comments here, Andrew Goff, the meta of let's give all our centers to France also seems to be holding strong. So we'll see how that holds up. Riaz has been a favorite both among us here at DBN as well as among you commenters. So that is it for fall of 1901. We're going to move on to just take a look at the position before builds. And I believe we've got some data from behind the scenes from our sideline reporters. So if my producer can cue that up for me.
All right, hello. We are here with the spring 1901 and fall 1901 sideline report. We've been on the sideline listening to all of the conversations. I've been here with Nicola Taye, as you can see there. Hi. Also, Ed Sullivan and Tommy Anderson are on the sidelines with us. Nicola, do you want to explain what happened in the East in this phase?
Sure. So it started with I and T talking because A had some internet issues. And basically, it's a very uncomfortable conversation between them because Ruben remembers Brendan, but Brendan doesn't remember Ruben from their games before. So it's a bit weird. And the key points, basically, that are happening in this conversation is that Ruben wants to be very safe. And that's going to be something that is going to be very visible in all the conversations he has. He wants Brennan to swear he's not going to Lepanto, and he's going to be very unhappy if Brennan doesn't put the fleet in Tunis. So then comes the time of the AI, and basically Brennan is pushing for Trieste. He is trying to convince Nicholas that he should let him Trieste so that he can go for Aegean. Nicholas is not too sure, but in the end, he understands he doesn't have that much power in that decision. So if Brennan wants Trieste, he's going to take it. There is also a very strong start from Turkey and Austria talking together. So the two French players, they seem to be in line. They seem to understand that anyway, if they attack each other, they're going to basically be the next prey. And Austria asks for Turkey to go to the Black Sea and only build fleets afterwards. Basically, that's Nicholas' ask. and Ruben seems inclined to go for it. The last pitch is Brandon's again pushing very strongly for an air with Chris, and trying to convince him that they should first kill Turkey and then deal with Nicola in a position of weakness.
All right, and if we look over in the West, we've got basically fear of Riaz is the huge discussion point here. It's the very first thing mentioned between Gnome and Chris. It's also the very first thing mentioned between Peter and Gnome. It's all like, we need to control Riaz. Gnome asked for an anti-French meta, and Peter said, yes, that's why I'm here. That's why I selected the country I did. Riaz is responding to this by trying to turn Gnome against Peter. Peter asked him for a move into the channel, which Riaz was non-committal about, and then immediately went into a room with Gnome and told him all about it. So Gnome is kind of the big decider here, both of them trying to get him on side, and all through it, he's doing surprisingly little diplomacy. Our sideline reporter, Ed, in this case, noted that Gnome was at the game table more than anyone else, wasn't talking to people for the majority of the phase, and he's keeping his cards very close to his chest. Nicola, do you want to take the fall for the East?
Yeah, regarding the fall, actually, again, very fascinating conversations. So first, it starts with R and T speaking together, and R wanting the army to put the army in Romania. T is fine with that, but also something very surprising, R is fine with Turkey going into the Black Sea as long as the army goes into COM. He understands that Ruben wants to be safe, and he wants to make sure that he's the one providing him with safety, basically. And that's the game he's playing with Austria and Italy. When they talk to them, basically he's trying to push them to attack Turkey, so to reinforce this paranoia of Ruben. And he's trying to play Brandon and Ruben off against one another. Trieste in the fall is still an issue. Brandon is pushing really hard for it. Nicolas says, yeah, you can take it, basically, because he knows he has to bounce in Galicia, but he's not very happy with it. He tolerates it as long as there are two fleets being built in the end.
Right, and over in the West, the storyline here is basically Gnome's indecisiveness. It's gone over from just staying at the game table into the conversations where people are demanding answers from him. Are you supporting someone into Belgium? Should I support you into Belgium? Gnome is just going, no, I don't want to be involved in any of this. I'm just, you can go into Belgium yourself. He says to Riaz, when Peter offers him support, he's like, I won't get involved. I'm not going to bounce you in Holland, though. It's a lot of non-committal stuff. And it seems to be getting people a little bit uneasy about him. The one other thing that happens here, that Burgundy to Munich move was not arranged in any way. Riaz told Peter that he was supporting into Belgium, and he went for Munich. Peter correctly guessed that he was going to go there. That's about all we've got for 1901. We'll see you on the next phase.
Fantastic work from the sideline reporters. I just find it so interesting that everyone is so concerned about Riaz in France that nobody attacks him.
That surprises the dickens out of me that he was going to Munich as a poke. That really does shock me. That's not Riaz's normal game. He may have thought he needed to do that, but gosh, that is really surprising. I was expecting him and Peter to get together, but it sounds like they're at best wary of each other.
If this is what everyone being afraid of you looks like, I wish people were more afraid of me.
It's true.
Yeah,
it's true.
I need to strike more fear in people's hearts as well. So let's see what the winter builds get us. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm really shocked to hear that Chris Brand invited Ruben into the Black Sea as a way to get Ruben targeted towards the south. That really shocks me because I actually don't think, I don't think that Ruben is looking at this position and saying, man, Nicola and I have a guaranteed attack on Romania and not thinking about it. I really don't think that's what's in his mind at the moment. So be really interesting to see how the Black Sea ends up playing out and if it works for Chris Brand.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to call out some winter builds here before we move on to 1902. A lot of fleets all around the board. We've got Fleet Smyrna, double fleets from Brandon Fogel, Fleet Marseille from Riaz, Fleet London from Noam, and Fleet Kiel in Germany. A couple of armies here and there. Austria had to build it, obviously. Chris Brand with a double army, bucking the fleet trend. And then France's second build is Army Paris and also Army Munich, which I think is no surprise. Real quick here, David Hood, any surprises to you?
The two fleet Italy is what you do literally if you're borrowing Trieste and you're expecting to give it back. In other words, the idea is that you're turning your useless army, the one in Tunis, maybe the other one, into a fleet, and you're borrowing it. That could have been the deal with Nicola, but that's certainly and obviously a very pro-Austrian, let's go kill the Turks thing. And by the way, I need to have a fleet around just in case Riaz is coming into the Med kind of situation. So that I think is amazing. The rest of the builds, frankly, don't surprise me at all.
Yeah, I think I'll agree with that, and we won't luxuriate too long on winter, so we'll just push straight into spring of 02. And McCullough, I'll let you take the moves on this one.
All right, so looking straight at those Italian fleets and what they're doing, it seems that they are, in fact, heading west. There does seem to be the pro-Austrian deal with trying to get into the Aegean, which doesn't work, but the key point is that Rome goes up to Tuscany, Naples to Mediterranean Sea. These are moves you make to get Lyon and Western Med, or at least try to get Lyon and Western Med. The problem with this strategy is that it often leaves the army in Tunis a little bit stranded there, and we'll see whether Brandon takes the turn off this turn to try and convoy that back somewhere useful, or if, as Adam says, that's now just a useless unit that can just be piffed eventually. Elsewhere, England's build in London was quite interesting in that it looked like France was very clearly going for an EF, and England, once again, showing a bit of hesitancy. They've not supported that deal by building in London. If they built in Edinburgh, you'd think you've got a lot more security from the French point of view. But they do nonetheless move it up to North Sea, and Peter, as expected, helps Chris Brand. He's not to be foolish enough to let Gnome just dominate the north and then come for him. Chris, in return, reacts very strongly to what Gnome has done and puts a lot of units up into Scandinavia. This could get quite difficult for Gnome Brown from here, and if you're going to be hesitant, this isn't really the way to do it. I think this is a really dangerous position with him now struggling to defend North Sea and Norway at the same time. Yes, he's in Sweden, but whether he'll stay there is, again, a little bit up in the air.
I just want to comment that Peter is fighting both France and England, which is something that you can do if you're Peter, probably, and not be concerned about it. I was a little surprised to see the Turkish fleet go to Tuscany. I mean, the Italian fleet go to Tuscany. Although Brandon probably realizes that if there's a war over there and Riaz is not being attacked by anybody, that is a threat. It's hard to do anything about it by yourself as the Italians. We'll see how diplomatically if he can get some help from England. I mean, obviously Germany's trying to help.
I mean, yeah, so Germany's on side. Adam, do you see Noam in England coming to fight that fight with him?
I mean, I think Noam has a lot of fish to fry here. Kiel, look, the Chris Brand, Peter McNamara alliance is going to be strong for a couple of years, right? You've got the Finland, St. Petersburg move with those fleets. It's not that's going to be pretty lockstep. Given that Peter McNamara is a guy who likes to make sure that he picks up a build in 1902, the one that he can guarantee, assuming that Gnome has other things to do, is Belgium, right? Because he's going to be in a situation where Munich taps Burgundy, Ruhr goes to Belgium, Holland supports Ruhr to Belgium. That's a guaranteed pickup for Peter McNamara. And I sort of expect that's where that build is going to come from, which means that he's going to need to. That Western situation is really interesting. I also am pretty surprised by Brandon Fogel's moves, but they're not reversible, or they are reversible, right? He's got a lot of different ways he can go. It'll be really interesting to see ultimately how things go. I am also surprised to see Chris Brand go to Galicia. It really does look like he's trying to get Ruben on board for an RT here.
Yep. All right, let's see what the fall has for us. David Hood, can you tell us what you see?
The convoy back to Rome is interesting. In other words, the Tuscany and Tyrrhenian Sea was not to go Lyon and Western Med and see if the French would bounce you. It was to see if you could maybe set up some kind of stable line with the French I think that's interesting. That is not in sort of an all-out assault. They do just simply try to get into the Aegean again with support, as you can see, which again is foiled by the Turks attacking Greece. Picking up on something Adam just said, the Russians actually vacate Galicia now and go to Ukraine. So we'll see what that's going to mean. In the West, as you can see, the Russians have not only taken Sweden back, they've killed that army because there's nowhere for it to retreat. The Germans tried to get in North Sea, but that was, let me see here. How was that bounced? Was that a? Oh, I see. Because
Norway
Sweden was hit by
Norwegian.
Sweden hit Denmark to cut the support. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting all the way around. Paris to Gascony is something that happened because of the Italian moves, I think.
Yeah. No, what a turn. There's a whole lot of red arrows this turn. Nicholas, anything you want to add there?
Well, I think what Adam was saying about Peter being able to guarantee Belgium, yes, Nome moved in a way that stopped it, but Peter didn't even try to take it. Those are two armies that are just tapping that. He's looked to play very defensively there, correctly, as it turns out. So, yeah, it looks like Peter, maybe he realised what was coming. You don't tend to win 50-50s against Peter McNamara very often, and now we've seen both in 1901 with the guess on Munich and this here with the attempted EF attack on Holland. Both times, Peter's come out on top. As for Nome, this is why this all-out attack on Russia is so dangerous. It's not worked. If you're in an EF, you almost have to build a fleet now as England so that you can go attack Russia further. But an England that's all fleets is a threat to nobody for a top board. So you really want that army back. How do you justify that if you're attacking Russia and allied with France? This is a really, really tough tactical and diplomatic position for Nome Brown. Norway is very, very vulnerable. The North Sea is still, it needs defending. He's not got any flexibility on this board unless he tries to go attack Riaz. And how much trust is there? If it sounds like the sidelines were saying it wasn't going great for him, people were thinking he was a bit dodgy. His moves have been dodgy and they haven't worked out.
Yep. Adam, you see anything else that we've missed here? Or shall we go straight through into winter?
I just wanted to say, I think, big picture, I think Nome and Riaz both facing pressure from the north and the south respectively, probably both feel like an EF is their only option at this moment in time. I think that we'll probably see that throughout 1903. And, taking a step back, it'll be really interesting to see how the RG versus EF works out, because normally you think EF is going to do really well in that scenario. But, Peter and Chris just have the position and the numbers with the fact that Chris Brand has 3 units in the north. And I think that the south, the story there is just people doing nothing. They don't, Nicola is just trying to keep the status quo. Chris Brand is backing up to try and buy political goodwill. And Ruben is continuously making moves that are just keeping him safe and not advancing his position. And I think that these are all players who really don't want to put their foot on the gas. They really are just trying to make sure that their position going into the mid game remains viable when something else on the other side of the board is incentivizing them to pick up the pace.
Yeah, absolutely. So, another stellar year. We'll see what happens, but let's see what we have from the sideline for 1902.
Okay, here we are with the 1902 sideline reports. I'm going to pass straight on over to Tommy, who has been listening in on the East.
Yeah, it's been quite a ride. I guess the biggest theme that I've heard, I know it's not necessarily the East, but everyone's been worried about Riaz having a soft opening to begin with, or not having many people or in contention with him, or going against him rather. And one of the biggest things from what I remember from the East was obviously Austria not being super happy with Brandon being in Trieste, understandably. But they were able to move past it really quick. He's like, okay, I'll move my 2 fleets, Tuscany, Turanian, will be fine. And I believe Aegean bounce was agreed with Turkey from what I remember from them talking. And then also it was actually kind of a last minute support to Serbia. I don't know if he was going to do that regardless, but someone brought it up to him last minute. I think it was think it was Austria, and Turkey and Russia were able to get over the hurt feelings with Black Sea there, and so they're kind of all just trying to kind of sniff each other out, which was interesting.
So, and over in the West, apparently the Skagerrak move on the last turn was a bot one. Gnome says that advancing north to Skagerrak is something the bot loves to do over at Facebook, so he had to try it. Peter's response to that, that's a gunboat bot. That's not a bot for the game we're playing. Peter's trying hard to sell, Gnome is trying hard to sell Peter on in England, Germany, but Peter's clearly nervous about that potentially being an EF instead. He demands a move to the channel. He refuses to move on Sweden, and Peter and Chris immediately agree to push Gnome out of Skagerrak. Riaz and Peter's discussion is kind of hilarious as an aside. Both try to convince the other that they're now on board with each other after that bounce in Munich, and they'll move against Gnome. Riaz tells Peter that Gnome was supposed to go to Holland, which isn't true. And then Peter tells Riaz that Gnome leaked that plan to him, the plan that didn't exist. That's also not true. That is spring 1902 for the West. I'm going to move on to the fall and back over to Tommy.
This was kind of interesting too, where I've been mainly listening on Brandon's conversations because I've been kind of assigned like the wild card, the middle part of the board, and I'm trying to remember exactly what he talked with. The bounce in Lyon was kind of arranged, but then like France tried to back out of it. I feel like I can't remember exactly what happened there, but the support to Aegean is interesting because from all the conversations I heard, Brandon was like full on board just going against Turkey, but he still wanted to keep a little bit of presence to kind of safeguard against France. But he was really trying to sell to Turkey that he was on board, even though from the beginning he wanted an heir. So it was kind of funny that he was that Turkey was kind of believing him there. And I guess Austria tapping tapping Trieste is kind of interesting, I guess. They just all don't really fully trust each other. They're all trying to because the RT kind of went back and forth, and then the Austria wasn't sure about Italy, and they all just kind of went back and forth, which is kind of fun, as is tradition is.
Yes, it's a very you kind of board over there, I guess. And over in the West, Peter's trying to do damage control with Gnome. He's telling him, after that dislodgement of Skagerrak on the previous phase, he's telling him he just wants to avoid an EF, but Gnome is responding saying, these moves force an EF now. You've locked me into this. Peter offers to let Gnome keep Sweden if he builds fleets Liverpool, but Gnome seems quite dubious about it and immediately goes to Riaz, and that talk goes a lot better. Riaz is actually talking to Peter and saying, I could be willing to go against Gnome here. And Peter is saying, yeah, that seems like a great idea. You should be building a fleet. Riaz asks that he gets to keep Belgium in return for building the fleet. And Peter says, just disband your army instead. I would really quite like it. But clearly towards the end of the phase, something else must have happened because Peter did not end up taking Belgium. So he presumably did want that fleet build. Let's see if Riaz actually did it. Yes, he did. So
yeah.
could spell some trouble for Gnome here. That is 1902 from the sideline. Back to the studio.
All right, and right back, and the builds that we saw from the sideline are here on the screen again. Real quick before we move back through, we'll start with Adam. What were your takeaways there?
Man, I first of all, I think the sideline reporting is really interesting. That the East, nobody trusts each other, which I think we can all kind of clearly see on the board. But the West, the bit of the back and forth. I gotta say, I really hate these builds, both from Gnome and Riaz. Right? If I'm Gnome here, I'm either putting my fleet in Edinburgh or in Liverpool to buy Peter's loyalty or to buy Riaz's loyalty. I think that London, based on the sideline reporting, doesn't necessarily achieve either. I gotta say, I really don't like Riaz's build either, because in this situation, if you're going full bore against England, which I don't think your position is particularly great for, I mean, it probably is given Peter and Chris's disposition. of pieces, but it sounds like maybe not diplomatically. I would probably have built in Marseille in order to simultaneously ward off Brandon by saying, look, man, I got 3 fleets now. You can't come at me. While also, maybe being able to sneak up on Gnome. In this situation, right, if I'm Gnome, I'm probably ordering to the channel, whereas otherwise you might have been able to walk the Irish Sea or walk to the channel with no contest. I think that the position that he's built without the army also risks Liverpool, right? If Mao goes to Irish or North Atlantic Ocean without Gnome responding in the spring move, right, he's basically giving up the dot. And he's in a position in which Gascony is free to make that convoy, which is a really strong position for Riaz and guarantees that he's going to be a top 4 contender regardless of what else happens. So I think that, the builds here are really, really rough. And if I was Riaz looking to make that attack, I think the fleet in Marseille was the better move to be able to sneak that.
Yeah. I think this is exactly what we were referencing last turn with losing that army for Gnome is just devastating at this point in a top board situation. So we'll see if he can make the Fleet London build work. And we'll go right to the moves. David, tell us what you see.
I had thought these fleets, the 2 fleet builds, were defensive. It wouldn't even have surprised me for ENF to tell each other they were going to do it as a way to try to unhinge the RG. And it's not going to work. But I think North Atlantic is arranged, and I think English Channel is arranged. But we'll see. The Germans try to take North Sea, but that doesn't work because you've got Norway going to the North Sea to block that with support of London. Now, there wasn't any way for Gnome to not do something, either that it's a bounce in North Atlantic or it's not. There wasn't anything he could do about that and keep Norway. So he knows that he's probably at this point trying to make peace with Russia and saying, just take it with an army and we'll be all even Stevens again and we'll be friendly, which is exactly what happens there. In the East, we do have a little bit of rearrangement here in terms of the army going to Albania and the Austrians, who've never been happy with the Italians in Trieste going ahead and taking Trieste. I don't think there's anything necessarily antagonistic about that. I think that's just a rearrangement, and we'll see in the fall, of course, what happens. As you can see, the Italians are still going full bore Lepanto into the Eastern Med, and the Austrians still trying to take Bulgaria with support. Black Sea to Romania and then Seb to Black Sea, I doubt that's actual conflict. That's probably Kabuki theater, but we'll find out.
All right. McCullis, anything to add there?
Looks to me like there may have been a wrong coast support on Bulgaria from Serbia. It didn't actually matter because Turkey correctly made the right defensive moves, but hopefully they noticed that if that's the plan to try it again in autumn. The other thing I'd say is that Brandon, he's made the move for like the full board Lepanto, except his army is no longer convoyable for the move to Syria. So Ruben doesn't have to worry about that, which if you're letting Ruben into the Aegean Sea, there's a good argument that this is exactly why you do that, because then he can't block the convoy to Syria. So Brandon moving that army up to Venice, they could do it from Albania instead, but either way, you'd think that this is a little more hostile to Austria. You've got the 2 on Trieste still. It's very easy to turn this around, whereas if you play it the normal way and just have the army that may be convoying from Rome or Naples here, Austria has a lot less to fear.
Yeah. I mean, I think you two have nailed it so far. I'm just going to push through into the fall and let Adam tell me what he sees here.
I see a lot of arrows. Yeah, it's funny. I typed into the announcer chat that I thought we would see an AT forming in 1904, and I put that in 1902. And here we are with the AT in the fall of 1903, ahead of schedule. Looking at Greece supports Aegean to Ionian, I think that is a very significant rearrangement of alliances, and I think that this plays to both Nicola and Ruben's balance of power play. I think that Nicola was worried about Riaz, but Riaz is not the one who's going to end up in the beneficial position in the West. And, now we're in a situation where Nicolas feels better about no longer needing Brandon Fogel to put that pressure on Riaz. And he goes, okay, now it looks like we can work together. With the situation where Chris Brand is going in the north, I think Nicolas and Ruben go, maybe we don't want him going up without any kind of contention, and we want to make sure we can be working together to control him. And I think that both of them feel probably pretty good about the situation here. I think it's really interesting to watch Noam and Riaz going at it when Peter and Chris Brand seem to both be happy. Chris Brand grows Norway, Peter McNamara grows Belgium, and it doesn't look like it's too dangerous for either of them. I think that in the long run, Peter will have to worry about Sweden to the Baltic, but that's something that Chris Brand isn't going to do unless someone else is doing it with him. It's just not his play style to make that kind of move alone. And right now, there's no one else on the board with a bunch of armies in the middle that are going to be pressuring Peter McNamara other than Riaz, who's going to have to choose now which unit to pull, with again a bounce in the North Atlantic Ocean and again a bounce in the English Channel. If that was arranged in the spring of 1903, which I know that was David's read, but I doubt that. I don't think that doing it 2 rounds in a row to try and break up Germany and Russia, that's just a lot of wasted tempo by an FG an EF, sorry, who I thought were really stuck together, but didn't seem to agree with me. And I think that now they're gonna reap the downfall of not working together. I think this is really interesting board state and a really interesting realignment here that's happening in the fall of 1903.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say that the absolute absence of units from St. Petersburg to North Africa, just straight down that line in the middle of the board, is not something I see very often. But before we move on and talk about what's happening behind the scenes, David, anything you want to add to flavor this?
I just want to say Spain to Portugal.
Mm-hmm.
That is not what you do, I don't think, if you are actually trying to signal that you are against the English. If you really are against the English, you go to the Irish here, you move your fleet out to the mid-Atlantic so that you can put your fleets in play against England, says me. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I still think they are trying their best to change the arrangement between Russia and Germany. Perhaps I'm wrong, but obviously the big news here is that the AT has formed sort of. I don't know really how Chris Brand fits into that equation yet, but certainly Brandon got Sahugade right there.
Yeah, David, I'm really curious to know what your read is on that, though, because if you're Riaz and you really are not, and you're really trying just theater with England, your position now is Army Gascony, Army Burgundy, with 3 fleets on the board. Where's your play in order to make any successful attack on a 3-army Germany who's growing 1?
I don't think he thought he had a successful attack to make, is my point. I think he believes that his best solution to Germany is to somehow convince Chris that or Peter that a Russia-German alliance is not necessary because England and France are not together. There's been a lot of talk in the West about, there's an EF. Well, there is now because you're forcing an EF. And I think that's what's going on here. Again, I could be wrong, but that's the way I read it.
I think it's notable that Belgium was pulled. It could have retreated to Picardy, and by pulling Belgium, you can't get rid of that excess fleet in Portugal, which if you're doing an EF, you're now trapped in a free fleet France that has pretty much no way of ever breaking into Germany without some real help from the east, which is even less likely with Chris Brand's fleet now being in Skagerrak, so he can't drop into Baltic easily. So to me, this almost looks like Riaz has no choice but to attack England or maybe drop into the Med and attack Italy. But if you're doing that, Spain to Portugal is again the wrong move. So yeah, it just doesn't look like there is any sort of position on this map for Riaz to attack Peter McNamara now.
And we're
don't get me wrong. I'm sorry. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Riaz might not attack England. I'm just saying that their attempt. I think they knew they were bouncing. Is my point. I think they knew all of that was bouncing. And Riaz was hoping that would change the diplomatic equation. If it doesn't, then he can still pivot and actually go and try to fight England.
All right. Well, we've got a lot of theories that we've tossed out here, so let's see what the sideline reports have to tell us about this year.
All right, welcome to the 1903 sideline report. I'm passing straight over to Nicola, who's been listening in on the east.
Yes, thanks, Marcus. And it's a fascinating East, honestly. Everything is happening at the same time in every room. Basically, it starts with an AI. They're saying that they're afraid of France, but it goes really directly on the matter of Trieste. And Austria is really not happy Trieste still being here. Brent says, I'm going to move out to Albania, and then we can make a switch. You give me Greece, and I give you back Trieste. They seem to agree on that, and but Austria is very frank with Italy and saying, well, I'm not a fool, and basically he says that he understands Italy is using France as a lever to receive builds, but that Brennan is never really going to actually move against France. At the same time, you have RT talking together, and T is trying to sell a rat really strong. And then comes a very decisive conversation. A and T are speaking together, and again, T trying to sell the rat again and again. And T saying he's scared about Italy. So as soon as Austria moves against Italy, the AT is on. Rat or AT, he doesn't really care. Austria also says to Russia that he is very frustrated because Russia only gives him a few seconds at the end of each turn. And the last point is that Brendan, actually in Italy, is backing off of Riaz because he's worried about Peter's growth. So it seems that Austria's fears have been confirmed.
Yeah, okay. And over in the West, Peter seems to be in the driving seat here now. Riaz has built the anti-English fleet and is discussing plans of attack against Nome. And Chris is obviously still solidly on Peter's side. In a conversation with Nome, Peter actually lies in order to try to turn Nome more against Riaz, telling him that Riaz sold out his move against Holland, something that wasn't true, and that's why Peter didn't go for Belgium. Nome says he's forfeiting Scandinavia in order to try and defend himself, but actually he's gone to Riaz and he's told him, hey, can we bounce here and here and, you know, have this kind of fake war? And that's exactly what ends up happening. His fleet ends up retreating to Skagerrak instead of going down into the English Channel. Important note from Ed, who was listening into these conversations, Peter seems much more concerned with making sure everyone is on his side than he is with actual growth. Okay, and moving ahead to the fall here, back over to the East.
In the fall, again, like the East is very funny to listen to. So Brent tells Turkey that he's been taken by surprise by the attack on Trieste, which is, of course, a complete lie from the conversation we've heard. So that's the first lie in the turn. Then you have Austria and Russia this time talking first together. A saying he's not doing air if I is not really convoying to Syria. Basically, he says that's an essential move to have. But they're not sure that he will. They don't believe that he will. And if he does that, Austria is supposed to leave Trieste. Well, it seems that the plans have changed. Then there is a very important conversation here again between A and R about Brendan. They both say, here, Italy has all the cards in their hands, and we both hate Brendan being in charge. So both are happy if Austria takes a build from Brendan. T comes in the room and says, well, here it's Italy's game, and I don't want it to be Italy's game. And AR says, it's funny, that's exactly what we just said. So then there is A and T discussing together. They are very honest, and A says, okay, I am willing to support you into Ionian. Turkey says, okay, I am doing that. This way it cuts Ionian in case they want to attack Greece. You have T alone in the room and saying, they are all way too nice to me. They give me all of their moves so that nobody grows, but they move forward. So he also says to Austria that he is more inclined to believe him because Austria told him from the start last turn to cut Romania, whereas Russia told him 20 seconds before the deadline. So interesting situation for Ruben. Basically, everybody wants to save him, but keep attacking him. And yeah, that's all for the East.
All right, and in the West, Riaz is pointing the fingers at Chris now, saying, hey, he's a real threat. This is in discussion with Peter, trying to convince him that Chris is someone he needs to focus on. Peter seems quite dismissive of this, emphasizing that they need to take Gnome out first. Riaz suggests slowing down the attack against Gnome to deal with Peter, and to deal with Chris even, and Peter just responds, no. Meanwhile, Gnome is selling Peter on the idea that he's been stabbed and wants to go against Riaz, but in reality, he's going to Riaz and he's saying, let's take Peter down here, let's go for Holland. Riaz is kind of nervous about that idea, clearly. He's saying he doesn't think it's going to work. But after a lot of convincing from Gnome, he does agree to go for the move, and as you can see here, he attempts it. Sadly for him, does not end up working out. Right, that is our sideline for 1903. Back to the studio.
Wow, what a year. I want to say also that missed in this sideline, because it came in so late to Marcus and Nicola this time, was Chris Brand in Russia threatened Austria at the last minute that if he stabbed Italy, that his build would be in Warsaw. So a rare, line in the sand threat from Chris Brand, which I don't see very often. And many, many reports of just furious typing here, there, and everywhere. Our reporters are literally in every chat, everywhere they can see, capturing everything they can get. And a special shout out to Nicolas Taillet, who is here translating the French negotiations between Nicolas Sahuguet and Ruben Sanchez for us. This has been a difficulty for us in the past because not everyone here speaks fluent French. And the sheer number of French players this year has been wonderful, but we don't always have someone to translate for us. With that said, Michalis, what are your takeaways from that sideline?
I think that the discussions between A and T about a rat make a lot of sense. If you're taking out Brandon Fogel on this board and England is dying, you need a mechanism to contain Riaz Virani, which means you sort of need this RG to stick together and work, because if Chris Brand starts dropping centres as well, Peter McNamara is sort of left by himself. And we saw last week in the semi-finals that a France that was eating up a weak England and then being on a 1-on-1 with Germany was exactly how Riaz and the other French tops happened. So from a board management point of view, even though Chris Brand seems to be in a little bit of a fraught negotiation with Austria, and both Austria and Turkey have mentioned that he's coming to them quite late, I think that they're still going to try and give room to Chris for this GR to work out, at least until Germany is in a better position vis-a-vis England and perhaps has got an English centre or two. And at that point, you can start saying, oh, we don't need Chris. But yeah, if you're going after Italy here, the GR is sort of the only mechanism for containing Riaz.
It's interesting that Chris was so strong with Nicola about not stabbing Brandon. That is an interesting answer. And it's probably because Chris is way more worried at this point about Ruben getting out of the box and having a fleet in the Black Sea than he's even worried about containing Riaz. That would be my guess.
Yeah. And a result of that last-minute threat from Chris Brand, which I think he read the board quite correctly, letting Ruben out of the box is not something Chris wants to see. He does indeed build in Warsaw. So we'll see how that goes into 1904, and we'll push right to it. We'll go to Adam for the moves here.
Yeah, I mean, Chris backing off that threat almost immediately. Warsaw to Moscow. I mean, this is a rough situation for Chris Brand because he knows that the growth opportunities are for his allies, Germany, Austria, Turkey, and that if he just sits back and does nothing for 3 game years, he'll be the small partner. But knowing Chris Brand, maybe that's where he wants to be thinking about board management. But maybe I should talk about the moves themselves. You have Skagerrak supporting Helgoland to the north. That's guaranteed to go. A continued, I have to imagine at this point, arranged bounce to the North Atlantic Ocean. David was correct. That was arranged, but man, how inefficient and really punishing to both those players that's occurring. Portugal moving back to Spain. Now that it looks like Riaz wants to get involved maybe in the Italian situation, and quite honestly, probably being invited back there by Brandon to make sure that Ruben is not going to run amok in those Italian centers. It looks like Brandon kicking Ruben out of Ionian. Ruben chooses to retreat to Naples, sort of an interesting position, and Greece moving up to Albania. That's a lot of trust being shown by Nicolas Sahogay towards Ruben Sanchez. I think the other really interesting move here is Munich to Tyrolia. Peter McNamara saying, I got a unit. I can play balance of power. I can make sure that Brandon Fogel doesn't die too quickly, because he knows that the AT needs to be slowed down just enough to make sure that the tempo that he has in the West is faster and more dominant than the tempo that the AT is going to have in the East. I really think there's just a lot of play that's fascinating. And the board management moving forward from this particular alliance structure is going to be really interesting to watch.
Yeah, I will agree with that. I not to step into the analyst chair too much before I toss it back to one of the other of you, but I just really hate this set of moves between Noam and Riaz right now. There's so much wasted momentum with the bounce in NAO, the bounce in English Channel, Portugal, Spain. I've been wrong before, and I hope they start to do more interesting things. McCullis, looking at that, how could they turn that around? How can they make this work if they can at this point?
Last week, one of the games where France didn't top but was very strong, Ed Sullivan was France, Liam Stokes was Italy, and they did an FI alliance where Ed came into the med and helped prop Liam up against an AT. And in the short term, it worked really well in containing the AT. But it meant Ed Sullivan never had the fleet dominance in the north to do the meta path that all the other French tops had in taking the English dots and just dominating up there. And I believe that cost him the game. And it looks to me like Riaz might be about to make a similar decision, because you're looking at this. What EF? There's no EF anymore. They've lost all their position. The real logical thing for Riaz to do is to cut out Gnome at this point, because if Germany and Russia end up taking the English dots and Riaz still gets nothing, he's going to be in a really difficult position for turning that around later. So I look at this turn as, I kind of get why Gnome did it. I don't get why Riaz didn't just drop into Irish Sea and really start just going after England. I think that this is, as you say, it's really inefficient, but I think that they're both just sort of sitting back and letting other people take control of this game, and it's not going to be easy to wrest that back, especially if that French fleet now extends into the med to help prop Brandon up.
I could not agree more. This is like the worst possible scenario for Riaz. If you're going to help England, then help them by letting London and Norwegian support North Sea. You go to English Channel to help them, and you go to Mid-Atlantic to North Atlantic to help them, literally help them. This is the worst of all worlds. You're not getting any piece of England, and you're helping to destroy them. It's not good.
Yep. All right. Well, we'll see if anything changes in the fall. And David, why don't we stick with you to tell us what you see?
Well, this is what Riaz was sort of hoping for, that he could patch up his relationship with Germany, and that's why he's going to the English Channel, I guess. Brandon's just playing defense, and he's playing it fine over in the East by killing the fleet that's by itself. The big news here is that the AT is not a rat. It's an AT. It's an AstroTurk. And one of the enemies of an AstroTurk is the Russians. And that is exactly what has happened in the East with Armenia and Romania. That's the interesting news for me from this turn. What is not interesting to me is a continued bounce in the North Atlantic that I just don't entirely get. Maybe you do that if you're Riaz, but I'm trying to work my way out of this somehow and do something more productive than that.
Yeah, absolutely. Adam, anything else stick out to you?
I was pretty surprised when Ionian retreated to Naples and not to Tunis, because from Tunis, he would have been more likely to keep that fleet alive on the other side of Ionian. Losing that fleet is a huge blow to Ruben's long-term ability to top this board. The dot almost doesn't matter at this point. It would have been fine living in North Africa. It would have been fine living in Lyon, but the ability to control Brandon's position with a fleet over there was huge. Losing it, oof, man, building two fleets back is just not the same. And with the move to Armenia, it's basically got to be two fleets if you're going to be an AT. I wonder how much Peter's continued momentum will be driving Nicolas and Ruben's decision making. It's hard here because they both need to grow in conjunction with Peter in order to keep pace with him. But also, by attacking Chris Brand, you are stopping the only person who can make moves against Peter McNamara, who is, I think, in the most dominant and most likely to grow position on the board at the moment. It's a bit of an interesting choice, right? With that army in Warsaw, I was surprised they didn't say, look, we're just going to keep Brandon on the ice for a little bit. We'll go full bore at Peter McNamara, Chris Brand, if you're willing to. My guess from the sideline reporters is what we're going to hear is that conversation happened. Chris Brand said, no, my fleet is in Skagerrak, not in Sweden. I'm not willing to put it back down into the Baltic. I'm working with Peter. I'm not going to prop up Nome, and the RAT is not going to be on. And that as a result, the AT was like, look, we don't have any other choice, right? The only way to do this is to free up Austrian armies to go attack Peter McNamara. And that has to drive our decision making. And I think that looking forward to 1905, it'll be really interesting to see how that happens. I'm also really keen to see whether or not Ruben builds another army. I think whether or not he builds another army will tell us a lot about the relationship between him and Nicolas. I think he needs another army if he wants to top the board and keep control over there. I think that the two fleets is the only way that Nicolas will feel comfortable. So let's see where it goes.
Okay, well, I think that's a perfect transition right now to the sideline for fall of 1904. So let's see what we got.
All right, we are back with the 1904 sideline report. I'm going to start in the West here. So in his beautifully blunt way, Peter had a response to Gnome right at the start that Ed felt like he should point out. Gnome said to Peter, it's up to you if we work together. And Peter just replied to Gnome, yeah, I agree. Which is a great response to that. Regardless of that, Peter and Gnome seem to come to an agreement where Gnome goes to the channel and Peter agrees not to go to North Sea. However, Gnome seems to know he can't really work with Peter and goes back to Riaz to try and get another agreement. He tries to negotiate another bounce in the channel and a bounce in North Atlantic. Riaz is pushing him hard to let him into the channel and not tie down units bouncing there, claiming he isn't the threat and that Peter will take the North. The blown up army in Belgium seems to be the real sticking point here, with Gnome using that as a reason not to entirely trust Riaz. Riaz does eventually go for the agreed moves, while Peter doesn't keep to his side of the deal with Gnome. He goes into North Sea anyway. There's an interesting question of will this flip Gnome to Riaz's side? Now, over to the east with Tommy.
Yeah, one of the first things I jumped right into Brandon's conversation with Turkey, with Ruben, and Brandon just basically saying, I'm pledging my allegiance to you, like I put my trust in Austria in the past, and now I'm quite mad, hence the Adriatic retreat. And what was it here? I'm sorry, look at my notes, don't mind me here. And then Austria goes on to tell him that he attacked him because Russia was feeding their moves to Turkey, so he felt he couldn't go against Turkey anymore, which in actuality he is doing that. And then Russia goes on to propose an RT against Italy, even though Russia had just came off of an air AIR with Italy, and he's just like, yeah, no, let's just go against Brandon, and then basically, a rat, not an AIR, excuse me, and he basically says once Brandon's out of the way, we go after Nicolas, which is kind of funny.
Right, and then moving ahead to the fall here, let me just get that up. We had Gnome still wanting to bounce the North Atlantic Ocean regardless of Peter going into North Sea, and Riaz is starting to get really frustrated about this now. He's saying Gnome is dragging Riaz down because he's constantly insisting on bounces while he's losing ground to Russia and Germany. Eventually, Gnome relents and agrees to let him go into the channel, but still says, no, we need to be bouncing North Atlantic. I'm not going to let you in there. He really doesn't want to leave Liverpool open for the stab. Gnome and Peter's discussion, despite not coming to a conclusion there, is a bit interesting, as Gnome tells Peter he doesn't want Peter to move on Russia. He thinks that will give the game to Austria-Turkey. He instead gives Peter a moveset against France, saying Picardy will be open, you can go in there. It is true, but Peter doesn't take it. And finally, Chris sells Peter out a little bit here to Gnome. He says that he's not going to be supporting North Sea and that Gnome can go for it. But as you can see, Gnome didn't take that. Over to you in the East, Tommy.
Yeah, I think from the beginning here, immediately like Brandon confronts Chris saying, he was trying to be straight up with him, being like, okay, you told Nicola to stab me, and Chris is like, well, no, I didn't really do that. But like I heard Chris literally saying that, and then I heard Brandon confronting him, and he's like, look, like if you're not straight with me, like you need me alive, like you gotta work with me here. And then I'm looking at, so there's notes here from Nicola, the DBN broadcaster, saying, says Italy to Turkey, do you only want to do nice things for Nicola to the end of the game, or are you trying to win yourself? Well, we all should always be trying to do that. And says Turkey, very straightforward. I cannot switch alliances like that. Then I saw Russia and Turkey agreeing again to DMZ Armenia, although it didn't really happen because Turkey went to Armenia. And then Chris committed to Norway. Norway to speaking with England, committing to Norway. Doesn't trust Peter apparently. So, which is funny because in the beginning they always seemed very friendly with each other. So see what happens there. And says he's not supporting North Sea for maybe speaking to England to Nome.
Yep. All right, and that is our 1904 sideline report. Back to the studio.
All right. Another great year in the background. David Hood, any surprises there for you?
The one thing that doesn't surprise me is the sideline reporting of two-timing Tornado of Tumult, Tommy Tombstone Anderson. He's got a great read on what's going on in the East, and it's always funny to hear him do that. It's those Eastern discussions, frankly, that I'm finding them more interesting. The which side is Chris on? Is Ruben really going to stick with Nicolas Sahuge going forward? Those are the things that to me are very interesting. The West, it frankly just frustrates me that Noam and Riaz have not gotten their act together, and Peter has been able to ride that. I'm not saying Peter's position is unassailable by any means, but he's certainly in a strong position diplomatically and physically on the board.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're just going to push right into builds. Our big question of the year is, does Ruben Sanchez build that double fleet to keep the AstroTurk alive, or do we see the army build? And the winner is double fleets for the AstroTurk. We'll see if that turns out to be a good idea or not as we push forward into spring of 05. Adam Siegel, I'll give this to you.
I think that the first thing that jumps out to me is Nicolas Sahuge backing off of the attack on Brandon Fogel, which I think opens up a lot more options for Nicolas Sahuge moving forward. He looks at this board position and says, man, Ruben built 2 fleets. Nothing he can do to fight me. Looks like I'll get Brandon to go fight Ruben, because Ruben desperately needs Nicolas Sahuge to keep that pressure on Brandon Fogel. But Nicolas like, you know what? Not going to do it. Not going to do it. And not only that, but he chooses not to get involved in the situation in Romania. So it'll be interesting to see how that changes or doesn't change in the fall. Peter McNamara drops down a little bit more forcefully. Munich to Bohemia is a really big deal here. Taking a look at Nicolas' position, and maybe that's good news for Chris Brand and Ruben. And maybe we'll also maybe make some changes to that AT situation in the East. In the West, there's a lot of arrows there, and I'm having trouble figuring out what's going on. But it looks like English Channel convoys Belgium or supports Belgium to, man, if I'm Riaz, I got to say that's another one of those situations where I'm just a little bit frustrated, right? If that unit retreats, it retreats to Wales so that it covers Liverpool. Why would you agree to make that support in the spring? Say, look, I'll support you in the fall, no big deal, but I'm not gonna make that supported move that's going to allow you to A, get an army on the island, and B, to allow him to defend Liverpool for my unit in the North Atlantic Ocean, right? As a whole, I maybe just don't understand what Riaz is doing there, and I think that maybe I just expected stronger play from him. It seems like maybe he was just needed to do something to get Peter on side, but Peter keeps growing with no one threatening him.
I think you do that move if you're allowed to get Belgium in recompense behind it, because that puts the powers at the same level.
But if you have 2 armies and a fleet in Belgium, your fleet in Belgium is stuck there for a really long time until Peter grows and chooses whether he wants to attack Riaz or attack Chris Brand. And that's just up to Peter McNamara in 1907, whatever he wants to do. It's not good for Riaz. That's sort of my point. You could still have done that in the fall by taking Belgium with an army, which is a stronger position for him.
But that's what I was suggesting. You would take it with an army. If once the German army's leaving, you go ahead and take it now. If you're going to do it in the spring, I agree the fall would have been better. But if you're going to do it in the spring, you should get Belgium right now.
Agreed.
I think also building on that, you look at Fleet Western Med. What is that doing? Now that Brandon piffed that Turkish fleet last turn, he didn't need the extra fleet down there to defend the Ionian Sea. So the fleet that's in Western Med now, you're actually scaring Brandon because you're going, now I might need to cover Tunis because you've not pulled out of there. If that fleet had gone back, you can then move it up to Irish Sea this turn, and then you have the guaranteed lot at Liverpool. So again, yeah, Riaz, both fronts, super inefficient moves. And if he's there to help Brandon, he's just scaring him. And if he's not there to help Brandon, why not just walk into Tunis and try and cut some deal with Turkey? In either scenario, that's a really inefficient use of that unit as well.
Either that or a lack of commitment, trying to keep your options open too long when sometimes you just need to make a call.
Yeah. It seems like a lack of decision making in the West here for Riaz, and just, I mean, does anyone disagree with me that Peter McNamara's position is the strongest on this board? And
it's early, but yes.
But he's also, let's be fair, he's still only a 6-center Germany, right? He's got all the pieces doing everything he wants, but he's still only got 6 pieces on the board. A combined organization between Chris Brand and Nicolas Sahuge could easily take his position down. Chris Brand and Nome and Riaz together could easily take his position down. The question is, who has the political will at this point to make those moves? And the answer is nobody. Nobody's interested. So maybe that'll change by 1907. That's my prediction.
I will say I do also really like Chris Brand's position. It looks like it's quite a tough one with the AT attacking him, but with Peter now committing to an invasion in the south, England on the ropes, and presumably Germany's going to do some sort of support of Norway up to Norwegian, I think Chris actually has a lot of options on this board. And as you say, if he can flip Nicola, probably not Ruben, but Nicola has a lot of reason to flip now. I think there's a lot of chances for Chris going forward too.
I meant to say, I think Nikolai's moves were not abandoning Turkey. I think he was just responding to a Russian in Galicia. We'll see in the fall turn.
I'm also interested in that perspective, because I disagree. I actually don't like Chris Brand's position. I think his growth opportunities are very few and far between, and it'll be harder for him to get from 6 to, say, 8.
I think that if there's an AT, he's going to get the chance to get back into Romania, and I think that there's not a lot of reason for the AT to continue.
Well, I will let McCullis talk about these moves, because back into Romania, indeed, Chris does get.
Yeah, I think I just looked at that board and saw no reason for Nicola to stay on the AT once the AT attack on Italy was dead, and so this is sort of what I expected to happen, and here we go. Nicola changes things up. He supports Chris straight back into Romania. He does the sort of defensive moves on bouncing Italy, and doesn't have to even protect Vienna too much. Maybe this is a deal with Peter McNamara as well. Maybe Peter's unit down there has influenced Nicola and has basically gone to him and said, "You've got to do what I say or else." So perhaps there was a little bit of threat involved. Elsewhere in the West, we do see that sort of EF trying to get back in position. London is retaken by the EF, which I'm very surprised to see London not pulled by Peter. With Belgium being walked into by the army, which you would presume was by that agreement, but with North Sea also being lost thanks to support from Chris Brand as well, I'm quite surprised Peter McNamara has not withdrawn that army and rebuilt it for defensive purposes. That's a very aggressive move to keep that on the map here. And Riaz does pull that fleet back out of the Med, which he probably should have done last turn. It looks sort of like they're setting up for an FR now, where Nome is going to be a puppet for a year or two, and then they both just kill him.
You know, the political will that Adam was just looking for was just found by all three of them. I guess we shouldn't underestimate the Super 7. They got to this game for a reason, but they realized exactly what Adam was suggesting they should realize and acted on it. Good for them.
Yeah, and you know, I gotta say, Riyadh's proven me wrong, right? Going from 5 to 7 in the game year where I've been saying, man, I can't believe Riyadh's moves. Look at him getting London and Belgium off of both of his neighbors. And
he's
probably,
in the Norwegian.
I gotta say, not making either of them too angry at him, right? I think both of them probably feel reasonably like they can work with Riyadh moving forward.
And he's also in the Norwegian. I mean, his position just got a heck of a lot better. It just goes to show you.
It really did.
There is nothing that these players love more than proving us commentators wrong. And we are hours behind the actual game that is happening here, but we have no idea what happened. So we're seeing it as though it's happening live. So this is
Siobhan,
the board.
I'm sorry. Can you one more moveset that I wanted to talk about that we didn't address, which was Brandon Fogel's move from the Ionian to Greece and Ruben's move from Aegean to Greece. I'm wondering which one of them believed that they had support into Greece from the other.
Or both.
Neither.
Or neither. It's possible it was neither, but I think we'll probably see a little more coordination from them in the next round. I don't think that we'll continue to see so much aggression despite the fact that they both have a lot of fleets.
Yeah. Well, let's see if the sideline report for 1905 has any answers as to that move or anything else that's going on.
All right. Here we are with the 1905 sideline report. I'm going to be having a look at the West here once again. So in spring 1905, France and Germany are working together. But while Gnome isn't feeling good about his chances, he's not stopping trying. He's still holding out hope that Riaz will work with him in particular. He finally agrees to stop bouncing North Atlantic Ocean, saying that if Riaz moves to Picardy and uses English Channel, they can make good progress against Peter. But as you can see from the moves, it seems like Riaz is just wanting to take advantage of this to get English dots. There's still some distrust between Peter and Riaz, though. Peter was offered London here, but also part of that deal was that he give Belgium over to Riaz. We'll get back to exactly how that works in the fall, but Peter does say to Chris he's worried that taking London will actually come back to bite him in this scenario. And he's debating whether to not give Riaz Belgium at all. And now over to the East with Nicola.
Yeah, the East is very interesting, actually. So it's the blame game in the spring. So Turkey says, yeah, I took Romania, but basically Austria offered a center and I took it and you didn't offer me anything. Says he's like kind of a puppet to Austria, but trying to make the best of it. And he actually loathes when Russia says, well, I can put you into Budapest and then we take 3 dots off immediately from Nicolas Sergei. And Ruben can't stop laughing and basically says, yeah, I really don't believe that to be a realistic plan. And then the AT is discussing tactics about Greece and Romania, saying the French fleet is key and what it's going to do in the fall. And they think they need another army. Then you have a talk between I and T, and Brandon is saying very hard that basically Nicolas Sergei is the worst thing here that can happen to him and to Ruben. So he's trying to convince Ruben very hard to go after Austria, of course, and that they need to destroy a fleet to make an army out of it too. Apparently, there was also a talk between Austria and Russia, with Russia wanting to have Romania back, and Austria says he doesn't want to fight anymore. He wants to kill Brandon and then Ruben.
Okay, so over to the West again for the fall here. So Gnome actually offers Peter support into Norway, but Peter declines that and says he wants to go to English Channel instead. Gnome is not happy with supporting that one. Peter then goes to Riaz, and he tries to wriggle his way out of the Belgium commitment that he made in the spring. He's asking if Riaz really needs it, and he's also adding extra demands onto what Riaz needs to do in order for Peter to give it. He's saying things like, we need to bounce in Burgundy, otherwise this doesn't work for me. Riaz is having none of it. He straight up tells Peter, I need that, and you agree to give it to me. He does agree to do the bounce in Burgundy, and they eventually do come to an agreement about it. It should be noted, this FG cooperation is not going unnoticed, though, and Gnome's pitches to Chris, in particular, seem like they might be working. As you can see here, he does actually support Norwegian into Norths. Okay, so over to the east.
To the east, it starts with AT talk, and A actually saying, well, this FG is actually going to win the game, and I don't want this FG to win the game because, of course, it means that I don't win the game if they do that. So he proposes Turkey a bold plan. He says, give up back Romania to Russia, and I give Greece to you. They seem to have an agreement on that, and Turkey says, yeah, but Italy and Russia must be on board. Italy must be agreeable to go in the West afterwards. And they negotiate that actually to force together and then in an air talk. But as soon as Ruben is out of the room, basically the air says, why do we need Ruben actually in that plan? And they try to negotiate basically for Nicola to get Bulgaria, Russia to get Romania, and Italy to get Greece. And as you see, that's something they try to do, but Ruben is defending admirably these points here. So then there is a talk between R and T, and R is actually saying, yeah, I'm up with the plan of Nicholas, but I think he's lying to one of us. And he says, you should cover Bulgaria. So again, like people being very honest with Ruben in the way they're talking to him, basically to make sure that he doesn't die too quickly and that it doesn't profit to somebody in particular. And yeah, that's all for the fall here.
All right, so that's our 1905 report. Back to the studio.
All right, another year down. Adam, did you feel like you got any answers there on Greece?
Yeah, super fascinating. So it sounds like maybe Brandon thought he was going to get it, but didn't. It was interesting looking at the set of moves now while listening to the sideline report that in fact Nikola Sahuge could have guaranteed Bulgaria, but instead supported Russia into Galicia, guaranteeing the Russian move, not guaranteeing his own move. An interesting choice.
Yep.
Not necessarily wrong, just interesting.
All right. Well, we see a couple of adjustments here on the board. Riaz, after much haranguing from us on the broadcast team, is going up 2, and Chris Brand is building 1. And a couple of disbands elsewhere on the board. Let's see what we've got. David Hood, I'll let you speak to these builds. Anything surprise you?
No, the French builds, I think, were almost guaranteed to be an army and a fleet under the circumstances. Because he really needs another fleet to nail down control of the northern waters eventually. Because eventually he's going to take over England and become England, and he needs fleets in order to do that. And so that fleet is not really anti-English as much as it is pro-control of the northern waters by France in his ongoing war with Germany, which I think is going to be on from this point forward. Chris actually is thinking exactly the same thing about building the fleet north coast. There's still going to be some disorder and disruption and chaos in the northern waters, and he wants to be not just a 1-fleet Russia, but a 2-fleet Russia. As he said in his pregame interview, the north is really important to Russia, and all of us know that is absolutely true.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's notable that even though Chris supported England into North Sea last turn, that northern fleet he's built is on the north coast, which suggests that maybe he's going to now try and make peace with Peter quite quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Because if this was a push all after Peter McNamara move, you'd expect South Coast, and that's definitely not happened.
Yeah.
Also, I think that fleet gets into the action faster if it's north coast. It can go immediately to Norway. You move Norway down to Skagerrak, even if your intentions are a little bit up in the air.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with all of that. I think the GR is still alive and good to go for a number more years, and we have not seen the last of Chris Brand, even though he was on a little bit of a rope a season or two ago.
The
we'll
one
see
poll
what-
which surprised me, sorry, Siobhan, to jump in there.
Yeah.
The one poll which surprised me was Yorkshire over Bohemia for Peter McNamara. I think it's that one was a bit of a surprise because that army would have been really hard to get off that island and would have given him a lot more control in the West. I think that Army Bohemia says, I still want to have some say in what's happening in the East in a way I think maybe is a little aggressive, actually.
I think it's also a diplomatic play, cry for help to England, saying, I am now not against you. Let's have you take London back from France and we'll be on the same team.
Yeah, sure. But if you were going to do that, why not pull like Fleet Helgoland and say, convoy me? Right? I mean, isn't that a better move than losing the extra army? Because England just wants to see the fleets off the board.
Noam also wants to see the German army off of his country.
England also pulled Edinburgh rather than Wales, which if you're just a French puppet is the less useful one, because there's no reason that France wants that fleet in Wales to be sticking around.
Yeah. Stellar comment from Andrew Goff here. We have to change the French meta. Germany and England are fighting again. France shockingly coming out on top. We have to stop doing this. So to the community, that is a call to action from a many-time world champion, Andrew Goff.
Andrew Goff, and why should we listen to him? Come on now.
The next time that Andrew Goff is playing England or Germany, I wonder if he's going to strongly ally and go after France. I'm going to put real money on that he does not do that.
Well, we have got that 4 fleets in the North France situation again, which is exactly how all 3 of them rode it to a top last week.
All right. Well, we'll see if anyone can stop this French bulldozer that's coming. Adam, I'll let you speak to the moves this time.
You know, we said 4 fleets in the French fleets in the north, but Mid-Atlantic Ocean goes to Spain. Chris Brand gets his wish, Army Armenia to Bulgaria. Brandon Fogel's moves I actually kind of like here. Just saying, hey guys, let's just take a minute and see where the game direction is going. And also interesting, Chris Brand. That's a set of moves I don't understand. North Coast St. Petersburg supports Sweden to Norway to Skagerrak. Leaving the fleet on the North Coast prevents it from getting in the fight, either by moving to the Barents or by moving to Norway. So an interesting series of choices all around. I think looking at the fleet positioning, it looks like Norwegian supports London to the north. That's another interesting one, giving Riaz a lot of control in the west, saying I don't care about the dot count. And as David was saying earlier, right, that brewing France-Germany war, I think that really is going to be the focus of a lot of these players. Good play by Riaz, interesting play by a lot of the other people who are just gonna wait and see. And I think that I'm betting our sideline reporters are going to be talking a lot about the East, talking about the West, because right now the West is resolving a lot more quickly, and the East needs to figure its stuff out. If those folks want to be able to cross the stalemate line and have a say in who's actually going to win this game.
Yeah. McCullis, anything to add there?
I mean, initially this looks like the term went great for England with being put back into London and France going ahead of him, and it looks like he might be getting a build. But I'm also looking at this that because that St. Petersburg fleet didn't come out and nothing can tap Norwegian Sea, France now has a guaranteed take of Edinburgh from North Sea, and if he's trying to cut a deal with either Germany or Russia, this is sort of the move to make here. You trade a bit of dots. That English fleet that was in Wales that was mildly annoying and could have got behind your lines is no longer behind your lines and no longer has that path. So even if you just stay level for a year, the position goes up drastically if you exchange London for Edinburgh this turn.
Yep. Before we move on to fall, David, anything you want to add?
No, I couldn't agree more with what McCarlis just said. I think that's absolutely right. I mean, I was joking about Goffey not following his own advice, but that doesn't mean his advice is not right. You know, I said this pre-game. the solution to one country always being stronger is go kill them. Don't do all this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth like you're playing power politics in the 19th century. So go destroy somebody.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see if anyone can destroy that French position. David, I'll give it to you.
Instead of the guaranteed attack on on Edinburgh, he just takes both of them. Takes London back and takes Edinburgh. So this is some kind of resolution. I'm not sure exactly on what basis and who knew what was happening to whom, but this is a way to resolve it. It's like I said earlier, the French just need to control those waters. Chris Brand does finally put his fleet out to the Barents, but it's not in Norway where it would be a much stronger position. So I still think that's interesting. In the East, we have another, quasi rearrangement here. It may just be that now the decision has been made after Chris Brand just supported the Turks into Bulgaria. He sent an army to Bulgaria to die because they're going to try to cut Turkey out of this. I think that somebody said earlier, I think it was Adam said earlier, the East needs to resolve. Maybe this is their way to try to go back and have the AIR that somebody wanted that they're only now getting around to in fall of 1906.
Well, I think that on that point, David, right, if you're Chris Brand and Nicolas Sahuguet, right, you need your armies freed up to go attack Peter and be in the middle. But more importantly, if you want to stop Riaz, you need a large fleet power to be able to shift west, which means either that Reuben or Brandon has to die. And I think what's interesting here is that Reuben supported Brandon Fogel into Greece, right? To me, that's sort of a fascinating choice, because if Aegean supports Bulgaria to hold, I guess Bulgaria still falls, right? Because it would have been 3.
Mm-hmm.
My guess is Italy was supposed to get Greece, that Austria was offering Italy Greece. The Turkish support, I think, is beside the point, most likely. But we'll see.
No, I like that read.
Yeah, and I think also because Bulgaria wasn't defensible, Reuben has to try and change it up somehow. So it makes sense for him to try and garner some goodwill with at least one player in the East. And it was easier to garner goodwill with Italy than anyone else at that turn.
That seems reasonable. If Brandon is serious about this, he builds what? Fleet Rome? That's what we're looking for here, or Fleet Naples. But, given the relationship with Nicola, if I'm playing Italy in this situation, I probably want another army on the board. It's tough sell
You
to
can
my
make
allies.
that. You can make that argument even if you're going after France, because something needs to move to Piedmont for that to happen. So you've got an excuse. The real problem is if Reuben doesn't pull one of those two Mediterranean fleets, and you've just put an army down as Italy, what attack on France do you have?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, before we see the builds for this year, we have another sideline. So we'll go back to that.
Okay, we are here with the 1906 sideline report. In fact, this should probably be in spring. There we go. Spring 1906 sideline report to begin with. I'll start off in the West. Nome has agreed to Janissary for Riaz, seemingly giving up and playing for Riaz's win as long as he doesn't drop below 2 centers. That's his deal. Something Riaz is more than happy to agree to. But then Nome pushes it a little further. Once he realizes that Riaz is that happy with it, he starts asking for London back to bring him up to 3. Riaz says that he'll only give Nome London if a push into Holland is unsuccessful. He'd much prefer to give Nome Holland. Peter tries to get Riaz back on side, saying that he'll only make progress if EG help him, and neither of them will. But it seems unsuccessful. Riaz isn't down with that. At the very last second, Nome goes to Chris and asks him, please don't help Peter into North or cut Norwegian. And the reason for this is that it allows Riaz to dislodge that North Sea fleet. And this means that Riaz can no longer support North Sea into Holland, which means, according to what Riaz agreed earlier, he now has to give London over to Nome. We'll see how that goes in the fall. Over to you in the East, Tommy.
Definitely. So I apologize if I seem a bit scatterbrained. I'm just reading through my notes here. the first thing I had to remember was Turkey was proposing supporting Russia to Bulgaria if there was no more attacking, which with the convoy from Armenia to Bulgaria, it seems to be rather friendly. Austria claiming, Austria was claiming Brandon is on side to support into Bulgaria. If he's on side, he'll give up Greece. And then Brandon was refusing to go west until he receives another dot. Unhappy he didn't get Greece last turn, understandably. And then he was talking with Brandon talking with Chris, saying he can't trust Nikola. He wanted an AIR from the beginning, but that just everyone's been going back and forth. That did not seem to happen, unfortunately. And then Nikola and Ruben agreed that they need to work together, but can't agree on how, which seems to be kind of the theme in the East. and then their conversation is extremely cold after last turn, and that was from I think Nikola's notes. Yeah.
Right. So yeah. So let's go ahead to the fall here. So in the north, Gnome tries to tell Riaz that he didn't know he'd be dislodged from North Sea. Riaz doesn't seem to be buying it, but says it doesn't matter. He's giving him the SC regardless. But he raises with Gnome that Gnome said he would be okay with 2 and then push for 3, and he's starting to get a bit nervous combined with the North Sea dislodge. Gnome's excuse is that he feels like he needs his home centers, but Riaz, again, he doesn't seem to immediately buy it. Peter is trying to sell Riaz on Alani again, saying their war only benefits Chris. Riaz offers Belgium to Peter in exchange for an alliance, something Peter very happily accepts. However, as we see in the fall here, he doesn't actually go for it, so I'm not entirely sure what happened there. I think we missed the very last conversation. Over to the east.
And so the first thing I remember was, Turkey commits to supporting Italy into Greece while they were in the same room as Russia, which was interesting. And then Turkey was annoyed with Austria for lying to both himself and Italy. It's really not making friends. Then Russia agrees not to touch Turkey. And according to Brandon, has not been offered Greece while speaking to Turkey, and he keeps saying Chris is a mystery to him this entire game, which is kind of funny. Like the player dynamics have been quite amusing. And now Brandon's like, okay, now I just want to take Turkey out while talking with Russia, and then we have finally the Italy, Turkey, Russia meeting, and Turkey offers to help them kill Austria, but Italy immediately leaks this to Austria in the next conversation.
Right, so that's our 1906 sideline report. Back to you in the studio.
A lot of interesting stuff to unpack there, but where I want to start is there was a lot of conversation about Nikola and his armies and what they should do or shouldn't do. And Michalis, you raised this point in our back channel. You have to start wondering why anyone needs Nikola at this point. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Riaz's position now is that it's so good that if you take down either Peter or Chris and a single one of their fleets comes off the board in the north, Riaz just wins this game. So they're both pretty much irremovable. You cannot let that happen if you're anyone else on this board, which means that you have to then start looking, well, where's Nikola going to go? Because if his armies can't go after Germany and his armies can't go after Russia, and if the idea is to make Brandon big so that he can attack France, they're probably not going after Brandon. Everybody in the East has got to start questioning themselves, like, well, do we need Nikola at all? It almost looks like if Ruben can cut some sort of deal where he pulls the fleet off, and maybe there could be an RIT against Nikola, because those Austrian armies that are in the center of this board can really unbalance it in favor of Riaz, and nobody else should want to allow that to happen.
And David, I'll take the response to you. If you are Nikola in this situation and you're sort of sniffing out that this is what's happening for you in this moment on the board, and maybe people don't need you, what is your play? How do you make yourself?
You emphasize that they do need you, not necessarily because of your armies going west. It's because it'll still going to take some time to eliminate the Turks, sufficiently enough to allow Brandon any flexibility to go west. So they can't do both of those things. By they, I mean the wintergreen powers couldn't do both of those things at the same time. So I think he starts arguing timing. He maybe starts arguing to some of the other players, Why are you ignoring Chris Brand's potential to top this board? He's at 7. He's got a strong position. He's got his allied with the Germans. If you take me out, you're going to take some stuff from Austria, or he's going to take some stuff from Austria and get really big. So, I think those are the arguments you would make.
Yeah. I think while Mikola's point is pretty good, right? Nicolas is not really that helpful to anybody to stop Riaz. Let's count up the armies on the board here. 2 for Chris Brand in the south, 2 for Chris Brand, 1 for Brandon Fogel. Count Austria's armies, 4. There's no one to do anything against him right now that Germany's out of Bohemia, and even with Germany and Bohemia, it was 4v4. It would be great for some of those other powers to not have to worry about him anymore. But who's got the ability to make it happen? I think that likely Brandon and Chris are having those conversations, thinking about 1908, 1909, and making sure that Nicolas doesn't get too large. And Nicolas, aware of that, is thinking about, okay, how do I make sure that I'm getting Constantinople and that Chris and Brandon are being forced to push west earlier than they want to, so that they don't then have the flexibility to take me out when Ruben Sanchez dies in 1908.
Yep. All right. Well, we will see what happens with that. I mean, I think that's an excellent point about the number of armies that are there, and Nicolas does have the majority of them. But our builds for the turn, we'd see fleets in Brest and in Rome from the Italian and the French, respectively. A disband in Clyde and a disband in Eastern Med. So, I don't think too many surprises there. Adam, anything shock you?
No, I mean, I sort of called out to that Fleet Rome a little while ago. I like the Fleet Brest. I like fleets in general. I'm always trying to build more fleets. I like these decisions. These are good.
Yep. All right. Well, I think we'll just push straight through into the spring. And Mikolas, tell us what happens.
All right. So to breach the position around Turkey, Russia had to get into Armenia, and that's basically what's happened here. Slice the fleet down, which isn't always the most efficient way of doing it. It puts him slightly out of position, but it had to happen if Turkey was going to go down quickly, and it wasn't all going to be on Brandon Fogel. By doing it this way, Brandon now has the ability to send fleets west this autumn. Elsewhere, really like the convoy of Norway to Yorkshire. That is an absolutely beautiful move for the GR. With England as a puppet to France, they had to get some sort of counter onto the island, and now that's a unit that, France can try piffing it, but it's not an easy thing to do. And if France does make any sort of attempt to piff it, because that's a fleet that's now in Wales, they lose the Norwegian Sea in the process. So this is almost a sacrificial lamb. That army can't stay there because it can keep cutting French supports, but for France to deal with it, they have to lose position in the first place. So he's sort of on a hiding to nothing. We're dealing with that now that it's got in through there. And other than that, Riaz, that extra fleet that's gone down on the map, it's really nice to keep that 4 fleet balance in the north. As I said earlier, you want that 4 fleet balance so that you can dominate the north. It's left him with a fleet that's sitting in Spain, not doing an awful lot. And if he has got to deal with a Brandon coming west sooner or later, I'm a little surprised he didn't just move out and say to Brandon, all right, I'm going to slow you down. Now Brandon can just make the moves a little bit more quickly, and that does surprise me a little.
Yeah, Riaz cannot take on the entire board by himself. He needs a friend, and Brandon was probably the best choice, or probably the only choice.
Yep. Adam, anything else you want to add for this turn, or shall we push straight through into the fall?
I'm not sure from Peter McNamara I like the decision to convoy Norway to Yorkshire. I'm going to go ahead and disagree with that one. I think that Peter being in the middle position and being the one who's right next to Riaz needs growth. Giving that growth potential over to Chris Brand. It's a bit dodgy from a decision if you're trying to still top this board. I get that he doesn't have a lot of choices, but I think Chris Brand needs Peter to stay on board anyway, and I think Peter could have made larger, bigger demands instead of giving up that strong position to Chris Brand. I question whether or not this will come back to bite Peter, because Chris will be able to make bigger decisions around the dots in England and will grow Chris's position. That being said, maybe Peter McNamara is thinking long-term here, right? He knows there's another 9 years to the game, and he's trying to incentivize the East, who is not pressuring Chris's position, to make sure that they are ultimately more concerned about Chris Brand than Peter, if the GR is successful in pushing Riaz back. So, interesting choices all around. Not sure what the right and wrong calls are. I think also the interesting thing about Brandon going where with his fleets where they are is that they are pushing east and not west, which is I think what long-term Nicolas and Chris Brand are really hoping for his units.
Yep. That really does feel Brandon's fleets moving east, like it will be a deciding moment, and later in the game we'll look at the decision east versus west and where Brandon went as kind of a turning point.
I agree. If I'm Nicolas here in the fall, I'm thinking, man, I wish I went to Tyrolia and could have taken out Venice. With the fleet in Armenia, do I really need Brandon? Where is Riaz's position? Do we really need his fleets? I don't know. It's an interesting sort of question.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brandon has that danger. If he won't commit to fighting France, then the rest of the East sooner or later is going to look at him and go, well, what do we need you for?
What do we need you for?
It was the same question we had about Nicolas before, but in the case of if we don't need Brandon, then, hey, Chris now has a reason to need Nicolas. Nicolas' units go the opposite direction from him. If Turkey sticks around, they can keep a fleet presence in the Med. Brandon's playing a dangerous game by not going west and making himself useful to the others.
And if Nicolas had taken Venice and built a fleet in Trieste, he can go, I got 2 fleets. It's not a better position, but at least he could have made the argument.
I think he goes to Riaz right now and says, let's just bounce in Western Mid so nobody complains that we're not looking at each other.
Yep. It's a good call.
All right. Let's see if it happens. And the winner is David Hood is prophetic as always. We see a bounce in the Western Med. And David, I'll let you call the rest of the turn.
Nice tactics in the Turkish defense, I would argue. Maybe that wasn't the only thing to do, but it was a very nice thing to do to stop Khan and cover Ankh in that fashion and not have to worry about, the whole bouncing back into the Black Sea. I really like those tactics. Ruben, of course, always has been a good tactician. The Germans, had a chance to take Belgium in the spring. They ended up taking it in the fall, and that could not be stopped, I don't think. So that's a nice set of moves there. The Russian army does survive because it is supported into Wales instead of being piffed, which the French were hoping would happen. It was actually supported by the English into Wales. So I had been saying that the Russians had slow played their fleet. It is now in Norwegian, and they moved their army back to Sweden so that the fleet could go to Norway to make Peter less concerned about any potential goofiness with the fact that there's a fleet next to Denmark or whatever. So I would say advantage Chris.
Yeah, I think Adam was saying about Peter and he didn't like the convoy because it was sort of giving up a bit of position. To me, I think Peter was fully expecting that Russian army to get piffed. So that's what the moves France did, and I think Peter would have encouraged that. And it was essentially a way to just waste a year of France and let them advance position without it getting out of place for Peter. But now because that army has not been piffed, as Adam was saying before, this is now really good for Chris. That's such a diplomatic win to get that support into Wales from the English and to keep himself on the island. And yeah, this is now a really, really nice position for Chris Brand because that army didn't die.
Yep. I'll agree with that 100%. We're just going to take a look at this position real quick. We do have another sideline report. Before we go to that, I'm going to ask, after we see the sideline, who would you want to be? So think about that as we listen to the negotiations here.
All right, welcome. But I was a bit early with that. All right, welcome to the 1907 sideline reports. I'm here with Ed and Nicola. Ed, of course, has been writing all the notes I've been speaking about and doing all the work. I'm going to hand off over to him first to talk through the West.
Okay, well, Marcus, you know what happens when there's a copy of a copy. So let me tell you what's really happening. The end of fall 1906, Riaz had offered Belgium to Peter. Peter didn't take it, and that drives spring 1907. Riaz is telling Peter, you should have had Belgium. and Peter says he agrees he played it too cautious. But now begins the full 1907 battle for Peter's heart. What is Peter going to do? He's telling Riaz he's onside, but he's also going to the east and telling them he's anti-Riaz and they need him to contain Riaz. He makes different convoy deals with both France and Chris Brand in Russia. Again, Riaz agrees to give up Belgium. But no, he goes with the East. He goes with E. So Riaz knows going into 07, he's facing an EGR. That drives the fall 1907 communications. Peter continues to diplomatically play the pivot between the two of them. Riaz offers to walk out of Eddie, tells him he will do that. Peter takes that information, tells Chris to move to Wales with no support. Riaz is very down. He's very depressed. He can't see. He's trying to do what he can with Peter. He asks to keep Belgium. Peter says, sure, if you're going to give me Edinburgh. Instead, Peter again makes his decision to go against Riaz, works very solidly with Russia, and tells Russia at the end, this game is going to be me and you versus Brandon and Nicola.
All right, and over to the East, spring 1907. Go ahead, Nicola.
I fear the East is a sad story. It's a story of everybody being honest with Turkey and saying basically he has no use in this game, which is kind of sad to hear, you know. Everybody is honest with him, basically saying it's the right tactical move and Turkey is useless in this case, that England is already dead and basically the second witch is going to follow. Basically, Ruben is sitting alone a lot of the time, and really only the few times he gets 1 minute, it's always, yeah, we're going to kill you. So that was the spring, basically, and Air just saying, well, how do we make sure that we split Turkey, and how to make sure that Nicola doesn't kill us with his armies? Basically, Nicola says, well, if I kill you with my armies, France or Germany wins. So that's his pitch. Then for the fall in the East, more of the same. Basically, well, we're going to kill you, Turkey. And quite interestingly, they have already a split in mind, so it's already done. It's basically Italy taking Smyrna and Russia taking Ankara and Constantinople, Austria getting Romania. Brennan and Nicola ask themselves, how can we win? And their plan is the same, that at some point Chris is too much engaged in the north and they can get the dots in Turkey for themselves to have a shot at winning with 8 dots or something. So yeah, that's the plan in the East.
All right, that is our 1907 sideline report. Back to you in the studio.
All right. Thanks again, Marcus and team, for that. You know, it's heartbreaking to hear that conversation is happening for Ruben all around. We've had a couple of conversations here as analysts that why does anyone need Nicola? Why does anyone need Brandon? But it seems like people are actually telling Ruben to his face, or at least virtually, that he is not needed for their purposes. But on a happier note, let's talk about who we think is needed or who's doing well. David, you're at the top of my line. Who do you want to be on this board?
I'm going to pick Riaz, even though he's on the outs right now, because he doesn't really have a friend. He's really facing a difficult diplomatic situation in the West. But if anybody can turn that around, it would be somebody like Riaz Virani. And his position is still France with, 4 fleets in the north and probably not worrying about the Mediterranean, probably not worried about there being enough German armies to push into his homeland. So I'm still going to pick Riaz, even though I know others may pick somebody else, because I think Riaz is capable of turning this around on sheer diplomatic ability.
All right, Adam, I can always count on you for a contrary opinion here. Who do you pick?
Too accurate, Siobhan. I think if I could wipe all of the historical negotiations and alliance structure from the game, I might like Riaz's position, but I'm going to disagree with David. And I think on this board, in this game state, Chris Brand has the best position. And the reason for that is because first of all, this is the game Chris Brand likes to play, right? Everyone sits down on a board with Chris Brand and wants to work with him. Nobody's attacking him. He slow plays everything. Everyone looks at Chris Brand and says, he's not going to like go hard and full into my position, right? Peter's not worried about that. And Chris knows that he's got some nice slow growth. I think, one of the things that I had said earlier was, where does Chris Brand go past 7? He's got Ankara in front of him. He's got Edinburgh or an Ingolstadt in front of him. I think he's got an easy path to 9 without pissing off any of his neighbors. And I think that is really important at this point. Germany and Austria have better things to do with their armies than to go and kill him, and that's where the threats are, quite frankly.
All right. And McCullis, do you agree with either of the previous two, or do you have another opinion entirely?
This is quite interesting. I was torn between 2, and neither of them were in agreement with either of you two. So I was very torn between Peter McNamara and Nicolas Sahugay. I think I'm leaning Peter, because I think that with this balance between Riaz and Chris, Peter's too necessary. Nobody can cut Peter out, because the consequences of cutting Peter out are catastrophic if it just lets one of the other two walk to a very easy board top. And I think Peter is more than capable of utilizing that to slow play himself and eventually get the growth that he needs to top this board by just switching between the two and saying, I'm the shield against Riaz, I'm the shield against Chris. And he can just keep doing that all game, and nobody can really make a solid argument against it. But I would say I was very tempted with Nicola, just because I think if this is a game that locks up on not very many centres for the board top, then his position in the Balkans is the one that can explode a lot more quickly than anyone else in the East. The West is kind of locking up into a position where maybe occasional dots are going to be traded, but not a lot. Nicola, with those 4 armies, has the ability to just start jumping on any of his neighbours, and as soon as they're committed in one direction and he deems them not necessary, now that there's not much prospect of cutting him out, I think he's the one who's going to be behind the lines ready to do it to other people.
Let me spend just a minute as a point of personal privilege to explain why I often disagree with the way people play balance of power, even in a top board situation. It's exactly what McCarlis just said, and that is definitely the prevailing ethic in this, that Germany couldn't possibly be cut out by either one. And my answer to that is both France and Russia should consider working together, destroying the Germans and racing the other one. That is something that people do not try enough, in my opinion, on top board situations. I'm not saying it would work necessarily, but you are definitely reducing by one of the people that at the end of a long game could snake you by 1 center to win the game. You're at least getting rid of somebody. So the more people you get rid of, the fewer competitors you have to edge you out. Now, obviously, it's a dangerous way to play, because you could be handing the game to your quote alliance partner by taking the Germans. And I'm not even necessarily arguing that that's the right move here. I'm just saying that people don't think about that option enough. They only think about the balance of power and not about destroying your enemies, driving them for you, and hearing the lamentations of the women.
David, I personally really like that point, because it is actually something that I've discussed with other players. But I think what happens in those situations is that you end up allowing somebody else to choose who they want to win. And in this situation, if you are Chris Brand and you betray Peter McNamara here, he gives his dots to Riaz every day, right? I mean, I don't think Chris gains the benefit from that, because he's the one who would turn on that alliance. And Riaz would love to see that alliance turn, but I'm not. I think that that's one of the reasons we don't see it more often, is that you have somebody benefiting from the current alliance structure, and in order to make that change, you have to burn a bridge that isn't going to make people happy with you.
Let me just make sure you understand my argument. It's not that this position you could do it, because I'm saying earlier in the game, you make an alliance between France and Russia to destroy both the powers in front of you. You're not betraying a German alliance because you never really had a strong German alliance. You go and destroy them. It's like the AT that didn't really keep going. At some point, you make an alliance. I'm not saying that works all the time. I'm just saying could be a thing that people should think about more often earlier in the game.
I think from this position, the problem with that is that this game ends in 1916. That's quite a late date for a race. You'll say at this stage 8 years early. If it was earlier, you're 10, 12 years away from it. And if France and Germany both go down, No, England and Germany both go down. You then start looking at what's the mechanism to stop France for the rest of the game. Whereas there's a very easy answer to that for Russia, because there's still countries in the east that can very easily take their southern half. Whereas a France without an England or a Germany has a very easy defense against Italy and just waltzes on to a win. So I agree with Adam. I'd see a lot of reasons for Riaz to do it. I don't see much reason for Chris to do it, even if, as you say, it was cut earlier in the game.
You went to green and send the Italians against the French. But again, I'm not saying that this position in winter 1907 is appropriate for that. I'm making a broader point that you could think about this earlier in the game about eliminating people and reducing the number of competitors you have. I'm just saying that that is a thing that people could focus on instead of just focusing on balance of power politics all the time.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. David Hood says destroy your enemies. I mean, I think he's right, honestly. But we got one build and one disband here. We lose the French fleet in Yorkshire, and we see another German army in Kiel. I don't think there's terrible surprise in this moment. So unless anyone has something they'd like to add,
I'm surprised. Why Yorkshire? Why Yorkshire? Why? I mean,
I see you, and in the comments, someone said not Spain. I just look at that as if you pull Spain, you're inviting Italy west, and they can actually take stuff. So there's no way I'm pulling Spain. So Yorkshire, I mean, you can take the bold play and pull English Channel or something, but they're all quite rough picks.
Yeah, I don't think there's a good pick for a pull here.
Irish. I would have pulled Irish.
I think you pull Yorkshire and make a pitch to Chris.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Well, I think the pitch to Chris is Chris sees all the dots, but
you're going to have to give an advantage to Chris to entice him to do the job. That's if you're going to do it, you're going to have to let him have the advantage.
But Chris Brand, being Chris Brand, is happy to know that by the end of 1909 or 1910, he'll have one more center in a nice, stable position without people being mad at him, right? That's Chris Brand's game.
You're right. You're right.
And if you're not going to get Chris Brand to make that crazy all in on Peter McNamara, it's just not his style.
What else can Riaz try? He's got to try something.
Make the pitch to Peter, but I don't know.
I think I'd have done what David said and given the dots to Chris and then said to Peter, look, you've got to do something about it because Chris is well ahead of you. So for here, I probably would have tried supporting Chris into Liverpool or something. And then at that point, you throw in the ball into Peter McNamara's court.
On that note, let's see what he does do with it. McCallus, you said you would have supported him into Liverpool here. It doesn't happen. What do you see?
I think this is the worst of both worlds for Riaz. I see Germany gets the convoy onto Edinburgh, which means the GR stays fairly balanced if there's no stab, which is awful news for Riaz Varane. He needs to unbalance it in favour of one or the other for them to break apart, and at the moment that's not happening. Yes, there is a possible stab for Edinburgh, but it's a really weak one, so I'd be surprised if that happened. Liverpool sticks around for now. Maybe Nome gets a stay of execution, maybe not. There's a lot of possibility that Russia gets Liverpool here without Riaz's help. Again, worst of both worlds. In the east, Ruben again makes the sort of correct defensive moves, but he's on a bit of a hide into nothing. Brandon, I think the most notable move is that Turanian follows up to Ionian Sea. That was very unnecessary for taking out of Turkey. It's very unnecessary if you're driving west to deal with Riaz. That I'd be very concerned about if I'm Nicolas Sahugay, because where else are those fleets going to go? They're not breaking through the Black Sea to go after Chris Brand. If Italy's moving all their units to the east, Austria has to be the next target afterwards.
Riaz and Peter are playing footsie a little bit. There's really not much reason for Peter to be bouncing in Ruhr and doing an ineffectual attack on Burgundy. I suspect that Riaz said, hey, go take my Edinburgh. Maybe his pitches to Peter, as Adam was suggesting, his pitches to Peter instead of to Chris. The moves that Nicola made in the Balkans are interesting to me. What do you guys think?
Bulgaria supported what?
Supported the Italian fleet that didn't go to Caen. and then did this daisy chain that he knew wasn't going to work unless he was expecting the Italians to leave Greece. And something's interesting going on here.
Aegean to Colon, like, you wouldn't have expected that to work. Ruben had a very easy defense against it. But I think you're right about the armies. You look at that as, if Brandon was saying, I'm going west, why not be going Tyrrhenian Sea and Ionian west this turn, and Greece pulls out to the Ionian? Or maybe Aegean goes to Eastern Med and Greece goes to Aegean, and they finish off Turkey that way, and Brandon splits his fleets in two. So yeah, maybe Nicola was expecting to be given Greece here. Although if I'm Brandon Fogel, there is no chance I'm doing that. So I don't know how. That was quite optimistic if that's what Nicola really thought was going to happen.
Yeah, something goofy is going on here. Something goofy is going on in this.
I was going to say, I wonder also if Brandon and Chris Brand have, well, Brandon certainly has less of an incentive to go pressure Riaz at this time. Those fleets are holding Chris Brand back. They're holding Peter McNamara back from blowing up. If he sends too many units to the west, the advantage, I don't think, is to Brandon. I think that Riaz would have been able to defend himself from that position before they went west, and would have been okay. Well, we were on to fall, so maybe we should just keep moving.
I'm going to push us into fall, so we don't luxuriate too much. Let's see, Adam, you were talking about what we thought would happen. What do you actually see this go round?
Well, Riaz takes the guarantee on Belgium. Holland to Belgium makes me wonder, with a single move, makes me wonder whether or not Peter might have known that was coming. But Riaz is a big loser here, right? I mean, Peter McNamara, Edinburgh supports Clyde to Liverpool. It looks like Wales supported North to London. So the Germany-Russia alliance stays big. It's Chris Brand up 1 in England. Peter McNamara up net 1 in England, Nome dead, and Riaz down 1. I mean, that's a pretty big change. And in the south, the big fall of Ruben all in one go. Loss of Ankara, loss in Smyrna at the same time, while he attempts some interesting defense, and for the first time in 3 turns doesn't guess correctly. And you can't blame the guy for missing 1 guess, basically. But losing 2 in one turn is a big deal. And so figuring out also where the Russia build will be and where the Turkey build will, or the Italy build will be, while Austria is not going, I think will be pretty interesting here, because Brandon's, like I said, was saying last season, Brandon's imperative to go west right now is a lot smaller than it was before, where the need to pressure Chris Brand from topping this board is now becoming rather immediate.
Yeah,
I mean, Chris has 2 builds, because he's taken Ankara and Liverpool.
And I'm guessing they're going to be army, because that's how you stabilize your position and make sure that the board doesn't unite against you here, while you are now the board at the top at 9.
There's a tempting case for a fleet in Sevastopol.
Oh man, if I had, this wasn't a top board, if we were playing in a different situation, I would probably build fleet for hilarity's sake. And that's fleet is how you solo this board. Army is how you stabilize your position and make sure you don't lose the 9.
I don't think I'd build a fleet in the north. I think with Peter moving out of Denmark, you're probably okay on that front for now, because Peter's not building. Actually, he is building 1, but even so, it's unlikely that Peter's going to turn around. I think he's going to finish off Riaz for the moment. And if he does stab, it'll be over the English dots. But I do think Fleet Sevastopol,
I agree with you. But
Brandon having so much down there, it's so tempting.
The question really here was more about how you solo, how you see your position long term versus what is your goal, right? If Chris Brand's goal is to get to 12 and top, I don't think he needs to make aggressive moves at this point. I think he needs to play it a little bit more cautiously in the Chris Brand milieu.
We're about to have a big decision in the East. Does Chris get cut out of this? Does Nicola get cut out of this?
Brandon needs Nicola at this point, right? Because somebody's got to pressure Chris Brand. Those aren't.
Peter McNamara is still the one who can do that.
Well, Nicola as well.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see if the 1908 sideline report shines any light as to where this will go.
Okay, welcome to the 1908 sideline report. I'm, for a change, going to do the East this time around. So in the spring, Russia is really not happy about Italy not going to the Eastern Mediterranean. He says that puts him in a very difficult position, and he thinks they're going to lose ground on Turkey. So another thing that's happening, Turkey is trying hard to sell an Austrian attack on the Russians, saying he will support it any way he can, trying to get out of that corner position and, the problematic, upcoming elimination that's about to happen. Italy and Russia are trying hard to get Austria to let them disband the Austrian fleet, but he's really not happy with that idea. In a private conversation with Italy, Austria pitches attacking Russia, just like Turkey suggested, saying he's worried about the RG. But Brandon in Italy doesn't think it's a good idea and advises against it. Over to you in the West, Tommy.
Yeah, definitely. So it's funny. I keep popping into Nicola and Ruben's room, and my French is a bit rusty, so I'm trying to kind of decipher what they're saying. But I can tell they're being kind of like passive aggressive with each other between Austria and Turkey there. And then I remember right off the bat here, Rias was asking Peter right off the bat, "Are we good?" And Peter's like, he was very non-committal, like, yeah, not really, but like basically it just seemed like they're going to keep attacking him. But then Peter wanted to keep England alive as a janissary. I think both Peter and Chris were kind of in agreement about that. And Peter was okay with Chris getting Liverpool in the fall. And then I have the notes here from Ed saying, Riaz says if Peter won't work with him, he will disband in Brandon's favor. Peter, however, continues to appear to agree to work with Chris and know him as janissary. Right, that makes sense. Peter says they must continue anti-Riaz and take no mount in the fall, but Peter's convoy to Eddie was agreed by Riaz.
Right, so, and moving ahead to the fall over... orders in the box, there we go. Moving ahead to the fall, over in the east, Austria is getting very, very worried about Russia-Germany now. Austria requests Romania outright from Russia, but Russia is just not okay with it. Raises the question, what comes next after that? And Nicola doesn't really have an answer to that. It's clear Austria is also quite worried about Italy, though, and this is especially true when Italy asks says he's going to build Army Rome. Nicola is not happy about the swarm of Italian fleets in the east. He's noted saying to Russia he thinks that Brandon is never going to go west at all. And in the end, he calls off his attack on Russia because he thinks that if he does so, Italy will just attack him from behind. So going on over to the west with Tommy.
Yeah, so again, some more of Ed's notes here. Peter thinks he might get stabbed. It's still Peter the pivot point for most of the phase. Peter and Chris solidly working together, and it seems they still are together. Peter, however, is selling Riaz on a reformed partnership against Chris, and that's kind of what I heard too. Yeah, Riaz to Peter, I give up on figuring out when you tell the truth and when you lie. Riaz upset that Chris won't speak to him. Finally, Riaz tracks him down and threatens the pro-Brandon disbands if it happens. And then I have these are my notes. Liverpool supporting North Atlantic to Clyde. And then France was really, really trying to sell Germany hard on going against Russia. But again, Peter just does not want to commit. Classic Peter. And then there was like Austria and Italy just really like rock solid confirming their alliance. That was kind of the last thing I got right before the end of the season.
All right, great. Well, that is our sideline report. Back to you in the studio.
Another stellar bit of sideline. Something that really stood out to me was just, it seems like Riaz is getting a little frantic here, which is less than his style that I'm used to. Data, do you want to speak to that at all?
He's playing a card. He is trying to he's tried to butter up Peter. It doesn't work. Now he's going to try a little harder attack and see if that works. He's just playing a card.
Okay.
I think the flip side is that Riaz's position is awful. And now that he's pulling presumably yet another Northern fleet off this board, England's essentially been replaced. I know England's dead, but the English home centres are not open for taking at any point anytime soon. So you start looking at Riaz and wondering where on earth is his future growth coming from, especially if the GR won't break.
Yep.
I think if I could jump in, the one thing from the sideline report that really surprised me was that Nicolas came to Brandon, as I understand it, and suggested an attack on Chris Brand in Russia. And Brandon said no, which surprises me because the only person whose moves would have changed that season would have been Nicolas. Chris and Brandon still would have taken one each off of Ruben, but instead of 2 new Russian units coming down, it would have been a different disposition of Austrian armies, probably +1 Austria and +1 Russia instead, the 2 of them being upset with each other and getting those red armies moving in the other direction. Instead, Brandon still has to play balance here, worried that Nicolas' direction could change now that Ruben in Turkey is nearly dead, and Nicolas could still go in either direction. Although Nicolas is a immaculate balance of power player, I think the chances of Nicolas going after Brandon, knowing his personality, are relatively low. However, three Russian armies to 4 Austrian armies is not as easy as it would have been a season ago.
I think also I wouldn't be at all surprised is that Brandon's plan is to go after Nicolas here and work with Chris and then put the onus on Peter to deal with Chris in the north. Because if Nicolas starts getting a load of growth in the south and putting more armies down, when does Brandon's future growth come from? Whereas if Brandon can take him out, you can see how there are mechanisms to stop Chris elsewhere on the board as well.
The removal of Fleet Yorkshire and the build... Sorry, David, go.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say the removal of Fleet Yorkshire and the build in Army Kiel is also very fascinating. He didn't pull Army Marseille. He didn't pull Fleet Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Riaz is not following through on any individual threat and saying, look, now it's up to Germany and Russia to fight. And Fleet Kiel provides a lot of strategic flexibility. I also like that, by the way, we had a conversation half an hour ago about whether or not Chris Brand was likely to build a fleet in the north and whether it was needed. Chris Brand says, yeah, man, I do need that fleet because three fleets is controlling over the German position, and the army in Warsaw as well. It's a lot of tactical flexibility for him.
Yep. I mean, this is just a stellar position for Chris Brand at this moment. You have to love it.
But not
this is the pivot turn for the East. All right, let's see what they do.
Mm-hmm. Not unassailable. You are correct, Adam. So pivot turn, David, I'll let you talk about it.
The Turks actually goes to Khan with the support of the Russians because Chris knows this is a pivot turn, and he wants to have somebody on his side. The AI guys were going to support. It looks like they were going to support the Russians to Khan. So the fact that didn't happen means that they were looking. I mean, that Chris was looking for an alternative unit that he could rely on here because he wasn't sure whether he was going to be the odd man out there in the pivot turn. Otherwise, the pivot turn doesn't really happen. It's not like the Italians shifted their armies around very much. In the West, you've got apparently the GR continuing because you've got obviously the PIF of the French fleet, and you've got the Germans taking Belgium. So interesting that there's not been a pivot really in either direction as far as I can tell.
I think if what I was saying about Brandon playing for a wintergreen was right, this is sort of what I'd expect this turn in the East, because if you're going to do a wintergreen, you're mating the move in autumn. And if you're Chris Brand and you want a wintergreen, you want that Black Sea fleet out of your backyard so it can't get behind you in Sev. We saw how much that damaged Greg Matthews in the semi-finals last week when he lost a home centre just as he made his big move. And you can look at this position and say, Italy can take Bulgaria. Italy can move up and try and get a position on Trieste. They can drop Ionian up to Adriatic. There's a lot that could happen this turn. And with the Turkish fleet now being in Con, it's very easy for one of Russia or Italy to support the other in. And, oh, look, Turkey's gone dead. And we've got the great position on Austria that we perhaps want.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I really love that decision-making by Brandon, though, right? Because Chris's growth will be faster and more stable than his. And I think that the number of fleets that he has makes it difficult for him to get much past Bulgaria, maybe Constantinople. And so I wish that he would have maybe pushed Nikola forward for a season or two before making the move to work with Chris Brand. Although, to be fair, we don't know what's going to happen in the fall here. If there is going to be a an RI, I think that Chris is the one who ends up winning out of that arrangement. So it'll be interesting to see.
I think it depends what Peter does as well, because Peter's, with those Russian fleets being so far to the west now, Peter's beginning to get into a position where one build and he's got a great stab on Chris Brand again.
Maybe, but he still has to contend with the fact that all of those French pieces are so well arrayed against his dots, right? The French pieces don't threaten Liverpool. They don't threaten Norway or Sweden. So if Peter shifts everything in the other direction, it's really dangerous for him because Riaz has literally nowhere else to go.
Yep.
I really like
All
Chris
right.
Brand's position. Anyway, we can...
I think it's hard not to love Chris Brand's position at this moment. Never unassailable. I do agree that Peter McNamara is one build away from being in an excellent position to stab Chris Brand. So we'll see if it happens.
I will say what I've said before. A 9-center Russia is the same as like an 11-center somebody else. It's still precarious.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, David, talk us through the board.
So the Russians actually do. I thought that might be you're putting the Turk in there to kill them with. I didn't know, wasn't for sure what was going to happen there, but the Austrians taking Romania and then the Italians taking Bulgaria. You could possibly say this is some big fat AIR and then they're going to send armies west, but I don't think so. I think somebody's getting ready to lose out here. And I think it's going to be Nikola, but we're going to find out in a minute. In a few minutes as the moves progress. In the West, it's just continued. Now the Germans are in frickin' English Channel. So certainly if Peter was trying to give himself flexibility to do something different, I don't know. He's pretty far advanced now to do that. They may just be going to take Riaz out, trying to.
I would have liked this set of moves a little bit better from Brandon if he had convoyed Apulia to Albania. But if you're going to commit to taking Bulgaria, he should have done it either with an army from Apulia convoy or to do something to get that army into play. I think that loss of tempo is really going to end up costing him here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that taking it by a fleet and almost wonder, was this an arrangement on Bulgaria? Is Brandon really working with Nikola? In which case, you then just start looking at why on earth is Chris Brand taking Con? So either way, it's quite inefficient.
Well, because Nicola's got a field, right? Look at the Italian armies. It's got to be a deal. If you're really going against Austria, you move to Tyrolia and Venice here instead of holding.
Well, I assume because Nicola's getting a build, right? So is Brandon trying to push Nikola into Chris Brand? Is that what's happening here?
I mean, you're killing the fleet to turn it into an army. So I think this is an AI deal.
I mean, then you have to assume that Nikola wants Brandon to push into Constantinople, wants him to push against the Russian, at which point he still needs an army over there, right?
Yeah, if you're Nikola and you're making the snap on Chris Brand and then you're seeing your supposed ally in Brand and putting your supposed enemy in Chris into Constantinople, avoiding any disbands, you're back to asking, what on earth is this? Why would you do that if you're on my side?
Because Brandon says, look, I had to. That was the deal I made with Chris. And if I said anything else, I would look dodgy and you wouldn't be able to take Romania.
Yeah, but you can say, well, who cares if Turkey survives another year? It's only a
yeah. Also, who cares what Chris thinks of Brandon, right? I mean, what's he gonna do?
Yeah,
that's gonna get quoted later. Who cares what Chris thinks of Brandon?
No. In this position, right? Who cares what Chris Brand thinks?
You're right.
Right? He's got one unit in Constantinople holding down 2 dots in the south. You know, Chris Brand's position here in the south is weak. I mean, it really is not.
Wait, it's almost like a 9-center Russia is precarious. Is that what you're saying, Adam?
It's not unassailable. That's true.
Oh, all right. Well, let's see how player tensions are holding up in the background before we look at builds. This is the end of 1909, so back to Marcus.
All right. Hello and welcome to our 1909 sideline report. I'm going to hand right on over to Ed Sullivan, who is covering the West.
A super exciting game. The big story going into spring 1909 is, will Peter turn against Chris? Riaz is very frustrated. He mutters to himself, this game is so much easier when it ends in a 1908 solo. But the topic of Chris at 9 is a fear. Peter leverages it with other players in the East. Riaz, however, threatening to throw to Brandon. He tells that to Peter, doesn't seem to be bothered by it. He tells it to Chris. Chris responds, I think Brandon's fleets are coming after you no matter what. So fine. Then we go to the fall of 1909. Riaz is now purely frantic. He swapped his throwing suggestion to Brandon and instead tells Peter, I'm out of time. You are going to be the last person I help. I am going to now throw to Chris. Walk out of Belgium. Peter, I'll think about it. Riaz, you don't want me as an enemy. Peter, meanwhile, goes to Chris. They talk about it for a little bit. Peter asks Chris, are you okay with the supply center distribution? Chris, I'm not particularly complaining about it. In any event, they work out a plan together where Peter will go to the to the English Channel, and Peter will keep Belgium, and that is what happened. So Peter continues to work with Chris, telling Chris, I'd rather it be a 2-horse race than a 5-horse race.
All right, and over to the East with Nicola.
Yeah, so the East is, again, like the sad story of Ruben, with everybody saying that he's going to die, except Chris Brand, who says, yeah, I'm putting you into Con, but it's actually just a ploy so that he doesn't go to Smyrna, to Armenia, and can screw them by choosing between Ankara and saving the fall. So he gets lied to until the very end. Then there is AI speaking together. And the first thing they say is Austria saying, do we have a Chris Brand problem now? And Brand says, yeah, we need to do something about it. And so they decide to put the fleet actually off Brennan into Con, where the deal initially was to put the Russian fleet into Con. But then they talk together as an heir, and Chris, of course, is not happy with that, and he doesn't want to give Romania, which he should have given to Austria until the fall. So he kind of blocked them here. Of course, Nicholas is not very happy, but says he has no choice about it, and he thinks that he has Bronnan's side as long as Chris is so big. So yeah, that's all for the spring. And for the fall, the heir comes together immediately. Chris seems on side with giving up Romania. There is no issue. The plan is going as planned. You put me into Constantinople, and I give you Romania. But then the IR spends a lot of time together, and basically, then AI speak together. I wasn't there in the conversation for this IR, but AI speaks together, and Nicholas is aware that Brandon is screwing him. And Brandon is not even hiding that very much. He says, yeah, all I want is your fleet basically out, so I'm piffing your fleet. And Nicholas says, well, then you're going to be much bigger than I am, right? And the answer from Brandon is basically, yeah, I am going to be. Okay. But he says to Nicholas, you're getting Romania because Russia is attacking Serbia, so you get the dot anyway. And basically, Nicholas understands that he has no choice, but he says, if next year you don't do what you said initially, I swear to you, strong is a very strong word, but I'm definitely working with Chris.
Right. All right. Well, it's a very interesting phase. Unfortunately, this is going to be the last time we see Nicola Taillet tonight. Thank you very much for your sideline reporting. I know it's very late there in France. Right.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Not late in England at all.
Definitely not. No. And with that, back to the studio.
All right. Well, a massive thanks to Nicolas Taillet for all of his efforts today. Been hard at work since morning my time, so it has been a long day for him, and especially with the French translation between Nicolas and Ruben Sanchez negotiations. We also do say a fond farewell to both Noam Brown and Ruben Sanchez. The witches go out in the same turn. Well played, fantastic play all season and these last couple of weekends. So very well done. But I think the story of that sideline is a lot of people throwing around a lot of confidence. We heard Chris Brand saying, "I'm not complaining about the power or center distribution right now." We hear Riaz trying to promise a lot of things. Brandon Fogel saying, "Well, yeah, I'll be bigger. What's the problem with that?" to his ally. What's your take on all that, David?
Well, I do think Riaz is just sort of trying his best to try to unhinge somebody from somebody. He's been trying to do that, for 3 or 4 game years here, and he's still trying. And I do think it's striking that the one alliance that has not attacked each other at all and stuck together since 1901 is dominating, which is Russia and Germany. Now, who knows how long that will be able to last? But up until now, they've had good move coordination. They've had good center count coordination. That apparently have had good diplomatic situation. So can they afford to keep pushing in against France at this point, or will one or both of them get overextended to where the other one can take advantage? We'll see. I mean, I'm not saying the East is not also fascinating. Now that Turkey is gone, what exactly does happen next is a great question. And what Brandon builds here, which has got to be an army, I would think, is just an entry. You build a fleet if you're going against, going to the West maybe to help Riaz.
David, if I'm Brandon Fogel here, I wave. Because I think that an army pisses Nicola off, and you want to make sure he stays on side. I think a fleet pisses Riaz off, and I don't think he needs the unit this turn.
I think unless Riaz has invited him west, which is possible. If Riaz has invited him west, it changed the equation. If not, then yeah, I agree. I think waving is the right move for Brandon, because it's very hard to see Nicola charging west at this stage, so you don't necessarily need the army yet. If you're stabbing Nicola, you want surprise.
If I'm Nicola, I don't mind an Italian army that gets in to help me against the Russians.
I mean, I don't think Nicola has that much trust in Brandon Fogel to allow Tyrolia, Bohemia, Silesia crawl. No way.
Is Brandon ever there to help anyone else, really?
Siobhan, Brandon likes me. I don't know what his problem is with you.
He likes me well enough off a board. On a board, I think I irritate him. All right. Well, and the answer is he built Fleet Naples. What do we think of that?
I think Riaz may have invited him west, or that's the case he's going to make, because, yeah, it's hard to see how that fleet helps going east. If I'm Nicola, I don't particularly like that fleet, because it just leaves the option for dropping into Adriatic and continuing around that way. So any build kind of upsets Nicola there, because if that's the pro-Austrian fleet build, it could have been in Rome, and it wasn't. It was in Naples. Yeah, that's a tough one for Brandon to sell diplomatically, because someone is going to be quite annoyed by this, and possibly more than one person.
I think Fleet Kiel is also a very interesting build. Peter McNamara had a lot of choices. Kiel doesn't tell you where it's going. I think this could be the turn where Peter and Riaz try and work things out. I mean, it looks like Chris Brand's position in the South may be set to change, and maybe Peter wants to try and take advantage of that for at least a game year.
Okay.
I think also we were talking earlier about France with the 4 fleets in the north and the dominating position. Now it's Germany with 4 fleets in the north, and
France has 2. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, let's see what we do. And there's the move. Adam, you asked if it was coming. It is coming. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, Peter McNamara had to move on Chris Brand at some point if he wanted to top the board. And this is the moment that he chose. Kiel to the Baltic is an extremely strong move. Followed up with north to Skagerrak guarantees he pulls one off of Chris Brand on a turn where he legitimately believes that Chris is losing one in the south, and it looks like he is in Constantinople, and continuing to face pressure on his southern border with the Austrian armies. I think what's interesting about this is that Peter can come to Chris and say, look, man, I didn't go Munich to Silesia. I didn't put another army in a position to pressure you. I'm here to come take a dot off of Scandinavia, and maybe we can still be in a position to work together. It's just a slight rebalancing of the dot count, and let's have more conversations in the fall. The non full commit, I think, by Peter McNamara here is nice. The tie up here around Belgium and Burgundy makes me think that Peter McNamara is not looking to make this a realigned France-Germany alliance, but is actually looking to hedge. I like the moves here between Nicola and Brandon. Brandon agrees to give up what looks like Bulgaria when he kind of didn't have to, in an effort to try and get better position in Turkey against Chris Brand. What confuses me is the moves Naples to Ionian, Ionian to Tunis. But okay, it doesn't offend me. It's just a slower maneuver. I think if it were up to me, I would have wanted to have been in a position to convoy Apulia somewhere useful to get it onto the map in a way that will help you to crack Chris Brand's position. I think that I would have wanted to wait maybe a turn to take Constantinople in an effort to make a safe convoy space for that army. But, you can't fault Brandon's board position here. He's friendly with all of his neighbors and looking to grow. So, his position's looking pretty nice. He's one of those people who maybe in 1904 was not looking real good, but has really managed to turn things around.
I think jumping on that thing about Scandinavia is that because of the moves that happen, Peter has a guaranteed 2. It's not just 1. Sweden and Norway are both guaranteed this turn because he had Riaz scared enough to not follow up into the English Channel, and he had Chris confident enough to not pull anything back. So there's nothing that can tap North Sea, so that's a guaranteed supporter as well. So if Peter wants, he can take all of Scandinavia this turn, and he's not had to cede anything to Riaz to do this. If he says to Chris, well, this is all I'm taking, now I'm going to keep containing Riaz, brilliant. He doesn't have to do anything. He's got the jump on Russia without having to give a single thing to Riaz Virani.
And Wales to Liverpool means that London is not under threat, and Yorkshire can go back and cover Edinburgh, which is a bit of an interesting position as well. And this is partly Chris Brand's fault, because I think that if he had played a little bit more aggressively with the Norway unit, he wouldn't have been quite so susceptible to Peter McNamara's stab. Even just moving to Norwegian would have been better off.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, that is a big turning point. I think that this tells us this game is going to go on for a few more years. We've got until 1916 if the players want to do it. So let's see where the fall takes us. And David Hood, I'll give this to you.
Well, because Russia is going down, the Eastern powers completely realign. The Italians leave Constantinople. In theory, Italy's units are going north to help against the Germans. Peter knows that there's going to be some rearrangement here, at least from the Russian army, so goes to Silesia. Russia knows that, so he completely goes around that, goes to Prussia. So interesting. Obviously, the 2 builds that the Russians were going to lose were lost. The best thing that Russia could do there would go to Yorkshire and get some good position for the next year, which he's done. I think the real question is, how does Riaz respond in the West to what has happened here?
Yep.
I think it's also, you say that the Eastern powers have pulled back and not done what they were going to say, but only one of them has pulled back. Nicolas Sarhugay didn't make any move on Peter McNamara when he could have done. If that was the plan, he could have jumped into Silesia or Bohemia, chose not to, stayed in Bulgaria, still building. I'm not sure Nicolas Ahuge is that bothered about Peter McNamara right now, and I would expect him to be looking at one of these two neighbours and saying, right, I want your dots now.
And I want to say, I totally disagree with Brandon's choice here, honestly.
Same. That's also what I was going to talk about.
Go ahead and take Ankara or whatever you were going to do there, or go to Khan in the Black Sea, whatever you were going to do there. Go ahead and do it. You don't really need the remnants of Chris Brand. You need to take some builds, go yourself, go take Riaz out. Honestly, think for yourself, not just what's happening in another part of the board, seems to me. I mean, I understand what Brandon's thinking is here. He doesn't want Peter to get too big, but at some point you also got to make yourself get big.
I think if I was Brandon, I would have done what he did, except I would have turned on Nicola rather than Peter. I think I would have been scared of the Austrian. I would have just, hey, I've got an excuse to move up to Tyrolia and Venice now. All right, time to take Bulgaria back, drop to Adriatic.
But he did do that, right? I mean, he did move to Tyrolia and Venice.
He may still be doing that.
But but I agree with David completely. He needed the build. Because the thing is that Sev to Ankara, that convoy, right? If you're making a deal to leave Constantinople, you're making it because you want Sev to go to Moscow, or you want Sev to go to Ukraine. Sev to Ankara is a horrible move for Brandon, and he couldn't guarantee it wasn't going to happen.
Well, Chris may have snookered him here, or Brandon may have done unilateral disarmament, which I've always thought was a bad idea, and it's a bad idea in this game too.
Chris Martin says if you bring force to a point, someone else is going to bring it with you, and he goes down one. I'm not 10 minutes past saying I really like Brandon's position, and I gotta say, everything that I loved about Brandon's position has just gone back to game years, while his neighbors all got better. Right, Riaz was able to move forward, Peter's growing, Nicola is growing, and Chris Brand has solidified his position around Constantinople.
Maybe Brandon thinks he's going to make a late push with the otherwise 5 useless fleets in this situation. Make a late push for the board top at the very end of the game. Maybe what he's thinking.
I'm liking what he's thinking.
I'm liking my 2 earlier picks of Germany and Austria.
Yeah, I think we scoffed a little at the time at your pick of Nicola. Like, oh sure, okay, but it's not looking so bad now. All right, well, that was a huge year. I'm really hopeful that the sideline has some really juicy stuff for us. So let's go back to Marcus in the field.
All right, here we are with the Spring 1910 Sideline Report. I'm going to be starting off with the West here. Chris did not like that fleet build one bit. It's causing tensions. Peter's fleet build in particular. Peter wants Chris to convoy his army to Picardy, and Chris just refuses to do it. There's some real disagreements between Peter and Chris over what to do this phase. And as you can see, it does culminate in something quite big here. Interestingly, Peter did try to talk through with Riaz and make up with him, but they kind of got nowhere. Final quote from that conversation from Riaz was, "I will fight you with every fiber of my being," which is not usually what you hear when 2 people make up. Someone goes to stab their ally. The stab here, so usually when you're on sideline, you have some good idea of what's going to happen in the phase. And this stab on Chris, despite their tensions, because the conversation with Riaz went so badly, our sideline reporters did not see that coming at all. So that was quite stunning on that end. Well, at least our sideline reporter in the West. I don't know if you had a different view, Tommy, but over to you for the East.
Yeah, definitely. There was definitely some tensions are starting to get a bit higher from what I noticed from their back and forth. So I'm just verbatim from my notes. Brandon says Bulgaria is all Austria's. Russia confronting Italy about his movements, but Brandon fired back immediately as to him being overly comfy with Germany, and then Chris, who's Russia, wanted to see more pressure. And then Brandon asking how mad Chris would be if he takes Constantinople here, which he ended up doing, which was funny. And Chris says that'll only confirm his suspicions against him, which obviously Brandon did. And then from Nicola, Austria won't agree to move on Germany until he gets more builds, despite Brandon pushing him to do so.
Right, and then if we move into the fall here, suddenly Peter, there we go, moves. Suddenly Peter is looking like the huge threat on this board, and everyone is immediately noticing it. Peter is too big, writes our sideline report. This is Ed Sullivan's notes. Peter is very concerned that people will all try and gang up against him now, but he's committed, so he's going to go for it. Chris does try to make up a bit with Peter, but Chris doesn't, Peter, tries to make up with Chris. Chris doesn't seem all that happy to go for it. Riaz says to Peter, you need to share here or you're going to be taken down. Do you want me to, play the stop Peter game, or do you want me to work with you? And Peter goes, well, yes, that's a good point, but Belgium here, which is what I assume was being asked for, is a big ask, and I don't think you're actually that friendly with me. I'm not sure you'll stop attacking me once you take that. That's pretty much what we have for the West here. You want to take over on the East, Tommy?
Yeah, just a few. There wasn't. I don't have. Sorry, I don't have too many notes here because a lot of them just kind of just talking for a while. But I have Chris telling Brandon he needs to control Peter to win, which was funny. He was very aggressive about that, which was interesting. And then the comments I had from Brandon was pulling both his fleets back and then potentially disbanding. And then I had Tiroli and Venice. I'm not quite 100% sure what that was. Oh, moving towards there, I guess. And then Austria building Army Vienna, and if all goes well, moving up against Peter was kind of the feedback I had from them. Or not, well, I wasn't talking with them, but...
Yeah, I think something quite fun to notice here. Remember, Nicolas said in the spring he would not move against Peter until he got that build. Everyone else goes against Peter. Nicolas does not. Fun little side notes. All right, we're going to head on back to the studio here. See you on the next one.
All right. Stunningly exciting year, exciting in the sideline as well. Most interesting bit for me was that nobody saw Peter's moves coming. David, do you think that's surprising to anyone? Did you see it coming?
I think it's very surprising that he's still got a frosty relationship with the Rios, but he does this anyway. Now, that may be the right move, because what else was Peter going to do to actually take a shot at winning this game in the next 6 turns than to maybe this would defrost his relationship with Rios if he did this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think to jump in here, right, it's really interesting because I think all 5 players can really win the game from here. I think that looking at Chris Brand's position, it's time for him to start thinking about this. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units in the north with 2 northern centers, right? St. Petersburg and Liverpool. Trying to figure out where his pulls are going to come from and where his goals are in the coming game years is going to be really hard, because even if he pulls from the south, right? Brandon is a big winner. Nicolas is a big winner, but he's going to lose 3 dots down there. If he pulls from the north, he's going to lose Liverpool and has a really hard time ever getting Norway back. It's hard to see his path forward from this position.
Yeah, I think the thing is, in terms of unit efficiency, is that it's the 2 units defending Liverpool that I look at most and go, all right, if I pull them off the board and help Riaz become a bit more viable by letting him walk up there, that's probably in my interest. So I think that if I'm Chris Brand, those are the 2 I pull right now.
Agreed, but how does he top the board from that position?
He's got to hope that he gets Scandinavia back when Peter and Riaz fight.
Yeah, but then Peter has to pull 3 of those fleets back west. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty rough go, and then it makes Brandon out the real loser if Ankara and Black Sea, one of those doesn't go off the board. Oh, there's Black Sea and Finland.
Yep.
Thank you for moving that in, Siobhan, to show us all how we cannot predict anything here in the studio.
I don't think any of us were going to say Finland.
I'm certainly not Finland.
Yeah. I don't think a single one of us saw that coming, as is evidenced by it. Sometimes we're really, really spot on with our predictions, and other times not so much. So Chris's polls are surprising. Is anyone surprised by anything else that happens in this phase?
Greece. Why Greece? Why not Ionian?
Ionian could be going west with Riaz beginning to grow. At least
Yeah,
that's what
but-
you're telling Nicolas Ahouday. Ionian's going west.
It's 2 seasons away from him to be able to force anything, right? Marseille covers from the move from Tunis, right? And more than likely, Riaz grows this year. Not sure from where, but more than likely he's going up 1. So where is Brandon getting anything off of sending 2 units west? It just the math doesn't work out for me.
I like the Russian pulls a lot. You're giving yourself some play by leaving those units where they are, giving yourself some play against Germany, which is what you really want. So I kind of like it. I wasn't I thought Finland was a possibility actually, but I wasn't expecting him to pull Fleet Black Sea and trust that he's got Nicolas on side. I thought he would maybe pull a couple of units, maybe one out of England and maybe Finland to try to work with Riaz on the English island or something. I wasn't expecting him to keep both units there, but I kind of like his decision. I think.
I think Nicolas is salivating at this position. I think Nicolas is trying to figure out whether he's going up 2 or 3. I don't think he's considering at all a polite détente with Chris Brand. Maybe I'm wrong because Chris Brand's position in the north is important to slowing Peter McNamara down. But
I think the reason Brandon, I'm sorry, Michaelis, I think the reason Brandon got rid of Greece was to give Austria a green light to do that, and Brandon's going to go against him.
I think that if I'm Nicola, I'm looking very much at going against Brandon here, because if you want Chris and you want it viable in the north, you're now looking at, oh, hey Chris, you support me to Caen, I can support you to Smyrna, we can start doing stuff around there. And if you don't want Chris going down, you can help him and grow yourself.
It's fun that we have this many options that people might be choosing from in spring of 1911. That's fun.
All right. Well, all eyes are on Nicola, I think, this turn. So let's see. Michaelis, talk us through what happens.
So Nicola's not attacking either. It's the full air. Let's all attack Peter McNamara. He moves up to Galicia. He moves up to Bohemia. Everything that happens in the far south is sort of an arranged bounce, although AI have the option of working together on Con next turn. Brandon covers Greece. Brandon doesn't move on Riaz. Brandon sits in Ionian. Brandon is playing a very patient game for sure. In the north, Peter McNamara moves up on St. Petersburg. Chris Brand correctly pulls back to Livonia to defend against that, although it's still not certain because Norway can tap Barents Sea. So it looks like Peter's got good position up there. It's very interesting to note that Chris has somehow managed to work it so that he's covering his own dots and taking Edinburgh, and Riaz is getting no help from anyone. Yet again, it almost looks like everyone is just ignoring Riaz in this game. Like, nobody is throwing him a single bone. Peter moved on Chris Brand and gave him nothing. Now Chris is making his counterattack and still giving Riaz nothing. And Brandon just bounces with him without moving on him. Like, France may as well not exist this turn. And that's good news for Chris Brand if he can pull this off. And if he doesn't let Riaz take London, nobody has to worry about Riaz growing if nobody gives Riaz anything. And Peter's got to work out some diplomatic realignment, but there's room for Nicola to still take Warsaw and for AI to take Con. So there's definitely options if Peter can convince people they've taken him down by enough of a peg.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised by the bounce in Western Mid, right? That's the move that I assume was arranged, but it's just yet another situation of lost tempo from 2 players who have other things to do with 6 years left in the game. And maybe Brandon's got some play left. I can see where his growth is, but I feel like Riaz really needed that unit to be somewhere else. Irish Sea or English Channel. Well, English Channel went to Wales. I'm wondering whether or not somebody told Riaz he was getting into London. Poor guy. But yeah, man, it looks like Burgundy supports Picardy to Belgium. Would have worked if he didn't go to London. English Channel to Wales, Mao to English Channel probably would have been my move here as Riaz. Would have given me play on Liverpool, play on London, and more forward position in general to try and grow.
I would have just taken Belgium from Burgundy and moved Marseille up to Burgundy and go that way. That's what I would have done.
He still can. It's a fall turn.
I know, but I would have liked to have done that in the spring turn.
Fair.
Well, let's see if it comes a turn too late. And the winner is yes. So, David, what else do you see predicting a turn too late for everyone?
Nicola gets Munich. Germans take St. Pete. That actually could have been stopped. That surprises me that he didn't try to
He's not
stop.
actually in Munich. He
Is
doesn't
that?
make it in.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I've misread the color there. I'm a little surprised that Livonia did not support Barents back to St. Pete. That's what I was expecting as a bounce. So that surprises me a little bit, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
I mean, there were 3 German units up there, so it was sort of guaranteed if Norway did that. But if Norway had gone and tried to defend on the English centres, yeah, it could have blocked it. So I guess.
Well, I just don't like Livonia to Prussia in almost any event. I'm just not sure what you're doing there. You're getting too far away from. I mean, you don't want to give so much flexibility to the German position that you don't even have 2 units on CP going forward. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but that just surprises me.
I mean, I look at this and see Edinburgh, Clyde rather disbanded, St. Petersburg going German. Does Chris Brand have a disband? I don't believe he does. It's 1-to-1 trade, but maybe now Peter and Chris can work together again because, as you say, Chris doesn't have a counterattack on St. Petersburg. Chris is basically England as well as Russia now. So yeah, maybe they can start kind of deal.
You know, Nicola is a patient guy. I think that was my attribute for him in the pregame was the patience of Joe. He is being very patient here. And Brandon is also being the cunning of Odysseus because he is trying to give himself an avenue to snake this thing at the very last moment when nobody is expecting Italy. I mean, nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Nobody expects the Italian Inquisition here at the very end of this game. And I think both of those guys think their timing is going to be perfect here.
Yeah.
That's why they didn't do anything. That's why they didn't do anything much here in the last couple of game years. I mean, literally very little. I think Brandon's moves have amounted to what we call in my part of the world a warm bucket of spit, which is nothing.
All right. Well, before we see the only adjustment on the board, which is that France will get to put down 1, let's see what the sidelines got for us.
Okay, welcome to the 1911 sideline report. I'm going to hand right on over to Ed.
Okay, well, the storyline is Peter is alone. No one from either the East or West in spring 1911 is really talking to him. Chris and Riaz work out a plan for Edinburgh and London over prioritizing the North Sea. Riaz and Brandon get a discussion with each other. Riaz is asking Brandon to pull back for space, and Brandon says, we can't just push against Peter to let you win. And so they agree to bounce. So meanwhile, Riaz and Peter really can't work things together when Peter finally gets to talk to him. And so as we see in the moves at the end of the spring, the big story is Chris did not support English Channel into London as they had agreed. So moving to the fall, you would think that would be a discussion point, but not at all. As we move to the fall, Riaz doesn't seem bothered. But Peter and Riaz speak for a long time. Riaz tells Peter, I can't work with you until I see a center change hands. Peter, take Belgium or London. I don't care which one. I prefer it not to be both. Riaz, meanwhile, tells Peter he won't tap Ruhr so he can fight the East. Riaz goes to Chris and says he's going to try for London and Belgium because Ruhr has to support Munich. And then they say, look, we're going to whittle Peter down a little bit, and then we need to work with him. So that's the story about what's going on. AI is a big topic of worry for the West, and AI is pushing in the East.
Yeah, and I've not really got that much to add to that. The AIR in spring certainly were just talking tactics as far as I heard. I did catch a couple of interesting conversations right towards the end of fall. The first between Peter and Brandon. Peter asking Brandon, where is your win coming from? Brandon replying, I guess Nicola or Chris when the time is right. Peter asks, what about Riaz? And Brandon says, well, Nicola and Chris took away my ability to attack Riaz. Of course, Brandon would have been eager to attack Riaz otherwise, as we saw from the entire rest of the game. Second conversation I caught the Nicola Brandon discussing. Nicola saying, our chance in this game is timing when we stab Chris once Peter is under control. It's not this year. We have to cut down Peter some more. And the final conversation, which happened right at the end of the phase, I just jumped into a conversation between Riaz and Brandon and caught the very end of it. Riaz very menacingly kind of said, I think we're going to need to change our plan. Nicola is no longer useful to us, which was great.
And I'll add that the time reduction from 15 to 10 minutes in 1910 is a big factor on these players. They can't get in all the diplomas that they want, and they are all frustrated about it.
Yes, absolutely. All right, well, with that, we will hand on over back to the studio.
All right, well, things are starting to get interesting in the sideline back channel reports here at this point. Nicola is useless to, if I remember correctly, Brandon? Is that who that was?
I thought it was Riaz saying it to Brandon, I believe.
That's what it was. Okay.
He wants those pieces committed, moving in another direction, right?
Yeah. All right. So we've got one build to put down on the board, and that is Fleet Rest. Michalis, what are your thoughts on that?
It's ambitious. It says I want to be a player in the North again. It's also the sort of thing that can scare Germany and Russia into working together again. I'd have been really, really tempted if I was Riaz to drop a fleet in Marseille and say, all right, now I'm going to go and be in the Med. And hey, Chris, I'm a minor player in the North. We can keep working together against Peter. Most of my units going the other way. You don't have to fear me. I can be your junior up here, and I can try and get something in the South.
I think Brandon's Riaz's only play is this: to try to take control of the North and deal with the diplomatically, get Brandon to go and attack Austria or something. He's got to make a play, and I don't think he would have enough power to get anything by just building a fleet Marseille. I think it'd be too weak of an attack when Brandon is not facing anybody.
See, David, I think I agree with your point, but only if Mid-Atlantic Ocean doesn't bounce Western Med again. Because the reality here is that Mid-Atlantic Ocean fleet is essentially a Southern fleet bouncing with Brandon. And as long as he's using that piece in the South, it might as well have been Fleet Marseille so that Mid-Atlantic Ocean can actually do something, because Brest is a season behind. But it's interesting to see if he can get all three of those units going north. If he can put them Irish, Wales, English, then Peter wants to work with him. If he can put them, London, English Channel with a bounce in Western Med, maybe he can get Chris Brand on side, but he needs a friend. And I think Miklas said a while back, everyone's playing as if Riaz is just a non-entity in this game, and he needs somebody to take him seriously if he's going to find a way to top.
All right. Well, let's see if that happens. Adam, I'll let you continue with the moves.
Well, there it is, the move to London. So, that's good. Happy for Riaz that he's able to find a path forward. Seems like there's some confusion between, what is that, North Sea ordering supports Barents to Norwegian. It's a weird. Yeah, I guess Peter's trying to get Chris Brand on side, but looks like that's not happening. Chris Brand worried about Austria pulling back, rightfully so. It's an interesting realignment here. I own into Aegean. I like it, but Brandon needs somebody to be on his side here to do one of the attacks. And personally, I think he needs to make a move this season to grow. So not much movement other than that. I think the Aegean move and the London move are probably the most interesting ones here.
This is how Riaz makes progress without having to use Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Is to have Chris support him into London. He moves to the English Channel. He's already made progress.
Brandon's got to make a decision right now, because a GNC is going to piss off Chris and Nicola unless it's in a combined attack with one of them. And I look at the fact that they both pulled back, but Nicola didn't go to Romania, and think maybe bad things are coming Brandon's way.
I don't think they can do much to him.
They can force Tyrolia and drop down to Serbia, start pressuring Greece.
Yeah, that's what I would do, but it's the fall, and Brandon's the one with the ability to force a dot here.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Fall turn. Okay.
Yep. And in the fall, Brandon makes his decision. Adam, why don't you take that one?
Yeah, he attacks Nicola, takes a dot off of him. You know, I've been talking for a while about how Brandon's overwhelming fleets will make it really hard for him to do too much against Nicola. You know, I don't honestly really love it, because I think that his position tops out around 8 centers, right? He backs off completely from Riaz, is unable to ever pressure the Ionian with all of his pieces in the east. There's only so many coastal pieces over there. I'm worried he's going to be stuck, but, you know, Brandon's proven me wrong in the past. It looks like there's some confusion between the Russian-Austrian coordination. I think I would have wished that Nicola had been more aggressive from his point of view. I think he could have picked up dots here and done so safely. And maybe that might have actually incentivized Brandon to work with him. I think his desire not to attack Chris Brand here made Brandon a little bit jittery. It's reasonable position still for Peter McNamara, right? He loses Norway. But other than that, I think his position is relatively stable. And I think that there's a lot of other folks moving around in ways that will give him play in 1903 and still allow him to potentially grow. I think it's a fine position for him, not as dominant as it was. And I think that he'll be garnering a lot less attention in the last 3 game years that we have.
I think Nicola's train left the station the year before, when he could have attacked Chris instead of going into Germany. That was Nicola's chance, and I think he just missed the train.
I agree.
I think Chris Brand having a build here could be a real problem for Brandon Vogel, because if Chris Brand drops another fleet in Sevastopol and comes down to help Nicola here, Brandon's got a lot of problems, especially if Riaz just keeps taking one little dot at a time, because if Brandon's fleets do get sucked east into a big fight around Turkey, at that point, there's no longer a unit to bounce Riaz right now. Riaz has an attack on Brandon, and Brandon could be in a bit of trouble if Chris sides against him.
So there's a lot of adjustments at the end of this year. It's a lot going on. As we heard in the sideline last year, the negotiation time has dropped from 15 minutes to 10 minutes, which is a significant amount of time to lose, especially with so much to talk about at this phase of the game. So let's go ahead and see what we've got from the sideline telling us what happened here.
All right, here we are. It is not spring 1911. I need to advance this a little bit. There we go. We are here with the 1912 sideline report. Tommy, do you want to take it away?
For sure. Apologize. I had to step away for a moment. My notes are a bit terse. But so what I have here at the beginning, Germany proposes supporting Munich to France, but Riaz was non-committal. Says he'll DM to confirm later, and I don't think he ended up actually doing so after, but I'm not quite sure. Austria pushing for moving all the Italian fleets against France next year, wants him to move away in that direction. And then France supporting Chris into London this turn, which is always fun. And and then this is the really funny part. Brandon was questioning Chris. He's like, "Is this the time to hit Austria? Should we just like pile in on him?" And Chris is like, "Well, I'll circle back with you," but I feel like Brandon really wanted to do so.
Right. So, and yeah, so I'm working from Ed's notes here. He is talking a lot about Peter's negotiation. I think he was following Peter around a lot there. Specifically, Peter is trying really, really hard to get people back on side with him. He's telling Chris he's concerned Nicola will run away with it. He's still telling other people he's concerned Riaz will run away with it. Chris says to Peter, "Well, where's your next stop if you're going to work with me?" And Peter just says, I'm not bothered about getting any more dots. I'll stay on this amount of dots. I don't want to go down dots." And then Chris says, I need to go talk to Riaz, and leaves. So clearly that wasn't incredibly successful. And then in the fall phase, we have a similar thing from Peter here. Again, concern about empowering Peter if they lay off him, but everyone is still kind of concerned about each other. There's discussion about Nicola potentially being overpowered if people lay off. So yeah, Peter is going around scrambling, trying to get people to work with him, giving lots of arguments that people accept, but still everyone is nervous about him. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, it's a lot of hand waving, a lot of jazz hands, jazz fingers, whatever you call it.
Yes, and actually we do see Chris attempting to defend himself here. I suppose actually a lot of stabs going on in these, but we didn't catch a lot of what led up to those, unfortunately. So back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Okay, another busy year, another busy turn. I'm going to go ahead and reveal the builds and disbands here, and then let's pause and take a minute to see what we think about how this game's going to go in the next few years. So first, let's start with Adam. I see your face lighting up with excitement. What do you see?
I'm a little confused by the fact that Germany says -2, but it looks like, oh no, one of those is an Austrian disband that just looks black. St. Petersburg is the big disband for me. It's giving up on the center, which I don't like at this juncture, because Peter's saying I'm at 7 now, but I'm going to be at 6 next year. I think that he's going to look back on this game and think to himself, maybe I peaked a little bit early. The fleet from Brandon is also not what I wanted to see, but possibly what he had to do in order to stay diplomatic with Nicola. But man, if I'm playing Italy here, do I just want another army?
Army Naples was the move here. He convoyed into Albania. I just think Brandon's probably pussyfooting around too much here. But, Brandon has proven me wrong many times when I thought his timing was off, including...
Dude, I think the only argument here about his position, right? He can force Khan and walk to the black, because Chris Brand built an army and not a fleet. So there's actually a really big boon here for him to control an area of 4 dots that he doesn't currently own.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have to remember right now Chris Brand is actually topping this board. It doesn't look like it. His position looks horrible, but he is topping this board. And I look at these disbands. I think Peter is extremely friendly to Chris. I look at what's happening with Nicola and Brandon and think, all right, Bohemia being pulled sort of looks friendly to Italy, but there isn't really anything friendly to Italy except maybe friendly to Russia except maybe Budapest, because rum is necessary to make an attack on Bull. Chris Brand can drop to Armenia and start attacking Smyrna. I really like this for Chris Brand, and I also quite like Riaz's Army Marseille build. I think if you put a fleet down and scare Brandon into coming after you, that's a problem. But if you just trundle into Piedmont here and make some sort of deal with Nicolas Sarhujay, you have real play just by making that one single move. That is fully 100% where I expect that army to be going, because you're not getting armies breaking through against Peter McNamara, so where else are they going?
Yeah, I'm surprised at the Army Marseille, right? I would have thought if Riaz was going to push north, and that's his growth to win the game, that he would continue to commit to the north. Doing this slows down Brandon, but I don't see where it gains him any growth.
Perhaps he was expecting more of a German disband in the interior lines, and he was expecting somehow to be able to break through Ruhr, but I just don't. That was a forlorn hope.
Yeah, I just see this as anti-Italian, and maybe he could have put Fleet Brest down, but I think he's possibly looking at this and thinking, I'm not getting anything more in the north. Germany and Russia are not going to let me. I need to do something different.
Yeah. Well, I think this is a moment to pause and ask, I mean, nobody's truly out of this game. It's even enough. There are better positions than others, but everyone has to think at some point in a game like this, if I'm not going to top this board, who should? Games like this, top boards, as we discussed at the top of the broadcast, are as much about the relationships you build throughout the game and who else thinks you deserve to win as it is what you've done to win yourself. So what relationships here are going to become really important in the last few years of this game. And is it going to come down to something like someone decides that another player should win? Adam, I'll let you start with that one.
I want to start this conversation by saying, and we were talking about this a little in the caster back channel while we were here in the sideline reports. We all believe here in 1913 that all 5 of these players can win and mentally are trying to win this game still. No question. But over the next 3 years, that may change, right? It may no longer be the case that all 3 players think they can win. And there's now a sort of a question about who do I want to win if not me? And it's interesting, before the attack in Bulgaria, I actually thought that a lot of people wanted, and the build in Marseille, a lot of people wanted Brandon to win. And I liked his relationships with the other players. I think that Peter has shown positive preference to Brandon by dropping south at a time when Brandon needed it to happen. I think that he and Nicolas had until last turn a good relationship. I think that Chris Brandon, he were doing well together after the removal from Constantinople, and he and Riaz had also gotten along really well. So it seemed as though until last turn that Brandon had a lot of political goodwill from other players that maybe is not so apparent here in 1912. Chris Brandon, the way the board went with pieces being removed from the middle and maybe Riaz not committing so hard to the north, it looks like folks may not be looking to attack Chris in the coming years. Maybe folks are comfortable with Chris topping the board at the moment. It's hard to see folks here being happy with a Peter win. I see a lot of anti-Peter sentiment in people's moves, and I got to say Riaz has not been shown a lot of respect by the other players through their moves throughout this game, despite the fact that, with some differences in opinion between he and I, he's playing a really great game. So it'll be really interesting to see how this goes. Nicolas on 5 remains probably the person with the most ability to have explosive growth. I mean, you heard him say at the very beginning of this, I only need to be on 3 or 4 centers in the mid game, right? And here we are coming out of the mid game towards the end game, and he's on 5. Oh, look at me, I'm weak. Nobody needs to do anything to me. You can all work with me. I'm a good ally because I'm not going to attack you. But he's the guy who's adjacent to just a ton of centers. So, who's looking at him? I don't know. But who's going to vote for him to win, right? If it's a question at the end of the game, I don't know. I think it's the targets here are a little bit mixed and a little bit hard to read.
I think, yes, Nicolas does have sort of that potential for explosive growth, but now that Brandon's moved against him, I just don't see it happening. And therefore, I look at his position and think he's probably the one who's got the lowest shot right now. And I look at Peter's disbands and think he's second on that. And I think both of them are probably fairly pro Chris Brand. I mean, Peter definitely is with those disbands, and Nicolas just been stabbed by Brandon. So I think politically, it looks really nice for Chris Brand at this second, that people may well be wanting him to win. And again, Riaz, no extra Northern Fleet. That's someone else who looks quite pro Chris Brand, which matches with how his negotiations with Peter have gone this game.
Completely agree. I think Chris Brand is winning the game politically, if that's what it comes down to.
That's how Chris Brand wins games,
Every single time. All right. Well,
want Chris Brand to win games, man. Every single time you sit down at a table with them, people are happy for Chris Brand to win.
He's so darn likable.
He is. It's very likable.
It's really irritating, actually. All right. Well, let's see what Chris Brand's likability gets him this time. Michalis, talk us through it.
Chris walks into St. Petersburg as he was gifted. I think it's everything else sort of as I expected. He drops into Armenia. It means that Brandon now has to defend Smyrna, which means he can't take Khan without risking Smyrna or Bull. So that's good news for Chris on that front. It looks like Nicolas and him. Nicolas not coming his way, but Nicolas also not making any sort of aggressive move to try and defend from Brandon. I might have expected a move back up to Bohemia and Bud to Vienna or something to try and lever his army advantage now that Brandon is so fleet heavy, because that's the sort of fleet heavy position you sometimes see from England and ask them how their next growth is, and he's in Italy and it's even more dire in that regard. The most interesting move in the West is that Chris decides that he is going to put Riaz up into North Sea, and maybe Riaz can get some more centres. Helderland can defend Holland for now, but Peter McNamara is pulling this turn because Norway is easily defended, unless Riaz and Peter cut some sort of deal. So Yeah, Riaz, this is a really, really important breakthrough for him. Like, it didn't look like he was getting anything in the north, and so any growth that he had would have to come from the south. And now all of a sudden he's in North Sea, and all of a sudden that door just opens, that little crack that it might be all he needs is France. He's kept his MAO fleet there rather than going into the Med, so he clearly thinks that he might have a possibility of making that northern growth, and he can jump up to NAO and Irish, or Irish and Wales at some point with those excess fleets.
You know, as a corollary to what we said about Chris Brand being the political winner here, if Chris is not in a position to do it, who would he want to win? Probably Riaz.
Yep. I can absolutely see that. So I think we'll just push right through to the fall. And David, we'll stick with you. What are you seeing?
Okay. Germans are able to take Norway back. Is that with support of the North Sea? It looks like it. Yep. Taking support there. So, and we all forget that Riaz is also a likable guy and in a strong French position here. But I think the big story here is Chris backing back out of Armenia and going back, perhaps worried that Nikolai was going to take this chance to try to, get a position. I don't think that was a significant worry, but maybe Chris and Brandon just came to an arrangement here that they're going to try to do something vis-a-vis Nicolas Sahugue's centers.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Chris has decided that actually the Austrian dots are his way to growth, which is great news for Brandon, because now he does have that walk into the Turkish dots whenever he wants. And it looks also like Chris tried to cut a deal with Peter, because you look at those moves, it looks like he was maybe expecting support into North Sea, because St. Petersburg didn't try and defend it when it had a perfectly defensible position. All he had to do was have Edinburgh tap North Sea and St. Petersburg support hold Norway, and he keeps it. So he's made some risks there, and Liverpool back down to Wales. It looks like maybe he's trying to work with Peter against Riaz, and maybe he'll change his mind now that he's not taken St. Pete or not made the dot gain that he expected to. But also, they could still do it from here. I mean, Chris is not actually pulling anything. He can attack Austria on one front and work with Germany on another. And if he's worried that it's Riaz who was creeping up towards him, probably makes quite a lot of sense to try and work with Peter again.
All right. So, that jumped straight, which is no adjustments for the winter, apparently. So before we move to 1914, let's see what we got from Marcus on the sideline.
Okay, we're here with the 1913 report, and I'm going to give it right on over to Ed.
Thank you. Okay, everything is getting really tense. You hear an urgency in the players' voices. Chris and Riaz have been cooperating as we begin the spring. There's a lot of mistrust between Riaz and Chris. They are wanting to work together, but they are concerned that either Peter will get back and be empowered, and they don't know what to do. Almost everybody asks each other in the West, where are you going to grow to the other? That's the lead question. And the response from everybody is usually, that's a good question, without any actual answers to the question. Or if you're Chris Brand, he does a riff on it. Every question to Chris Brand is responded to with the words, interesting. Everything's interesting to Chris, or it's a fair question, but rarely is there an answer. They all try to get each other to work together. And finally, Chris offers the North Sea to Riaz, who agrees. Peter's not too happy with that. As we enter the fall, at the end of these spring moves, Peter says to everyone at the table, Chris, we need to have a chat. Otherwise, Riaz will win. Chris declines and he goes into a different room. Riaz goes, Peter, I'll talk to you. And Peter's totally uninterested. and Peter tries to go into the room where Chris is at. And is like, no, I'm serious, dude. You need to come and talk. This is the most emotion I've ever seen from Peter. Peter finally gets in a room with Chris and says, if we don't have an agreement, I cannot stop Riaz from winning. Literally, I cannot stop him. Chris, interesting. And like 3 or 4 minutes later says, okay, I'm not going to throw to Riaz. That would be stupid. Meanwhile, Peter goes to Riaz, and I think he's really frustrated with Chris. And so Riaz agrees to support him into Norway, which ends up happening in the fall 1913. Peter's telling Chris, he's telling Riaz, this is the most important turn of the game for me. This is the most important turn. So the issue now is what is going to happen between Peter and Chris and Riaz. Meanwhile, Riaz, already feeling pretty good, goes to Brandon and says, if it's a race between me and Chris, can I get your support? Almost like a presidential candidate saying, can I count on your vote? Brandon goes back and says, if it gets to a race, I would be inclined to help the person who's been the most cooperative with me. Doesn't say that he's willing to help him now, hints that it is Riaz without explicitly saying it. That's what I've got.
All right, I'm not going to add a huge amount to that, but I will give some perspective as someone who was following Brandon around the whole time. There was a little bit of an interesting thing around Bulgaria here. Nicola and Brandon tried to talk it out. Nicola was saying, Brandon, you need to ease the pressure on Trieste. You need to give me back Bulgaria. I'm not going to throw, but not defending against Chris because I have to defend against you isn't throwing. He also says he still has a chance, but only if he gets Bulgaria back. And Brandon agrees to do that, go to Con instead. And Brandon does go to Con, but with the wrong unit here. And then if we move into the fall, Brandon basically says to Nicholas, why would I do that? Why would I ever give Bulgaria up for no reason? And Nicola tells him an alliance is worth far more than a dot. We'll see if that comes back to bite him.
All right. Seems like we were having some timely conversations about the politics of endgame in diplomacy here and who's going to vote for who. So what do you see? Were we right about it? Were we wrong about it? David, what did you hear?
I think we were mostly right about this. And if anybody expected Brandon to actually answer that question directly, they do not know Brandon Fogel very well. And the truth is that it's a little early to ask the question because Brandon still thinks he's going to win, and he's probably taken aback by that question. I do think Nicola's window of opportunity has basically closed, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think if you look at this and say to Brandon, who are you supporting in a race? Brandon says, me.
Agreed. All right. Anything else that we want to add before we move on to 1914? All right.
I think maybe just a good time to remind viewers that the game does close at the end of 1916, with the player with the most centers will win the game. It seems unlikely that these players are going to agree to a draw before then.
Yes, and important to note that if the game ends with a dual board top or more than one player sharing the same number of centers, we then go to a tiebreaker based on the ranking from the Paris selection. So the player who picked last, I believe, wins tiebreakers in that case, which I believe Nicola spoke about that at the top of the broadcast, saying, I just need to share a board top with someone, and then I picked last, so I would win. So we'll see if that comes into play at the end of this. Adam, why don't you talk us through what's happening in the spring of 1914?
Nicola, after threatening to not defend against Chris Brand, does, and is now in position to likely lose Trieste to Brandon Fogel in the fall. Riaz nicely has not moved forward into Piedmont, giving Brandon that flexibility. It'll be really interesting to see if there is any kind of realignment or change, potentially surrounding Bulgaria in order to provide Chris Brand more safety, seeing if a deal can be worked out. In the north, it looks like Chris Brand and Peter McNamara are back on board. Whatever happened between the two of them in 1903 has been forgotten because Chris Brand has decided that once again he would like to work with Peter. And I have to say that this is quality Chris Brand play here, right? He was surrounded by Peter, getting attacked by Peter. So what did he do? He pushed Riaz up into Peter, and now he's surrounded by Riaz and threatened by Riaz. So what does he do? He pushes Peter back in, right? And so he's in a situation where these other two players are dancing around his dots, but he's still the one who's holding them. And I think that it's really clever because all of those units are just locked down in this Belgium, Picardy, Burgundy, Ruhr, Munich area without the ability to really make a lot of change. And it's really clever by Chris Brand the way that he's doing that. I don't know how long it will take for Peter and Riaz to see that it's not super benefiting either of them, but it's hard to see with the disagreements that the two of them have had around Belgium, really where else they can help each other at this point. I think that's part of the problem. They're just adjacent to each other just a little bit too much. Although Peter has managed to find some more flexibility in his units. It's a really interesting turn. I think improvements in wins for Brandon, improvements in wins for Chris Brand, improvements in wins for Peter. Not such a good situation for Riaz and Nicolas.
I think jumping on that, tactically, we have to give a really, really big shout out to what's just happened in the West, because that dislodged fleet from North Sea was clearly arranged between Germany and Russia. That's why St. Petersburg did nothing. Russia's moved the other way, but they've really controlled where it can retreat to with that bounce on Yorkshire. Chris Brand has made sure that there's no way his army on the English Isle is getting piffed. And he's always going to have that option to retreat it, when that's a really important unit for him. Because if that army does get piffed, Riaz suddenly has all the option to take at least that centre, and maybe that helps Peter because Peter wins the tie break between all three of them, but it definitely doesn't help Chris. And the other thing I'd say is that this discussion on who chooses who to win, we're about to see it right now in the East, because Nicolas Sahuday can use all of his units to defend Trieste this turn. And if he does that, Chris Brand gets Romania. So this turn, Nicolas Sahuday is choosing who takes his dot, and it's going to be really interesting to see which of them he sides with.
But before we reveal those pieces, my prediction for this turn is that Nicolas cuts a deal with Chris, where Chris gets Romania, Nicolas gets Bulgaria, and he defends Trieste. That's my prediction for this turn, because I think that's what Nicolas will offer Chris, and I think that Chris will take it.
I did not like Riaz supporting the Germans into Norway to begin with. I think he should have not done that in the last turn, and I think he's lost whatever political ability he had with Chris by doing that. I don't think he gained much from it, honestly.
Agreed.
Yep. All right. Well, let's see if Adam is correct this time. And the winner is?
They tried.
Adam?
Oh, no, they didn't try. Constantinople did. Well, they kind of tried, right? Constantinople supported Romania down, and Sev went over to Rum, which is the set of moves that I sort of thought it would be. But Brandon chooses different path. Right, he takes Constantinople and vacates Bulgaria. Interesting. Yeah. And Albania supports Adriatic to hold, right? No,
no, I think he was supporting the attack.
Venice Trieste.
He's attacking both of his neighbors here. Okay,
that's a choice.
It looks to me like Nicolas has, as I said, he's chosen that he doesn't want Brandon Fogel to win, and that probably means he wants Chris Brand to win.
Yeah.
Whether Chris can manage it in the West, I mean, Riaz has a real problem now with North Atlantic being Russian, because, hey, look, now you've got to defend Mid-Atlantic Ocean for the rest of this game, and that means he's got to take a fleet away from the front, which is where he needs the units to be if he's going to take any more centres, because Riaz loses a tiebreak against everyone on this board, so he has to be the clear winner.
That army in Marseille is really coming back to bite him, because if that were a fleet, he would be in much better position up there. Or if he had built an army and convoyed it, if Wales was an army, and he had the third fleet in the north, I think that also would have been a better position for him.
Or at least if he'd used it to go and harass Italy, and maybe a vengeant Nicolas supports him into Venice or something. But he's done nothing with that army in Marseille.
Well, he thought he needed it to support Burgundy, while Paris supports Belgium. I mean, Picardy supports Belgium. That's what it's there for, is to lock up the Germans' position.
This is really clever by Brandon to be able to defend Bulgaria while taking Constantinople. I think that's going to end up really helping him here, because if Chris had a build off of Rum, then the fleet build in Sev would have really hampered him. This is a fascinating position.
Okay. Well, before we see what Brandon's build is, because that's the only adjustment for this year, let's take a look at what's going on behind the scenes.
Wow, what a game this is coming down to. It's so close between everyone at this point. So, Tommy, do you want to talk through what you have for spring 1914?
Yeah, definitely. As you said, great game. I've been kind of getting sucked into my notes are a bit lacking, but the first thing I have here was, Peter and Riaz coming to an understanding. Basically, like they kind of agree to disagree. No one wants to move. Going to move to St. Petersburg instead, but wants to wait a bit. And then Germany wanted France to move to Piedmont. France was a bit concerned about Peter making moves, but quickly rebuffed with potentially moving against him. Like if you move against me, I'll move against you. Kind of, what do you call it? Mutually assured destruction. So basically, everyone just kind of, in that particular area, kind of holding basically and seeing what the other person will do first.
Yeah, and I've got Ed's notes here. It's more or less the same. Everyone is trying to lobby each other for the win at this point. Ed is saying that actually people must be texting each other quite a lot because there's a lot of things that happen that aren't actually discussed in what we heard. The few things that he did hear in the spring, Chris is mad at Riaz at the moment and is lobbying hard to try and get Peter to work with him against him. And Chris and Riaz did have a small conversation trying to make up, but it sounds like it was unsuccessful, and it certainly looks like it was unsuccessful as well. Yeah. Tommy, do you want to tell us what you have for the fall?
Yeah, definitely. The biggest conversation that I focused on was with Brandon and company, mostly with Austria. Austria says, "I'm not mad. I'm just defending at this point," and he's like, well, just take con and then move away, and then maybe we can do something. But they only have like 2 years left, so there's really not a whole lot that can happen there. And then what was it here? Brandon wants him to blame. What was it? What I read here? Sorry, Brandon wants him to blame Russia more than him for his position. I don't really know what that meant, but and then so I have a new quote, a new nickname for Brandon. He said, "Tell me afterwards how wrong I am." So now it's Brandon. Tell me afterwards how wrong I am.
Right. So, and you're seeing how soon we're doing this after the moves because there we go. The moves have finally gone through on my on my program there. So what I've got from Ed for this phase is there's still a lot of Germany-Russia tension, and there's a big question over whether Germany and France can make up. Chris is saying it's fine helping me against Riaz and helping me keep English dots, but I do not want to lose them to you. That's to Peter. Riaz and Peter still have loads of mistrust at this point. They do try and come to an agreement, but they end up just agreeing to do their own things. Riaz's quote for this phase, it's every person for themselves. Chris is saying he's going to try and race Brandon for the win. Is there anything else?
That's I heard too. Everyone was kept jockeying for position. Like basically, it was like Chris versus Brandon. Is kind of what I heard.
Yeah, absolutely. And that I think that's more or less everything here. So it's really coming down to the wire. Everyone is fighting for their win at this point. Even Nicola is doing what he can, although obviously he's not in a great position anymore. Let's send this back to the studio.
All right, so not a single one of these players is counting themselves out. They're going to fight it to the very end. So it does sound like we're going to get the exciting down to the wire finish. If you had to say, David, if you had to pick one, who do you think it is?
That is a tough question. Gosh. I don't think it's Riaz. I'd like to say that because that's who I thought had a good position at one point, but I just don't think he's got it diplomatically now. I think it's going to be potentially Chris Brand. I also think that Brandon's going to get stopped. So I'm going to go, it's either Peter or Chris, and I'm going to give an edge to Chris.
All right. Adam?
I like Brandon. I think Fleet Black Sea is too strong. And I think he can pick dots up off of Chris Brand in the last 2 game years. I think that the the West would need to agree on a winner for one of Peter or Chris to top. And look, it's possible that they'll be giving up, but I think in the last year it's just going to be a crazy stab fest of folks trying to get as many dots as they can. And I think that Brandon's growth off of somebody who can win is going to be more important than, say, Peter's or Riaz's growth off of each other, which I just don't see a ton changing over there. So, I expect a really explosive last year's this game, but I think Brandon's my vote at this point, which also would help my DBNI bracket surge up the lead. So bring home that win, Brandon. We'll see what happens.
I was going to say, little self-serving there with that pick, but
I like his
and
position.
McAllis?
I'm sticking with my earlier thing on Peter. I think Chris and Brandon are just about going to get each other.
He thinks they're
All
going
right.
to cancel each other out, and that's
Yeah.
going to get Peter the win. I think that's what he was going to say before his internet went out.
Yeah.
Do you think Nicola will toss dots to Chris Brand?
I think if Nikolai is going to toss to anyone, it would be Chris Brand. I don't anticipate him tossing to Brandon, but he may not toss to either one.
See, it's interesting, actually. I think at this point, if Brandon backs off of Nicola, I think his position improves. Because I think that all he needs to do is pick up 2 dots off of Ankara and maybe help Chris Brand into Romania, and that's actually his path to victory. But we'll see if he can get Chris, or see if we can get Nicola back on side.
Well, what do we think about Brandon building yet another fleet in Naples? Does that help his case? Does that hurt his case?
I mean, it's a hard position, right? Because the army is like there's only 4 seasons left of this game, right? How many turns away is an army from being helpful? A lot, right? The fleet at least can do something in the Aegean or even in the Ionian in a game year. So I would probably have built a fleet here, if only because it can do something where the army can't.
I think the other thing is that if Riaz gets pissed at the West, now you have a fleet in case Riaz says, hey, come and take a dot or 2 of mine at the end.
Yeah. Riaz can put Tyroli into Munich at any point here if Riaz decides to vote Brandon the win.
Yeah. All right. David, why don't you talk us through what you do see?
Italians do go to the Black Sea, as Adam was predicting, and that, maybe that is going to work. The Western situation is Riaz moving back, maybe to try to make sure that he doesn't be perceived as the person to stop from winning, and try to make sure that Germany and Russia can keep fighting. It's an interesting situation. The Germans tried to convoy from Denmark to Yorkshire. Is that what they tried to do?
It would have been really powerful.
Why didn't that bounce?
North Sea accidentally convoyed to Liverpool.
Looks like he misordered, but it does, which is why Liverpool actually goes to Yorkshire.
Yeah, I was looking at and thinking that they should have bounced there.
Yeah, that's a misorder.
That was the intent, but it's easy to do with these backstabber interfaces. Just clicking the wrong.
I will say Peter has been spending a lot of this game ruining the fact that he convoyed that Russian army onto that island.
That's actually a good point. Yeah.
He's really spent a lot of time dealing with the fact that if it was only 2 pieces over there for Chris instead of a third one, it would have been totally different.
Yep. Okay. Well, let's push forward into fall. And Adam, what happens here?
I think, as predicted, we see growth in. That's Black Sea supports Smyrna to Ankh? I don't know what's going on there.
Brandon.
That's Brandon forgetting he has a fleet there.
Come on, my friends. Okay, really harming me. Munich supports Bohemia to Tyroli is a fascinating move, given that any Austrian pieces, even Trieste, which is held, could have made that work. Really kind of a hilarious. I guess Adriatic to Trieste would have prevented that, but still, Riaz gets a lot of forward momentum up there in North Sea. That's a crazy realignment in the West. Now makes it to Irish. Looks like Chris Brand thought he had Peter McNamara on side, but Peter backs up and goes, you know what, St. Petersburg, that's a dot. I can go from 7 to 8. Let's make this a thing here in the last year of the game. that position up there is spicy, and I think big winners here on this season are certainly Riaz and nobody else. Really nobody else. Although the final dot count here with without Smyrna to Constantinople, Black Sea supports Smyrna to Constantinople is sadly going to be down 1, maybe 2 for Brandon, because he's going to really cost himself there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's not. Isn't he costing himself at all there? That's basically the same thing as self-bouncing in Con.
In the spring, if he had been able to successfully make a supported attack against Ankara, Black Sea would have been able to make another supported attack in the fall, or to be able to support Bulgaria or Constantinople to hold. I think he'll be in a position to take Ankara in the fall of 1916, which is the last round of the game, forcing him to use 2 units to do it and making it a lot harder to cover Smyrna and Bulgaria in the same time, while everyone is getting stab happy. My 2 cents.
I think also the West, it looks like Peter and Chris have gone completely opposite directions, but Chris is in a position where London is actually quite takeable. He can make guesses over trying to take back one of the others. There's a pretty good chance Peter will use Skagerrak to tap north at the very least, because he doesn't need the extra unit up, the extra fleet to do anything on St. Petersburg. So there's still room, even at this stage, for the two of them to do some sort of working together at the same time as taking dots off each other. So for Riaz, even though it looks great for him, I still don't think it actually helps him that much, because he's now got a really difficult job defending what he's got in London, even if he tries to take something else.
Yeah, Nikolai really could help Chris here if he wanted to. We'll see if that happens in 1916.
I was going to say, who wins the tiebreaker between Chris Brand and Brandon Fogel?
Brandon.
This is a spicy end of the game.
All right. Well, before we see this final year, we have one last sideline for 1915. So let's see what they've got for us.
Okay, welcome to our 1915 sideline report. I'm going to hand right on over to Ed.
Okay. Wow, what a supply center distribution chart. But everyone on the board is saying Brandon looks like he's going to win, and he has the fear of the board. No one is talking to Brandon. Brandon says, now it's just tactics anyways, unless I'm missing something. So Brandon's in his favorite place by himself with his favorite hobby, tactics. Meanwhile, everybody else is talking to each other. But still a lot of arguing. Peter and Riaz arguing. Riaz is super frustrated after 1914. Going into the spring, he tells Peter, what's going on? Did I do something to you in a past life? Peter, no, but I'm trying to give myself a chance. Riaz, sure, but you're doing it at my expense. Peter just goes, I understand. And so, not much is working between the two of them. As we go into the fall of 1915, everybody in the West is still frustrated with each other. They've never really worked with each other except for Peter and Chris early, and now it's just sort of nuts. Peter goes to Chris and he says, now I feel like you're going to come after me in the north. Chris goes, well, that seems like a good idea. And at which point Chris goes, I understand, that you want me to lose centers, but I don't want to lose them to you, so I don't want to do all your orders. Peter is really trying to lobby Chris. He tries to lobby Riaz. He tells Chris, hey, look, I can end up on, you can end up on 9 and I can end up on 8 and everything will be good. Chris doesn't really believe it. In any event, a whole bunch of deals are made. Everyone made a deal with everybody. And as I look at the board, what I can tell is that at the end, Chris and Riaz are fighting and Peter looks okay, but that's about it. It's really hard.
Yeah, there was a lot of deals, to be had.
No, I was just going to say, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. And yeah, Peter was pushing Riaz super hard to go for Tunis. I guess he didn't end up doing that. Went to Irish Sea, so that's fun. And he said he promised he wouldn't go to Belgium. Did he go to Belgium or no? No, he didn't go to Belgium. Okay. And then Germany was just basically saying, hoping to end in St. Petersburg before the end of the game. Riaz promising not to mess with Munich. And everyone just congratulating Brandon. And like Riaz was saying, And then Brandon just goes, I think Ed just said that. It just comes down to basic tactics, which is kind of amusing.
Look, this is a dot grab. Everyone's setting themselves up in position to take whatever they can from whoever they can in 1916. It's going to be a fantastic finish.
Looking forward to it. Let's get back to the studio.
Oof. Basically what I expected. Everyone is tired. Everyone is scrambling for every bit of political sway that they have with anyone on the board. David, what are you feeling at this moment if you're on this board?
Well, I am done trying to predict the Western powers and what in the Hades they're going to do to each other in 1916. But I will say that Brandon does have a good shot here, making an obvious point, unless Nikolai doesn't want him to, in which case he's not going to. So this may turn out, again, I don't know what's going to happen in the West. There could be zaniness that changes the math that I can't figure out because there's so many options there. But in the East, Brandon does have an advantage here. He's eventually taking Ankara, perhaps, or at least, forcing the issue, or even staying put at 8, would be fine for him. But, if Nikolai doesn't want that, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think Brandon may have made a tactical error pulling out of Albania there, because he's given Nicola a turn to throw a dot to Chris Brand, because now Nicola doesn't have to use everything to defend Trieste. And so, yeah, Nicola has the option of pulling out a one center and just letting Chris Brand walk straight into it. And that's a problem for Brandon. And see if it happens.
Okay. Well, we have one final year. We're going to go through spring, and then we do not have a sideline video, but I do have notes. So before we get to fall, we'll talk about those and what's going on behind the scenes. But first, Adam, tell me what happens in the spring.
Oh, come on. You're throwing it to me on an exciting season. So, I like Brandon's decision here. Back off of Trieste, try for this convoy to Smyrna. Looks like it's going. I love that move. That's a great move. But Bohemia down to Tyrolia, not helping. Should be okay on the math there. Sev's arm really does commit. We'll see what happens. Chris Brand loses St. Petersburg, so he's going down from 8 to 7. Certainly makes it difficult, but succeeds Yorkshire Sports Wales to London. That's a big one. However, Irish to Liverpool, so there's an even trade. Looks like there's some. Oh my goodness, that's a spicy move. Belgium to Edinburgh. I did not see that. Looking at that, oh my goodness, what happened there? Oh my! So that's Riaz up 2 here in the last season before the end of the game. I gotta say, I don't know.
Well, he's losing London. He's losing London into the spring term.
He can retake it though.
Why Clyde holds, right? That's
yeah,
not,
Clyde hold just makes no sense to me there. You should be covering one of those centers.
Yeah, Chris Brand is known for misordering every now and again. And I'm just guessing that we have to remember they've been playing for 16 game years. They're exhausted and they're short on time. And I'm guessing that that's what that was. But
I do have a note here that Chris Brand did run out of time on this turn with some orders. And so there are a couple of errors, and we'll get to that with the sideline notes in a bit. But I'll let you continue first.
I think I covered all of the major highlights here. I like the moves from a lot of these players. I think that it will open up a really interesting last game year.
Mm-hmm.
I really liked Stev to Armenia. It now, even though Brandon's got that convoy through, Armenia can support Ankh to Smyrna. Brandon has a guess over whether he even takes Ankh at this point, whether he can walk into Sev, Serbia can work together on Bull, in which case a GNC has to defend that, so it can't just defend Smyrna. So that Chris has given himself the ability to force Brandon into guesswork because Brandon messed up that turn last turn and didn't get into con, didn't take it now. So even though it's still favourable to Brandon there, it's not certain he can take something. And if Chris had actually blocked one of those French units from getting in, he'd be in a really, really good position right now to at least stay even and maybe pull it off. But I'm thinking that the French units going through and Peter getting just walked into St. Pete as well probably too much for Chris to ask now. So you have to then look at, well, what can Peter take? And it's not really anything else unless something super crazy happened. Peter's probably ending on 8. Can Brandon get more than 8? That's the question, because Peter wins the tiebreak against Brandon.
Okay.
Let's see the position before the moves. Can we do that?
Yeah, we're going to talk quite a bit at the position here. So David, I'll let you.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here for sure. I don't know. Can't the Italians guarantee Ankara under this situation? They can cover Bull unless Nicola throws in with Russia, which is what I was saying earlier, and that would be a threat to Bulgaria. They can cover Bull and Greece and Venice.
The thing is, they can't cover Bull against a AR attack and
no.
cover Sabina.
If Nicola's in with Chris, then that's correct. But if Nicola's just going to say, hands off, guys, I'm not going to play Kingmaker, then Brandon can take Ankara. That puts him at 9. That's pretty good. What's going to happen in France? France is going to be net 8 if nothing else changes.
He'll retake London and lose Edinburgh.
And lose one of them. Yeah, I think so.
Edinburgh's a guess, though, because it's which unit you move in with, because Eddie can go to Clyde with Liverpool support, in which case Clyde can't be the mover in. So that's a 50-50 guess on which way you retake Edinburgh if you're Chris Brand.
But that doesn't get him above Brandon. Brandon's going to win the tiebreaker, right?
Let me enter with a couple of notes about negotiation in spring. Then we can debate a little more, and then I'll give you some notes about fall, and then we'll reveal the moves and the result of the game. But in spring 1916, Riaz was lobbying Chris to support him to win, saying, and I quote, "I've done you the least harm," was his pitch to Chris. Peter told Chris to ask Austria for support to Bulgaria, and Nicola said to Chris that if he would have asked for that support to Bulgaria, that Nicola would have written it for him. But Chris said that he ran out of time, did not have time to ask for the support, that he should have done so, and that was an error on his part. Time issues really seem to be a theme for Chris Brand in this game. He apparently went into grace 8 or 9 times throughout the game. So it, especially as the game was winding down and everything was getting really stressful, I think that that's just going to impact you. So that's where we saw the Clyde hold, the inability to ask for support in Bulgaria, etc., etc. So that is what I've got for spring. So before I give you notes on fall, does that change anything about what you think is going to happen here?
Nicola's on board with Chris, so Bull is definitely under threat for Brandon. And if Riaz can make that correct guess over Eddie and retake London, Riaz would end on 9, which, if Brandon and Chris stay on 8 and Peter stays on 8, would be enough for Riaz to squeak it. But it all has to work perfectly. So he needs to outguess Chris in the north, but Chris to outguess Brandon in the south for Riaz to win. So that's a slim hope.
You can't get any closer than this.
It is really
one quick word about Chris Brand for those watching. We forget how physically demanding sometimes the diplomacy is, whether you're playing it face to face or virtual like this, whether you're playing it to 1916 or just 1906. It is a physically demanding and mentally demanding game, which is one reason we all like it so much, honestly. It's a challenge.
It absolutely is. Go ahead.
I'm curious, Siobhan, before we reveal the orders for the fall, if there's anyone on the broadcast who has strong feelings about how they would order some of these pieces.
Let's have that conversation right now. McCullis, I'll let you start.
Chris is the one who has to risk everything to win. So Chris is the one who's got to make the most guesses to work. So you're looking at Anchor and Arm. You have to outguess Brandon. You have to outguess Riaz in the north and keep London. You have to demand Peter taps North Sea. That's non-negotiable. At the very least, that has to be happening. It's probably not enough to protect London, but it might be if Riaz makes an error. Also, you have to be asking Nicola for Vienna. Let me walk in. And if Nicola is helping you into Bull, there is also Vienna that he can walk out of. I mean, he could actually, in a world, walk into Viambud, but then you're probably losing maybe something in Brunt, maybe not. Is this Chris has all the diplomatic play if Nicola wants him to win. Nobody else can really ask anyone to walk out of dots. I mean, yes, Brandon could ask Nicola to, but that's clearly not going to happen after the past few years. So even though Chris has the tactical guesses, he also has the diplomatic play. And if Chris can get Nicola to say, all right, I want you to win, he's got a much higher chance, because then you can lose a centre maybe in the south and still win. For Peter, he needs Chris to guess correctly, but not to move up on count. Then Peter goes to 8 and wins a tiebreak. If Riaz stays on 8, Brandon stays on 8. Peter can still win this game, not taking any centres this turn. So again, he's got to be doing diplomatic work. A lot of it looks like tactical guesses, but it's not tactical guesses. There's so much diplomatic play in what happens here as well. There is no 50-50 on this board. There is who can win the mind games and who can win the diplomatic front.
And they got 10 minutes to figure it out.
Yep.
I was going to say that the two moves that I feel strongly about on this board are Peter McNamara not tapping the North Sea, because I think he's okay with Riaz going up to 8, but would prefer Chris Brand to drop a dot. And I would, if it were me, I would send black to either Sev or Rum. Okay. Instead of using it to attack Ankara. I think that's more likely to pick up a center.
Yep.
Well,
those are the two moves after it.
Let's keep those predictions in pocket for a minute while we talk about the mind games that are happening behind the scenes. In fall of 1916, Riaz is lobbying anyone he can for the win at this point. He goes to Chris asking, is there a universe in which you help me top this board? Chris asks, what would that look like? To which Riaz says, I need one from you and one from Peter. Riaz is now actively lobbying both Chris and Peter for help and wants 1 dot from each. Peter goes to Chris and says, Chris, are you asking for support to Bulgaria? To which Chris says, I don't know. Peter, I think it's best that you do that. We remember that last season Chris ran out of time, said he should have done that, so we'll see if it happens this turn. Riaz goes to Peter, again lobbying, says, I just need 1 dot from you to top this board. Peter, is there any way you would let me have this? To which Peter responds, why would I do that? And then, most importantly, I think in this moment, there's a negotiation from Brandon to Chris, where Brandon asks Chris to help him into Trieste. To which Chris says, no. You and Riaz both have guesses against me, and whoever makes the best guesses will win.
Yep.
I still
think
any of them can win. Yeah, I think Peter can still win if they all end on 8, and that is really plausible here. He needs Riaz to not go up to 9, so I think his priority has to be making sure that doesn't happen. He has no control over anything else. That's the only thing he can affect. So he needs to do what he can to help Chris Brand retain 1 center on the island, whichever one of the 3 it is.
But but the danger is that you end up helping Chris Brand keep 2, and then Chris tops, right?
But the thing is, if Riaz, there's no way Peter can get 9, so he has to have Riaz on 8, and that's the only thing he can control, because he has no control over the south. What happens down there is completely out of Peter's hands in terms of tactics. Diplomatically, he might be able to get something happening in his favour, and I'm sure he'll be trying, but the one thing he sort of has control over is Riaz Veroni not going up to 9, so that's what I would expect his focus to be.
So if the argument is that Chris Brand on 8 right now loses 1 or plays even, it doesn't matter to Peter McNamara.
Peter wins a tiebreak with Chris. Peter's going to finish on 8. The question is 8 enough?
Are we ready to see it?
I'm interested in Nicola's moves. That's where my eyes are going to be out the gate.
All right. Well, without further ado, the very last turn of the game. Adam. Adam, what do you see?
Looks like Brandon Fogel up 1 to go to 9. Looking at Riaz. Retakes London, loses Edinburgh, goes up 1 to 8. Peter McNamara as we concluded on 8. But yeah, it's Brandon Fogel win, right?
It was Nikolai all along. If Nikolai had supported rum to Bulgaria, this would be different.
Wait, was it the case? Go back to
Nicola
He took Romania instead. He took Romania from the Russians.
If he had supported rum to Bulgaria,
Peter
then
McNamara wins.
They tie on 8. Wow.
Yeah, Peter would then win if that support had been in.
Wow.
Yep.
What a
And
finish.
you think back to that comment by Peter saying, I think you should ask for support to Bulgaria. Peter knew, I think, in that moment how crucial that would be for him.
But if Nicola doesn't feel like he's getting the time of day, then why give Chris Brand the win?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be Chris.
Well, it wouldn't have been Chris who won. Yeah, it would have been Peter. I mean, Chris.
Well, it might have been
everything.
Chris. It might have been Chris if. Well, no, it wouldn't have been Chris under any circumstances.
Dane's ball kept rum, so he'd have been on 6. So yeah, he still would have lost. Yeah, it would have been. It would have been Peter who won.
What a close game! Way to go, Brandon Fogel, who did have a plan, and he executed it at the end of the game. Way to go, Brandon Fogel. We were all wondering about his fleet sitting around doing nothing. Had a great, patient plan. Was able to cunningly figure it out. Way to go, him, and way to go, Riaz, for coming back and having a shot.
Yeah,
we sort of counted him out there for a while.
Yeah.
Peter, of course,
down and out.
Yeah, Peter was in a good, strong position for the last 5 or 6 game years, so we knew that he might have a shot. But you know, I as you know, I sort of thought that Chris or Riaz would have, or I'm sorry, Chris or Peter would have the better shot, and I thought it would be Chris diplomatically, but he did not win the diplomatic war.
Yeah, I mean, Peter, when everybody turned on him after he made that stab on Chris Brand, it looked really rough because all the armies came into the center. He had no easy growth, and yet he still almost squeaked it out. So close.
I wonder whether or not a lot of people knew that Chris's position was weak, but no one wanted to take those dots before the end of the game in order to not grow too big. It's interesting.
Yeah. What a game. I mean, we wanted something exciting. It came down to the very last turn. I was chatting with Brandon last night, doing some tech checks of all of this so that I could host. And I said, you know, it'll be sad not having you on the stream with me, Brandon. He said, well, I do hope I'll be joining you at the end of the stream. So he predicted it in his own way. And joining us now, DBNI champion and winner of this year's Calhammer Cup, Brandon Fogel.
Hey guys, Siobhan, I want you guys to know that when I said that to Siobhan, her response was 2 middle fingers. So
it was.
So I thank you for that. That provided all the motivation I needed.
Yep.
Number one seed wins. Wait, number one seed wins the tournament. What is this like?
It's not supposed to happen. Right?
Mazel tov, Brendan. Really well done. It was a beautifully played game.
Thank you.
You really, I think you timed it really well with a lot of the other players, and knowing where the attention of others was going was really deftly done.
Thank you. I planned to get stabbed very naively in 1903 or 1904, and just lure the rest of the board into a false sense of security. That was definitely the plan all along.
Yeah, we haven't talked about that enough because it happened so long ago.
I know, right?
But Ruben Sanchez was in frickin' Naples.
Well, I'm being told in the background to remind you, Brandon, that you now have as many titles as Jason Mastron. This is an important. No, but very seriously, very well done. If you had to pick a moment in the game where you felt everything really hinged for you, where did you feel like everything turned?
Oh my God, there were so many. It's like to be put on the spot to find just one. First of all, let me just say at the beginning, that was the best game of diplomacy I've ever been a part of. Extremely well played from everyone on the board. The players who were eliminated not because of poor play on their part, but because the board situation just kind of demanded it from the other players. And everybody sort of was really keenly aware of keeping anyone from jumping out ahead, which for me is like the essence of diplomacy. We were all playing to win and making sure to sort of treat everyone as viable partners. Okay, I will say, so there's a couple turning points that stuck out in my head. One was popping Ruben's fleet. So I had worked really hard to get Ruben to retreat to either Aegean or Greece. And if he had done that, I would have stuck with him and fought Nicola at that point. But he went to Naples, and I felt I had to get rid of the fleet. Like, I had to risk Venice to do it. If I lost Venice, then I would be hamstrung, but I didn't think I'd be out of it, actually. I thought I'd be able to come back. But to keep Venice and blow up the fleet, that changed the complexion of the game tactically in the East for me. The next turning point was when I took Bulgaria and popped Nicola's fleet. That was not exactly consensual. Nicola accepted it, did not want it. And that was, I don't like to do that with allies. That was a case where I was like, you know what? I made a mistake before not winning the naval battle in the Med, and I'm doing it right now. And then the next one, all right, there's two more I'm going to say. I'm sorry, I'm going through the whole game now. But the other one was when I took Constantinople. Huge moment. I decided I could not let Chris Brand get a build and put down a Southern fleet. If he did that, my game was over. So I took a chance there. And the difficult thing, right, is that Chris Brand had so much firepower in the north, and it was crucial for keeping the balance between France and Germany. So timing the move against Chris was the most important task for me in the late game. And I think I got that just right. And then lastly, my attempt to take Ankara with the fleet from Smyrna was not great. And I thought that I had lost the game. The funny thing is I stared at that order for like 4 or 5 minutes, because that was, I think I heard you guys say it. I just caught the last part of the stream, that nobody really was talking to me at that point. So I had a lot of time to work over my tactics. I went over that again and again. And I'm like, yeah, if he takes Constantinople, I'll be in Ankara, and then I'll have another fleet coming in underneath, and I could just squeeze him. And just, it honestly didn't until I saw the order. So if Chris had gone to Constantinople there, I probably don't win. I don't know. I probably don't, but I might still. So the last part was that convoy from Venice to Smyrna. I knew I needed to pull a tactical rabbit out of the hat at that point, and I had two choices. I could either take the guaranteed convoy to Bulgaria and take a swing at Romania, or I could go for broke and put it into Smyrna. And I knew if I got it into Smyrna that I would get Ankara, and the task there would be a diplomatic one, keeping Nicola from helping Chris win. And I have to give Nicola a lot of credit, because he got battered, I think, at times this game. And to the very end, he said that he did not want to determine the winner. As long as I stopped attacking him, he would not throw to Chris. And Adam, you called it exactly right, that like backing off of Nicola at that time was a good idea, and it was. So for me, this game was a threading of the needle, and I honestly think there was a lot of good fortune involved in this, but it was top-notch play from some of the best players in the world, and it was great.
Awesome. Well, it's been such a fun game to watch. We could have spent easily twice the amount of time as we did talking about this game, and I can't wait to watch it back and see all the moments that we didn't see it coming always. But fantastically done, Brandon. Before we let you go for the night, I'm going to close out last thoughts with everyone here and you, but we'll start with David. What would you like to say about the game tonight?
Well, first of all, it was a lot of fun to watch. Brandon is right that we saw a lot of really good play. It's not that we didn't find some fault with some people at different times, because you do that, but it doesn't matter, because in this number of turns, which is a lot, 32 turns, you're going to do things that other people might think is the bad thing. But overall, this was a spectacularly played diplomacy game. And I want to say something very quickly. Well, first of all, Brandon knows that I think he is a great player, and I'm just going to say it out loud. It's true. I do think he's a great player. But let me say something else about Brandon. He was involved in changing the format of this tournament for this year and coming up with a better, I think, frankly, a better mousetrap on how to do this with winner-take-all semifinal boards. And then the second chance thing was a cool mechanic. So really, not just today's game, which was awesome. The DBNI tournament itself was an improvement over the last 2 years. And I wanted to say, good job, Brandon and others, Brian and other people, for helping to do that. But Brandon was part of that team. But mostly I just wanted to say, Brandon, your timing was impeccable.
Thanks, David. Definitely have to shout out to Brian Pravel, Zach Moore, and Kevin O'Kelly, who were all involved in the rules committee. Also, I have to say Wes Ketchum last year was one of the people who sort of proposed this format. So he deserves a shout out as well.
Yep, I agree. McCullis, any closing thoughts before we wrap up the show tonight?
I mean, yeah, it was an absolutely brilliantly played game by Brandon. Always love to see Italy topping, and so well done on that. Glad you took the country that we were talking about the other day. I think, yeah, there were so many turning points in that game, and I think this is probably the first time I've ever seen a top board where 4 countries could have topped that board in the final year of a game, and all of them had logical paths to it. They may not have all had the same chance, but any one of them could have won that game, and all of them could have, if they had done it, credibly said, I deserve it. I mean, Riaz had pretty much everyone against him for the whole game and still nearly snuck that out. Peter, who he made so many guesses to keep himself involved and kept himself in the mix. And Chris, who was just all over the place on the map, and his position never looked good because he was so spread out, and yet he managed to just stay on top for so long. But yeah, Brandon, the timing was impeccable on when to move on Chris Brand, and that definitely, it looks like that was the game-winning decision. Never seen an Italy top a game with that many fleets before, so that was a new one on me. Well done, and glad you had to fight for this one a little bit harder than last month.
And Adam Siegel, closing thoughts for Brandon before we let him go?
Yeah, Brandon, congratulations. Obviously a very brilliantly played game. I have to echo a lot of the other comments here that there was a lot of really great play here. And I think that one of the themes, I think, of this game was the foresight that a lot of players were displaying during the course of the game, not just seeing 1 or 2 turns ahead, but really being able to watch where the game would be 2 or 3 years from there and how their individual moves were going to impact other players' decision makings, board dynamics, and thinking things through. Peter McNamara went up to 12 at one point, but I don't think at any point Peter thought he was going to end the game on 12. I think Peter probably looked at the board and said 9 or 10 is enough for me to win. And I think that, that displays an understanding of how he was trying to set up safe centers for himself going towards the end game and being able to protect his position. I think Chris Brand played a really great diplomatic game in which, coming towards the end, we all said before the last turn, it's the diplomacy of Chris relying on that for himself. And if he could have, he had a chance to win if other people really wanted him to. Brandon knew exactly how to time his peak, right? If that game had another 4 game years and Brandon played it exactly that way, it wouldn't have worked out. It was really exactly that timing that allowed him to play it, and knowing exactly the right amount of pressure to put on other people to get them to move. I mean, it was so masterfully done by all of these players, even the eliminated players, to just play off where the game was going. And I think that if you're a player who's watching this one, tracking back the decision making by these players in an effort to influence the game long term, it was really a masterclass and really an enjoyable game to watch.
Yep. I agree with everything you've all said. Brandon, one last time before we let you go for the night, anything else you'd like to add?
I just want to say thank you to all of you guys. I didn't watch the broadcast. Obviously, I'll watch it tomorrow, and I look forward to that. But you guys have donated time and effort and sweat. Also, Brian Pravel, Kevin O'Kelly behind the scenes, Zachary Moore, TD this tournament, and has given a lot to DBN. So I just want to thank you guys. I want to thank everyone involved with DBN. This is truly a labor of love. None of us get any compensation for this at all. I know, right? If you'd asked me 3 years ago if we would create a media entity that would celebrate this twisted board game that we love, I would have laughed at you. And we've done it, and it's truly a team effort. And I love you guys, and I just want to thank you with everything, every particle of my body.
Well, thank you so much, Brandon. We are going to let you go get some rest for the night because you must be exhausted. But a massive congratulations from all of us. You are the very first player to win both VDL and DBNI, I believe. So congratulations on that, and we'll see you for your next win.
He was already tough to live with. This is really going to make it.
I know. It's going to be really bad.
really, really bad.
Okay, I'm kicking him off now.
Looking forward to seeing how he spins this as not being a threat next time.
Oh, he's absolutely going to do that. Before we close out this show tonight, I'd like to toss out a couple more big thank yous. Everyone in the background who makes this show work. You get to look at our faces all evening and all day, and we're amazing. But we heard about Zachary Moore. Kevin O'Kelly has been behind the scenes this entire time, basically doing my work for me, so I just get to talk. So huge thanks to Kevin O'Kelly. A massive thanks to the chat, which has been super active tonight. We love to see it. The engagement from all of you makes it worth doing what we're doing. Give the stream a like, subscribe to the channel, tell your friends, get them on here. And the sideline reporters, they do the most work getting this out, and I know they have fun, but it's a lot of work. So thanks to Marcus, Nicolas Taillet, Tommy Anderson, Ed Sullivan. Fantastic work tonight. And to close out the show, we're bringing back Brian Pravel. And I will hand the host over to you, Brian.
I would like to first thank each one of you for an incredible broadcast. This was a delight to watch. I've been playing Diplomacy for 30 years. I have been covering so many of these games on DBN. I genuinely think this could be the best game of Diplomacy that I've ever had a chance to see. We named this board after Alan Calamer. He was the creator of Diplomacy, and I think he would have been very proud of how this game was played. It was balance of power diplomacy as he designed it. And it was a pleasure to watch, and you guys just did a fantastic job in your coverage. Thank you. Thanks to the sideline crew and to Kevin for putting an amazing show together. I want to just pause before we go and just do two things. One, we are all very curious about the bracket challenge. That is, we had good participation this year. Quite a few people participated. I think we're all curious to know who the big winner was. And for the first time in perhaps his life, Zachary Moore is the winner of these predictions. A score of 46 points, coming from behind on the strength of being the only, actually one of only two people to pick the winner of the event. So congratulations to Zach. Josh Hennessy, Nicolas Taillet, myself, Riaz, Karthik, and Siobhan round out your top 7 picks. So congratulations and thank you all for playing. That was a lot of fun. On a more serious note, though, I did want to just kind of give a closing statement, not just for this broadcast, but for the season as a whole. This is a fantastic time to be a fan of the board game of Diplomacy. Our total participation in the DBNI exceeded our pandemic highs. All forms of gaming, like electronic, tabletop, have dropped since the pandemic, and we really felt that in the 2021 and 2022 season. But this season we came back in a big way. That growth was because we had more players. So previously, pandemic growth was a lot of people playing lots of games. This time, it's a much healthier and more organic growth. We've got more people playing from new communities. Shout out to our extended deadline communities, which are growing tremendously in their engagement in this hobby. Olympus and Nexus Press League are both very, very active. There's tons of engagement online right now in organized play for Blitz, Speedboat, Gunboat. We've got the WDC coming up in Thailand. We're seeing growth in Asia. This is a global hobby, and it is fantastic to see the game moving into new regions. There is a new edition of Diplomacy coming out from Renegade Games. I'm expecting there to be more support and advertising at major board game conventions like Gen Con and Origins. I think it's going to help take the game from kind of a niche product, which it is, and kind of give it some mainstream tabletop attention again, which will be fantastic to see. There's a big announcement, should find out a little more in March. So I'm looking forward to finding out more about that. And then most importantly, the community is competitive, it's dastardly, but it is respectful and it's fun. For the first time since I've been in the community, Diplomat is being celebrated as a game that explores how to build trust rather than a game about deceit. I think that is tremendous for the hobby, and I think that speaks volumes to how we are understanding the game better, we're understanding each other better, and that is a much healthier way to build community. And I'm really grateful to be part of this community as we learn and explore that space together. And then finally, I do want to echo all of the comments from Brandon and Siobhan, thanking the crew at DBN. We had a lot of big events for DBN this year. We had our first European broadcast team covering a European-focused event. We are in discussions about possibly expanding into some more events and coverage of different game types. We're almost at 1,000 subscribers. That's a really big deal for YouTube. That's when they start making money off of the channel, so they start advertising more. And we couldn't have done any of this without the help of the community and our volunteers. There were 25 people that helped make this channel into what it was this year. All of the broadcast team we just talked about, Chris Brand, Karthik Konath, Liam Stokes, Riaz Virani, Nicholas Saho Gay, Katie Gray, Tanya Gill, Adam Silverman, and Christopher Ward all helped us out as analysts. Behind the scenes doing stats and production, we had Wes Ketchum, Hal Schild, Sabi Ahuja, our DBN board of directors, David Hood, Kevin O'Kelly, joining DBN founders, Zach Moore, Brandon Fogel, and myself. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be part of this venture. Thank you all for joining. Thank you all for watching. Congratulations to our players, our top 28, our Super 7, to Brandon Fogel. Thank you all for a wonderful season. Looking forward to getting this thing started again in a month. See you soon. Siobhan, you want to close us out?
As always, thank you for watching. I hope to see you again soon. Until I do, stay safe and stab well, everyone.